Going live immediately. Okay, so welcome back. I'm going to assume nobody's here yet, but welcome to part 3. In a few short minutes, we're going to be welcoming the word warriors, who are spoken word artists from Nepal. So that's going to be hopefully a really interesting conversation for everybody to have. We're really excited to have them. It's going to be just in a few minutes. We're just going to wait for a few more people to kind of just find the new link and get used to the stream, and then we'll be good to go with that. Cool. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Woo. Don't mind me as I eat my dinner.
Yeah,
obviously. To me by my amazing mother. Bless her soul. Ah.
That's been emailed. I'm going to count up the number of emails I've actually sent during this, and it's going to be nightmarish.
It's going to be insane, yeah.
That should get a mirror in. I just want to make sure that this is working fine. I want to get back on YouTube and just make sure. We've got 1 viewer, so somebody's back. 2 viewers, which apparently means like 8 because it lies. If any of you guys are event organizers, I know this is my most popular sentence yet, but if you head over to map.pangaeapoetry.com, you can like put your event on a map of spoken word events from all the way around the world. And it'll be quite good if you do that, maybe for your event and for everybody. So wherever you are in the world, just stick it on there. The whole thing is Creative Commons. We're going to be sharing the event data with other sites, with other listing sites. So, you know, you got nothing to lose basically just by sticking your events information up there. Hello!
Hello!
How are you?
Good.
I'm glad to see everybody is safe and well.
Yeah.
And chirping, it seems.
Wow.
Cool. Right. Where am I?
I know where are you, Carl?
Yeah, I know physically where I am. That was not what I was getting at. Word Warriors Nepal. Okay, cool. So, hi.
Hi.
Do you guys just want to kind of introduce yourselves and what you do?
Go ahead.
So hi, we're Word Warriors. My name is Yukta. Hi, I'm Zola. I'm Masala.
Samik. And I'm Nish. Hi.
Hi. Hiding around the corner.
Way to make an entrance. Cool.
So you guys haven't slept for the whole. How long have you guys been?
It's not too bad yet. We're about halfway, so we've only been up since 7. So it's just a regular long day at this point, rather than a 24-hour nightmare. So yeah, we're still wide awake. We can still have a coherent conversation with you guys about the work that you do and why it's so important and why it's so significant. Yeah, wicked. I've completely forgotten how we're going to do this. Are we going to try and start with you guys sharing some poetry and then do an interview, or do you want to start with the interview and then you guys share some poetry?
Maybe some interview and then poetry.
Okay.
I'm glad you heard that, Katie, because I didn't.
Interview first, and then poetry.
Okay, cool. So, do you guys just want to talk a little bit about what Word Warriors is and how it started?
Yeah. So Word Warriors right now is a unregistered organization. It's a group collective of people who love spoken word poetry or poetry in general. We started out in 2010 after there was a slam competition and a slam workshop that was organized by the U.S. Embassy here, and three poets from the U.S., Matt Mason, Karen Finfrock, and Daddy Solis were here. They did a workshop, then we took part in the competition, and though we've always been doing poetry, this was one of a kind. It was exciting, it was new, so we decided to continue it, and it's been 4 years.
Cool. I've just realized Katie's on mute, which means she's not helping me out with the interview, which is also fine. So, in terms of the kind of journey that Word Warriors has gone on, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because it's been quite an explosive thing, hasn't it? So the Facebook group that you guys set up is now, what is it, like 16,000 last time I checked. But Spoken Word Nepal, the kind of group that runs that page, is still in its growth phase, isn't it? So do you want to talk a little bit just about what the growth of the organization has looked like?
Okay. Well, the first, we actually started out with the Facebook group, the Word Warriors platform. Initially, we just added in all the people who took part in the workshop, who were a part of the initial QC award. That was the first spoken word event in Nepal. And then we started doing these events, QC, which is the space right now. So they used to do a lot of literary programs, and the first year was mostly going to their events and doing poetry. So that was our platform, the first platform that we had. Then we started doing a bit of workshops here and there, and a few more performances here and there. We started organizing our own little performances, and then eventually, over the years, we've had a few spoken word poets from international spoken word poets like Bob Holman, like Sarah Kay, like a lot of international spoken word poets come in here, give us a bit of workshops as well. So we've continued like that, and now we've come into a phase where we're doing a poetry project full time for a couple of us, and we've been taking spoken word poetry not just outside the capital, outside Kathmandu. We're just starting out, and we're going to different communities. They're not just working with students, but in communities like we're trying to reach out to LGBTI, the differently abled communities, all that. About the Facebook group that you talked about, it has grown exponentially, and I remember it was less than 1,000 before 2012 when Sarah K came in, and then exponentially it started growing, and once that growth took place, it was just out of control. So when we were like really freaking out when it reached 1,000, and now we have 19,000 the last time I checked. And so with that group, what happens when it gets large is you lose control, and a lot of people actually in the group don't know what spoken word poetry is now. So we try to keep using that art form. It's just become a platform where people can actually come in and post whatever poems they like or their own poems. And Spoken Word Nepal is where we're trying to take a bit of direction. If you would like to tell.
Right. So because like Word Warriors is like an open platform where everybody can post, and it's just a platform that we created for people to come together and share poetry. And I really wanted them to like comment, see artists, or like give us and grow an online community. I don't know how successful we've been with doing that. So instead of that, we have a page which is actually a better representation of what we do as word warriors now. That's about it. Yeah, so this is Amdeep. I he's also one of the word warriors who's been with us since 2010.
Cool. Can you guys move the laptop any closer? The people at the back were just struggling to hear a little bit. Is there any you can just move it closer or come closer to it? Huddle up. Thank you. I know the last time we spoke, you guys were you were starting to venture into like outreach strategies and you were talking about doing work in the more rural areas of Nepal. I just wanted to ask what kind of challenges you've kind of encountered in that work. Like, what are the challenges of working in rural communities compared to working in Kathmandu, where you've obviously started out?
I think because it's a relative thing that we would actually call the places we work outside Kathmandu as urban itself, but looking from a global perspective, it's kind of like fit into the rural community, as you say. Kathmandu is a metropolitan city, whereas other cities that we have been going to are municipalities in their own right. So they're not actually that rural as you might think, but then they do have very small population and the services are not as good as in Kathmandu. But the differences that we see are because we work with schools and colleges mostly, so the education system is very different. The creativity that is promoted in Kathmandu cannot be seen outside the valley. The grasp of language, basically, the grasp of the English language, and as well as the freedom to work with the valley itself is very limited outside Kathmandu, and we don't even have to go that far. Even outside the core city, system is very, how would you say, very rote learning kind, and creativity is not very promoted, encouraged.
Right.
So I think, like you said, we've mostly been going to semi-urban areas. The most rural area that we've probably been to is in a city, in a town, what do you call it, town called Marfa. It's a tourist town. It's a village. And the challenges we faced there was we went into a government school, and a lot of kids who do come to that school come from a very lower economic status backgrounds, and a lot of these kids have to work with their parents to support the family, and so their routine is very irregular. Their presence is very irregular in the class, and that was the first time not the first time, that was one of the most challenging times for us. We were trying to get the students get as much as they could in their irregular timing, because they'd be there for the first part of the workshop, not for the second, and the second part of the workshop, not for the third, because they had to do a lot of other works as well. So, and it was like, that was the most challenging bit. Other thing, like Tommy said, it's not in outside Kathmandu, and also in government schools in Kathmandu and a lot of different schools, still we have the rote learning practices, and that kind of makes it challenging, but also very exciting for us to bring in these new creative ways of learning, of literature, writing.
Cool, thank you very much. Yeah, definitely a very challenging thing to try and overcome in the kind of just the circumstances change so much from place to place, and that attendance being an issue and just tension and all that kind of thing, that's something I can definitely understand as well. What other questions do I have written down? I have them written somewhere. One of the interesting things we've been talking about with a few other people is kind of languages and languages in poetry. I don't know if this is something at all in Nepal. Truthfully, I'm not 100% certain what the native language is in Nepal. But we've been we were talking with like the Poetry Club Mumbai about kind of young people who can all write in Hindi, but almost none of them perform poetry in Hindi, and it's something that's only really done in English. And it was a similar story with Jordan, with a lot of people being able to speak Arabic, but not necessarily performing it. There you go. Katie is informing me linguistically. Is that something that you've noticed? Do most people prefer doing their poetry in English? Is that something you've noticed? Do you think it's any kind of problem, or? You guys are muted, by the way. I don't know who did that.
Okay.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's better, yeah.
Talking linguistically, I mean, it's very difficult for us to just say, like, because in this small group itself, we have like 3 different mother tongues. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is like, again, another issue. Like not writing in, for us, not writing in Nepali is one issue for some of us, and then there's the writing in our in our mother tongue is like a whole different story. Like because we come from indigenous, like some of us come from indigenous groups, and we have our mother tongues that we, and somehow I personally have not attempted much, like writing it much, and some of us only speak that language at home, and not for work or other purposes. And do you want to talk?
I mean, no, in Nepal we are very comfortable in performing in languages other than English. But the other language is Nepali, which is the main contact language of the country. But that does not mean Nepali is only the language that this country has. I mean, I don't even know how many languages we have, frankly. We have a lot of languages. And like Yukta pointed out, even in this room itself, there's probably 3 different languages here itself. But the problem is, part of a campaign a few decades ago, Nepali was enforced in the country as a contact language in order to reinforce nationality and all of that thing. So these languages are kind of lost, and the new generation in itself, like Yukta said, I don't know even if Yukta is very proficient in her own language in written and spoken as she is in Nepali. So the contact language is in Nepali, and like one other thing you said, like, are we comfortable? The performers that come into the group do come as English with an English background. So all of our members, all of the friends that are very active, have written poems in English, and spoken word poetry, they see it as an English-driven scene. But we are trying very hard, and we have been successful in changing that. And now we can see people coming in with Nepali poems, and they are using elements and words from their own languages, references from their own stories. So I think we are in a position where we're trying to incorporate the spoken word poetry into their own languages, into their own heritage and their own stories. And that's also part of our project, like the project Right to Speak that Ujjwala said. That's also one of our, let's say, it's not a good word, but goals.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating, and thank you for doing your own piece to kind of eradicate my ignorance. That's always appreciated. So I've kind of asked about challenges like a little bit for a while now. I kind of want to ask the opposite question now. So obviously you're all tremendously passionate about the work that you do. What's the thing that you're most excited about at the moment for spoken word in Nepal?
Well, personally for me, spoken word poetry has been a really good outlet. Like, there are a lot of things that I've not been able to express, but then through spoken word poetry, I found a way to express myself. And the other thing that gets me excited is when we go out to communities to do workshops, I think the stories that come out of the kids that we teach is like the best part about teaching spoken word poetry for me. Also, like we've had some very good young batch of poets just recently. So that's something that I'm really excited about. Like even yesterday, we had a concert with poetry, and a couple of the younger couples of people from the younger batch were there, and they were absolutely brilliant. So yeah, that's something I'm super excited about. I mean, right now is like a very different situation for me because we just went through the earthquake, the big one, like the earthquake. So like for a month, we've all been just out of the, not out of the zone, but we've just been taking things slowly. We've not been doing as much poetry. I think yesterday was one of our first poetry events after the earthquake. So it is. I think if we had this conversation before that, I could like tell you so much about what I was excited about. But right now, I think I'm just excited to like just be in a classroom and teach like just the normal, thing about going into a classroom and interacting with people and doing poetry with them.
I think I'm probably the newest in the scene here, and one of the reasons that really motivated me to try to get into the scene was I feel like there's a lot of muffled emotions in our society right now. Not just right now, but even before the earthquake. A lot of unrest and a lot of frustration built in among people, and I saw how, and it's probably an overused line, but it brought out those muffled emotions outside. The things that were conveyed through spoken word poetry were so powerful and were above anything else. And I just find it so fascinating and exciting that it is now being used as a tool to bring out our emotions, our frustrations, our hopes in front of a lot of people, and the impact it has is massive when you compare it to the things that you hear in mass media or to filmmaking. I think spoken word poetry reaches out to more people in a more powerful, more impactful way, and that's very exciting.
If I had to talk about, based on the Right to Speak project, this is the first time we're actually trying to reach out to communities. We've done, past 4 years, we've been doing a lot of workshops with the students. This time, with the project, we're trying to go into, like I mentioned earlier, with communities like the LGBTI and the differently abled and maybe previous drug users. So, how spoken word poetry has helped us, bring out, like Anudip said, bring out our stories, bring out stories we were not comfortable in talking about earlier. I hope the art form in the 2 years that we are in the project, or even after that, brings out these stories that need to be heard. Because I've seen examples of this happening through spoken word in YouTube. A lot of brilliant poets have come out of these communities, and I can't wait for someone in Nepal to come out with their stories and encourage and be that inspiration that the community needs. And it'd be best if they come out in Nepali, because that's the language that most people here will be able to connect to. Yeah, that's what I'm excited about. Amit?
I mean, like Yukta said, for the past month and a few days, all our expectations have been very limited.
North Korea.
Yeah. So, I mean, on a broader scale, I think what I am actually excited about with the whole spoken word poetry scene is that after the completion of the project, Right to Speak, which we have, like, it's almost a year into the project. So, it's going to be another year and a half for the whole project to complete. And after that project, I'm kind of like excited about how the local chapters that the project will help establish are going to function, and they're going to be very independent, and the nature of their organization or the nature of their collective is going to be tremendously different from the nature of the collective in Kathmandu, because, like, they're not going to talk in English. They're not going to speak in English with their friends. They're going to talk in their own. They're going to speak in their own languages. They're going to have stories of their own classrooms, of their own places, and we have not seen that yet. We do travel to different places around the country, and we do hold workshops. And in those workshops, there are these little, like Anudeep just said, there are these flickers of stories that could be an amazing spoken word piece, but we do not have the resource to stay there for a long time, so that we can build up on that, and we can put that up on the media, and we can show that all across the country. But then the project will help us do that, and after the local chapters are established, I think it's going to be there's going to be a whole different flavor to the scene than that is here right now. So on a broader scale, I think that is what I'm excited about right now.
Wow.
You're all making such good answers.
Might be here, Katie.
Wow. Yeah. I actually wanted to ask about so perhaps this is gonna be hard, isn't it? Because I can hear myself on the other end. Okay. Here. Okay. That's better. All right. So I wanted to ask you all about something that most of you like touched on, but like didn't like develop fully as like as talking about like this specific topic. But how, like, clearly throughout our entire day with talking with all these different organizations, a topic that has come up a lot has been the intersection between poetry and activism. And could you guys talk a little bit more about that and tell us, how does the poetry that you guys see in Nepal very often, how does that intersect with activism in your country, globally, just in the city? Like, yeah.
Activism.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very relevant question, because we are actually very much involved in activism, you must say, because there are issues that we feel very strongly about, and therefore we would push those issues to the public sphere. However, we would not give a voice to something that we do not feel very strongly about. Like, for example, I mean, I would only talk about my own personal experiences and my own personal activism, if you must say that. One of the political parties that has been coming up asked me if I could come to their meeting, and I could hold like a small thing. And I said, like, no, because you're a political party and we would like to be, there are issues that's very relevant, and what you're saying is very good, but then for now, we would like to steer away from being affiliated to any ideology. I mean, not the ideology, but any party or an organization, because we would like to be seen as neutral, because we are neutral. You know, so and then there are other activities and other activism that we do, and I think the focus that we put on the target group that we have is also a kind of activism that we're doing. We are working with members of the LGBTI community. We're working with people who are living with disabilities, and then we're going outside Kathmandu, working with kids from not so good backgrounds, you know, like economic backgrounds, and we're working with kids with from the government school so that they can have the same exposure to expressing themselves as kids from the private schools have. So I mean, all our activities are kind of like, you know, it's subtle activism, and the problem with that is, I mean, not the problem. The thing with that is, I mean, each member in the group has his or her own opinions on the matter, and we as a collective do not enforce the same idea on each member. So my idea on what democracy is and how the state should be run is very different from what Anudeep's idea is, and Nasala's idea of what women's right is and what feminism is very different. I mean, I don't know I don't know about feminism, but women's right and all of that thing may not completely coincide with my idea of what it is and how we should approach or proceed. So we are a very liberal group, and there are space for different opinions, but then we all do kind of promote what we feel and how we feel that. I think.
Suvani Singh, who is one of the proprietors of, who is our mentor, our director, our beloved Suvani Dee, once said, in Nepal, a lot of the youth groups that come together have always been sort of come together with an ideology in mind. There'll probably be an environmental youth group, there'll be a political youth group, a development-focused youth group. So when we came in, we wanted to stay as neutral as possible without any agendas, without any particular focus, except that maybe like, you know, the love for literature. We, in that way, we have been able to remain neutral, and in that way, it has allowed us to talk about a lot of different issues in one sphere, right? But yeah, we do, like Samir said, there are different things we're passionate about, and we do take in roles of activism going into the street. The recent one that we did was called Ma Bada Mahilawad, or which could translate to F for Feminism. And we did a public event in a public square, and this was the people that got in touch with us, Forum for Women's Law and Development. They were working they are still working for a campaign called Citizenship Through Mothers. In Nepal, we still don't. It's very hard to get citizenship through a mother's name, right? So we do those kind of activities as well, but yes, remaining in a very neutral sphere, and remaining in an open atmosphere where everything can be discussed. Yeah, if that was the answer to your question.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
I think poetry is slowly being integrated as a tool for activism in Nepal. That is what really excites me about it. The event you talked about is activism, and they use poetry as a tool, as a weapon to promote, you know, what they're doing. Yesterday's event, the concert, was the musicians. It was a benefit concert. The musicians were fundraising to provide, you know, reconstruction, rehab, help for earthquake victims, and poetry came in for it. So it's very exciting how, and having been very new to the scene, please correct me if I'm wrong, let's say 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago, you wouldn't see a lot of poetry when it came to activism in Nepal. But recently, I see like elements of poetry slowly seeping into activist movements around Kathmandu, and maybe there are something similar happening outside the valley as well. But that's very exciting to me, because this is such a powerful tool.
I mean, yes, what you said is correct, but not entirely, because poetry has been used as a tool for political activism. And yes, and what you're saying is very correct, that now it is seeping into other areas where we are, kind of like, I would call it citizen activism. So people who are not even affiliated to any political parties, who do not need a grasp on power, who do not need to send their members into the parliament, are also passionate about issues. They're also caring about what the country does and how it moves on. So based on, so maybe it's citizen activism as against to political activism. And poetry has been a tool for political activism in our country for almost a century, more. And now, like Nisha pointed out, the scene is that it's seeping into different areas, and people are kind of like seeing how this can be a good thing to watch and entertaining thing to do, as well as a morally righteous way to to incorporate us into their activities, and but then we do not shy away from the opportunity as well.
If you believe in the cause, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the perfect bunch of answers. Like, literally, you guys just took all of the possible little things that I could ask about from that huge broad question, and you answered them all. So good job, everybody. Ooh.
It helps when there's 6 of them in the room.
Yeah, definitely.
We spent half an hour on the interview. I think it's only fair to let you guys have the last half hour for you guys to perform your poetry. That's all right. I want to just stay and ask you guys questions for hours, but that would be cruel. Are you guys up for sharing some poetry?
Yeah, sure. We haven't decided order yet, so anybody take the And here comes the word warriors.
Yay!
You want to stand?
Yeah, let's stand up. Alright, with that?
Yeah, do you want to have center stage?
Sorry.
Hi. So I just finished writing this poem this morning. I've been trying to work on this for some time, but then I just put it together this morning. This is the obligatory post-earthquake poem. Post-earthquake, I drift through my city like fragments of a memory, here now and gone the next. The remains devastate more than the ruins. With the recklessness of someone who does not remember being touched by death, I wait in front of a house, half down, like somebody has baked a birthday cake and put a knife through its center straight. It looks like a theater set for the actors to walk down the wooden stairs. But the story has been abruptly interrupted. The prompts now narrate, from the spot, immaculate, cupboards and showcase, mirror and photo frame against the freshly painted bright green walls. A sense of loss crawls and tears its way home into my insides like the devil's snare, as I find my way home to a memory abode, my ancestral home. I sit on a ledge across the road, leaning into the sturdiest of my rocks, silent but warm, vigilant to my internal storm. Save for the slightly tilted door, the facade does not inform of the cracks within. So, from our perch, I search for memories and let my mind rush from one room to the other and tell him, that was my grandmother's room. And before I learned to enjoy being a nobody in a crowd, I used to watch the crowd from that window. My favorite place in the whole house must be the wide open space in the lobby, in the second floor, but I cannot give him the full tour. There are parts of this house that haven't been the same. Unhinged, I settle for watching the pigeons. They used to oscillate between the temples to the right and the left. Today, as if pulled by the gravity of their muscle memory, their minds play tricks, and they hover against the azure sky over the neatly stacked piles of bricks
and a mountain of age-old wood, all that remains of the temple to the right, and the loss is felt mid-flight. And from a height, instead of an old settlement, I see rubble, and the trouble is, like an incompetent magician, I try to conjure up images of what it used to look like, shuffle and sift through shadowy impressions of negatives, adrift in a gust of powder dust. There has been an irksome error in the system, colors lost in the spectrum, images accidentally deleted from my hard drive, while inside this hollow heart, the loss finds space to thrive. A few weeks in, the detritus has been removed from our favorite hangout, the square that lured the young and old alike for bouts of people watching, ice cream licking, and shade seeking, of temple going, tea sipping, and sunbathing. Today, the square is abandoned, clean. We sneak in, hop across the red ribbon, have the place all to ourselves, a dream come true. But only like a child who has lost the toy of his dream at the cost of a parents' empty bellies, the stay is uncomfortable. The quiet, punctuated only by the throaty cooing of the pigeons, floats heavy. The lost echoes amid silences and sound banks. Resilience has become the new in-word. The hot potato everybody is passing around. What are Nepali people? Resilient. What are Nepali people? Resilient. Like the earthquake has shook and opened the cap to an aerated drink, and the resilience is the pulse that riots out, effervescent, turbulent. But no, we have been resilient for a very long time against mountains of absurdities, opulence. Surrounded by all this elasticity, ductility, and malleability, I long. I long for a time when, despite this loss, the resilience is not relevant. Thank you. On to the next.
So good. I love it. Yeah.
That was great. Thank you so much. Want more poetry, want more poetry.
I haven't been able to write the off-injury post-earthquake poems. Like, I haven't been able to write about the earthquake at all, so I'm going to do a poem that I wrote a couple of months back. It's called Seaweed.
Okay.
When I was a kid, everybody told me that I was my father's reflection. So I stood in front of the full-length mirror on my mother's dowry garage, the only mirror left unbroken inside my house, and cried. In the beginning, it was always about making my father proud. Look, Daddy, I can say my ABCD. Look, Daddy, I colored perfectly inside the lines. Look, Daddy, I can speak in fluent English. And then, look, Daddy, my mother's fingers are naked. Look, Daddy, they took away our TV. Look, Daddy, the fridge is all empty. Look, Daddy, you are making Mommy cry. But as Daddy forgot to look, we learned to look after our own selves. We tried our best to become the world's most gyani children, learned to survive every day on doodh bhat, and never really complained that the milk was slightly burnt. We tiptoed from our grandfather's room at night, quietly crept outside our parents' bedroom door, and listened, prepared for our cue, praying to God that we would not have to enter, that this would all be over, that my parents still had a love story, that Daddy was still our hero. Yes, back then I was a believer. But two screaming adults can drown out the praying voices of two scared children. And it turned out that we always had to act, and there never really was a time to pray. So we just learned how not to say, "Someone, please look after us." Instead, we learned to grow up on our own. On our good days, Mommy tells me that my little brother is the most precious piece of her heart, but that I am the one who will piece her broken heart together. On her bad days, the potato curry she bakes for us tastes of her tears. She tells us that everybody in this goddamn house is sucking on her bones. She says she wants to die, that I am just like my father, that when the roots are rotten, the leaves cannot be green. When mommy says I am just like my father, I stand in front of the only mirror left unbroken inside my house and slap myself hard. No wonder I feel so ugly. I want to hate my mother for what she just said. No, actually, I want to hug her tight and cry. Tell her no, my roots are not rotten. I do not have roots, Mom, because like you, I am algae. We are both seaweed. Because look how we know how to keep floating even in the deepest of waters. But I do not tell her this. Then I wait for a better day and catch her smiling when I say, you know what, Mom? The other day I bumped into Tama on the road, and she said that I look just like you. Thank you.
I felt the feels. That was lovely.
Hi. Alright, so this is the poem that I wrote post the earthquake. I've performed this before, but like like before, I want to repeat again that this thing is still a work in progress. I need to work on this poem more, but then yeah, I'll do this one. Alright. I have unsuccessfully tried to impose my sense of normalcy into things. In an unrecovered state of grief denial, I have unsuccessfully tried to convince myself that things are okay. My wishful thinking is as transient as cherry blossoms. Everything is okay like last year. The city, like last year, says goodbye to the clementine sun over the hues of peach-orange in the western horizon of April, and receives bouts of unexpected drizzles in the evening. The city, like last year, is covered in purple with April's blooming trees of jacarandas. Among them is a tree in Jamal between forked roads, one that leads to Darbar Marg and the other that leads to Ratna Park. That tree, like last year, is the first to bloom, and stands still, strong, unwavered. But things aren't okay like last year. They aren't the same, and they do not stand unwavered. The purple city is drowned in its own blues, with fallen walls and gates and iron rods sticking out of dilapidated buildings. Temporary tarpaulin tents hanging over Turike. Temples breathe in the dust of their own debris with fickle traffic, invisible dividers, and displaced bricks. Dharara stands tall only in memories, leaving a hollow blank space where it stood. How I wish words could fill up blank spaces. I have started folding my memories in paper and safely tucking them in pages of my journal, for the fear of losing my stories within myself is immense, just like the stories buried with people beneath the rubble that was once home. Just like the stories that have gone missing with lost people and swept away in the rising number of human casualties. Kathmandu now feels like the yellowed, worn-out pages crumbling down with the weight of age. A ship that has lost direction of its safe harbor. A paper boat that has sailed for far too long. Kathmandu stands tall only in memories, leaving scars deeper than hairline cracks on walls and pavements. How I wish scars could heal scars. Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Okay,
Right.
so that was awesome. Hi, I'm Ujjwala, and I'm going to do a Nepali poem. And the beauty of poetry is that even though you don't understand the words, you can, say, enjoy the rhythm of the language. Okay, this one is called Manushya Timi Matra Manushya. अमूल्यको मूल्य रोज्दैछौ, अकाट्यलाई काट्न खोज्दैछौ, असीमितको सीमा तोक्दैछौ, तिमी समयलाई रोक्न खोज्दैछौ, यी व्यर्थ प्रयत्नको होडमा निराशालाई निम्त्याउँदछौ। घमण्डको कालो रातमा तिमी अन्धाधुन्ध हिँड्दछौ। आफ्नै कालोको तालोमा अमरत्वको नाश गर्दछौ। मनुष्य तिमी मात्र मनुष्य हो र महानता तिम्रो भ्रम। तिमी आफै नाशवान छौ त किन गर्छौ यति अहम? विनाश विकास ठान्छौ भने उपलब्धि तिम्रै विज्ञानको, हाँस्दछु तिमी माथि सम्पूर्ण ब्रह्माण्ड यो, किनकि मनुष्य तिमी मात्र मनुष्य हो। तिमी साधन हौ तर स्रोत होइनौ, तिमी कारण हौ तर मूल होइनौ। मनुष्य तिमी मात्र मनुष्य हो। यस अनन्त ब्रह्माण्डमा तिमी सूक्ष्म बिन्दुको कण हौ। झिल्को सरहको छ जीवन यो र तिमी आफै आफ्नै महत्त्व हो। यदि बाँच्नु छ त मर्नु छ, यही मात्रै त तिम्रो सत्य हो। मनुष्य तिमी मात्र मनुष्य हो। मनुष्य तिमी मात्र मनुष्य। Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was excellent. I love that.
So I'm gonna do a poem I wrote the day before yesterday. It's an earthquake-centric poem. It's called June Winter. Winter makes my heart go off in splinters. I feel on a summer day just like a lemonade that your mama made, but it tastes like vinegar. On those naked trees, I feel like the vacant leaves, like a fountain flow of the mountain breeze. I can feel the frost up. My goosebumps jump first up, like the shock waves of the new dewdrops on the shivering skin. Like a disease, the ring of fire is closing in. Cataracts on my vision, dust horizons in, rising in seconds. What say the Nepalese? Give me some money, please. I will appeal to these mascot fees. Seconds post-disaster, like slaves who are looking for masters, like we Nepali, just political bastards. Facts in a position to break off the little dream and shake off the debris. Little wood beams, years of palaces fall off the balance. Age can't hold on the leash, and we still struggle with the leeches. For every household that preaches dishonesty, no modesty. For all corrupt, there's family amnesty, and the nestlings fly off with the best things, and the rest beings rest on ruins. My glass is half empty, half full. My glass is half full, half broken, half token, half agenda, backbone benders, red flag, multiple inscriptions, vague descriptions, hold on to our hands for help, but they say, yo boy, we got a few restrictions. Would you pray as we do? Would you do what we do? Would you obey what we say? When the package comes through, it was all off the roof, June winter, dry forest, dust fog and the shivering glorious, misplaced thoughts, squares to mist. What the fuck do we need temples if all we worship are tourists? How do we stand up on our feeble feet, on our rubble, defeat, on the foundation of our greed that we silently agreed that we'd disregard the gods, but we'd keep worshipping the priests? Thank you.
She froze. You guys still there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Amish, the poem is called The Shook Ones. The ones that lay in sound sleep, with rubble as their blanket and pillow, breathless, with expressions of surprise on their visages, will never have to see their expression transferred to our faces, transmogrified in transit into expressions of despair, pain, anguish, and helplessness. The departed just lay there in eternal stupor, themselves probably consorting passionately with rapturous transcendence, cocooned in the serenity of nothingness. It is a welcome possibility. While we, the shook ones, while we, the shook ones, the ones left behind, battle frantically to remove the expressions of despair, pain, anguish, and helplessness from our beleaguered visages. Battle frantically to find the normalcy of the days before that April day the ground beneath us failed us, literally, and try to get back to the tedium of our lives, within our smooth four walls, to water our plants and clean our carpets, hug our dogs and mom, maybe, and dust up that film of brown dust that settles atop our tea tables every day. But no matter how hard we resist, our eyes traverse the smooth contours of the walls around our life and halt, to unwaveringly focus on the cracks that now adorn them. Our walls, they're not what our walls used to be anymore. Our lives, they're not what our lives used to be anymore. Our normal It is not what our normal used to be anymore. Our new normal, like a fresh green sapling in the spring, breaks out of the rubble that surrounds us, colored by the red of the fallen bricks, the brownish yellow of the dust, and the blue that never seems to desert us. It peeps in through the black of the cracks that paint our walls, and through our hazy eyes that lament behind the veil of tears that we shed. Our new normal looks magnificent through binoculars, in full bloom, majestic, upright, radiant green, with branches of beautiful vestiges of our past, held steady by a trunk nourished by endless possibilities of our resilient diligence, providing homes to many and a soothing shade to those who want to get out of the sun. Our new normal, be wary, won't like us with our tail stuck between our legs. It will demand us to come out with our teeth bared, ears pointed, hair ruffled, claws unseated, muscles tightened, eyes glaring on fire, snarling, growling vehemently in defiance at the, at the sly fat hyenas laughing, sitting on comfortable leather couches made out of hides of helpless sheep that we used to be barking orders from the air-conditioned rooms in their retrofitted buildings. Our new normal will require us to embrace the shakes, the despair, the pain, the anguish, the helplessness, and turn it inward to exhume our vitality and just get on with it. And in time, if we prove to be what we claim to be, we will see our walls, they will not be the walls they used to be. They will be stronger, more resolute, and more vibrant, adorned by the paintings of Picasso hands of the shook ones. Our lives, they will not be the lives they used to be. They will be more jubilant, full of endeavor, fueled by the zeal of the shook ones. And our normal, yes, it will not be the normal you used to be. It will be more stupendous and gleam in the afternoon sun that shines over the roofs of the standing, steadfast homes, the homes of the shook ones. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you all. Just yeah.
Yeah, so that was us. That is us. But then again, this is a small group of word warriors. One of few of the word warriors who've been in also doing role of instructors, but there are a lot more talented bunch who come and go, who join, who amaze us. Yeah.
Solid. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Whew. Well, Carl.
I missed bits of that. I think I've been lagging slightly behind everyone else, so I missed some of the poems as well, which was terrible. I know. It's all right. I'll watch them back. I'll watch them on repeat.
Life is hard and they're lagging behind. All right.
Yeah.
All right. If you could repeat that for dear Carl, that would be awesome.
What did you say? Sorry, I can't even hear you.
If they could repeat what they just said for you.
Oh, what we just said. That we're a representation of a larger group. We're
okay.
Sorry?
Did you get that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Man. Well, it was a pleasure and a joy and other things to be able to talk to y'all. Well, what for me is this evening, but is for you probably this morning.
I'm
afternoon?
guessing it's like 6 6:30 a.m. or something like that where you are.
Yes.
Yeah. It's 1:53 here.
Guys. Ah. Now I feel
We're
like
wrapped
we're
all
honored.
the way around the world. It's great. I like a belt for the world. That doesn't mean anything. You can tell it's in garbage. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. I know when you emailed, you said that you like and the Google Hangout as well. Do both of those still hold true?
Yeah. Oh, we were not aware of the open mic. You when are we?
What is it?
But, yeah.
I mean, we did.
We kind of thought there was no open mic slot left, so we decided to.
Oh gosh, no, you're absolutely fine. There are loads of open mic slots left for the open mic that you guys want, because it's like the middle of the night everywhere except where you are. So you guys are fine if you still want that.
Okay.
There's a guy from the US who signed up for the open mic, and there might be a couple in that open mic as well. So it should be really fun. And Katie and I might do a poem as well, so it should be fun when we get around to it. Do you guys just want to say briefly, as a kind of sign-off, where can people go if they want to find out more information about?
Alright, firstly, you can find us, the easiest way to find us and the most efficient way to find us and get in contact with us is our Facebook page, facebook.com/spokenwordnepal. And then after that, you can always join our group, the Facebook Poetry platform, we call it. Apart from that,
we have our website that you'll be able to look into for information. That would be wordwarriorsnepal.com. And email is wordwarriorsnepal@gmail.com. But yeah, Facebook's Spoken Word Nepal, that is where we'll be the most active.
Yeah, no, you guys were really, really friendly when we got in touch. So, like, I know that if anybody wants to get in touch and do any kind of collaboration or work, or is just trying to find out more about, you know, what's going on with spoken word there, we know where to point them. We know you guys are the guys. Okay, Ian has just joined, so you can briefly say hello to Ian. Ian is the guy who's doing the next slot.
I've just finished a club night, so I'm
spoken word Nepal.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll be seeing you in the open mic?
The open mic is in an hour, so it's starting in pretty much an hour on the dot. So after Ian, we're doing the open mic section. I think Ian might even be sticking around for it, so we get to hear his poetry, as well as just see him pop up for a brief. Ian is making a face. Ian will be asleep when the open mic is happening, is what I just understood. Might be able to persuade him to stick around for like 5 minutes and he can do the first poem. But thanks very much for joining us, guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay. Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. I was really concerned they were just all going to like walk away from the laptop and no one was going to close it down. It would just be like the empty laptop just left in a room somewhere. Hello, Ian.
How you doing?
I'm not too bad. Yeah. This is Katie. I'm Carl. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Carl. Just finished a club night, so I'm a little bit struggling.
No
Yeah,
problem.
don't worry about it. We're kind of in the same shape.
Yeah. Sleep deprivation does the same deal to you. Yeah.
It seemed like a really good idea at the time. I'm not too sure now.
No, don't worry about it. You can definitely get it done. All right.
Excuse me 1 second, sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. You can chase
Yeah, I'm
other people
actually
on
on
social media.
the moment as well. So, can you come to the garden tomorrow? Is that possible? Come to the garden tomorrow. Is that possible? Yeah. More than anytime between 11 and 5 tomorrow. Well, I'm on Google Hangout now. You can come about 15-20 minutes, but let me just finish off this call and I'll get back to you. Yeah? Alright, cool. Alright, bless. Bye-bye. Okay. So,
yeah, we got molasses. We want some molasses sometimes.
Welcome back.
sorry about that.
I have almost no questions prepared for. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I have almost no questions prepared for you because I haven't had time to read up on the project since we got your email. So you can just kind of dive straight into it. Tell us about it. Tell us about May Project Gardens.
Well, basically, I mean, there's so many angles, but my main thing was really just being surrounded by a lot of poets and artists that are really incredible, but the articulation was really good and the inspiration was really good, but I wasn't finding any artists that were actually putting their art form into physical or some kind of action. So I kind of just said, okay, well, what can we do? I just said, okay, well, look, I've got a home. I don't have a huge amount of money, but I've got a resource, and the resource was my home. We had a co-founder, a gentleman who basically was passionate about food growing and permaculture and environmental issues, and we just said, okay, well, look, you want to do some stuff, use a garden, go for it. And it basically developed from there. So, it started in 2008, 9, and we've been going for 8 years. And it's just really about just kind of reconnecting people to nature, supporting urban communities to be more sustainable. That's basically what it is in a nutshell. I hope that's comprehensible.
It sounds comprehensible. I mean, you're welcome to talk more about the specifics if you want to, and if you feel like you've got time before your body just shuts down and falls asleep on you.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, basically 3 facets that kind of the project operates on, and the 3 elements are: 1, the workshops and training. They consist of the course that I was talking about, the crowdfunder that I can post up, which is basically a course where we're using hip hop and poetry and that sort of thing as a vehicle to engage in particularly young people for social change and social action, because hip hop is one of the largest youth cultures in the world, and it's recognizable, instantly recognizable, whether people are into it or not, it's recognizable. So we started using that as a model to basically engage more young people, so we're funding for that at the moment. So that's that. I also teach train teachers in how to engage more young people in terms of their classroom, how to be more diverse with their training, and just remind them of the different learning techniques and the styles that they have. So that's the workshops and training. The other thing we have is an event called Come We Grow, which is an extension of the garden with May Project Gardens, which basically is an event where we kind of extend our offer from the garden into a festival-like facility event. So we have workshops, talks, music, and just a real opportunity for people to kind of network and actually kind of, raise awareness and funds for the project as well. And then we have a platform which is for donations. So people can now actually go through, because we're quite informal how we've worked. We haven't got a charity route, we haven't gone the formalised route at all. That was quite deliberate. And so we had quite difficulty actually getting people official donations through our website, but we've now got that as well. So those are the 3 elements that really make up the project at the present moment. So training, events, and the donations as well.
Wicked. Just for clarity purpose, how long has May Project Gardens been going on?
8 years. 8 years. Yeah.
Wicked. So that's developed a lot in the kind of time you've been around. So what are the kind of
changed?
No, go on. Yeah.
No, sorry.
No, please.
No, just developed and changed. Initially, it was because there was myself and a co-founder, who was the kind of the ambassador of the project. He was the person that was really more passionate about the food aspect than I was. But he's left. He left about 2-3 years ago. He had a baby, and also he's got a partner. So I was left with this space, this beautiful garden space, and I was like, what the hell do I do? So I kind of used my background of education and music to bring those two elements together and bring that into the space a lot more. So that's what we're moving with a lot more, using arts and creativity and poetry and music to inform the environmental issues, explore those a lot more, document, market, and promote environmental issues.
All right, wicked. Crikey, there's so many different ways I can go. Okay, I'm going to go here first. So have you got any advice for young people, particularly who are looking at, you know, the issues in their communities, and they're seeing a kind of disconnect in terms of the resource that they have and the outcomes that they want to achieve? I mean, obviously, like, you've repurposed the garden in your house. Like,
Yeah.
what advice can you give for people who are trying to see that resource, but they just can't see what's in front of them?
I think the crucial thing is what we try and do is get people to recognise that they are the greatest resource. You know, having a house, having money, time, you know, all those factors. I mean, time is a resource you can never get back. But in terms of actually the ability for someone to actually do stuff, it's quite incredible when people actually start doing stuff, how much they can achieve. That's something we really push at the project. We kind of, I should say push, something we're open for this to happen. Like, so people come to us and they're not quite sure about what direction they want to go in. They might not sure what they're into. They're not clear about what they're about. But because we use food grade as a way to kind of provide the space for that exploration to happen, by the end of their journey, sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's 2 years, it depends on the person, but they have a clearer sense about what they want to do. And not all people continue the food growing route. Some have gone off to write magazines, some have gone to full-time employment, some have gone to college to further studies, but it's just having that space where people are allowed to explore and make mistakes. I think that's crucial for us, you know, just having a space where it's not goal-centric. It's much more about the relationship building with people, and that's what we provide. So just do it. Cheesy,
Yeah.
like, you know, but just do it, really.
No, yeah, no, it's great advice. It's always, the simplest advice is always, well, that might not always be true, but it's generally good advice. So what kind of, so obviously you've had to overcome a lot to even have been around for 8 years. What are the kind of the long-term challenges that you've had to face being 8 years? What are the challenges that are still there that you're trying to overcome?
Finance is always the biggest challenge when you're doing this kind of work, because we live in a society which is kind of success is based on a monetary value. So when you're doing stuff and you're not always able to kind of quantify your work in a monetary value, people look at you and say, okay, well, you know, what are you actually doing? There you go. Say it again. What you doing? These are the bar staff. Hello, say hello.
Keep it up, Russ. Keep it all the way up.
These are all the bar staff.
No, I'm not the boss.
He's just a hanger-on. He's a drunkard. He's an alcoholic. So yeah. So
Oh, never mind.
yeah. So you know, it's that is always the biggest issue: finance, and also volunteers, the resource. You know, a lot of people used to come and they were quite transitory because they had the very kind of almost we kind of created almost a holiday atmosphere, which was kind of irresponsible. So people come and had a great time, stuff, but they didn't want to deal with the bureaucracy, they didn't want to deal with the finances, they didn't want to do the project management side of it. So for me, it created a kind of false environment, a bit of a utopia, which was great for that period of time because it allowed us to kind of raise our profile. But now the kind of people that I'm looking for are much more responsible and want to take on more responsibility, not just in terms of just the food grab.
Yeah. Do you think in terms of like the way the enterprise has been built and has been grown, could it function without you there? And is it something that, you know, Is there an exit strategy for you, or is this what you're dedicating your life to now?
This is exactly what I'm aiming for at the moment as well. That wasn't in place before, but I really want to be able to step back and have the place run for itself and actually an organisation as well. So that's where I'm at the moment. By 2016, I think that should be in place with the team and also the financial side of it as well.
Wicked. All right. What's the best thing about it for you personally?
Seeing people discover their true self. That's the greatest thing. People coming into the space, not knowing what they're about, and then going off or discovering themselves and finding their true passion and path. That's the number one thing that I get out of the project. The food issue that allows me to engage with people, develop relationships with people, and I love seeing people just find their true self and be them, just find their true potential. That's the best thing for me.
Have you got any advice for? So I work with a lot of young people who are kind of they're interested in mental health and they're interested in ways of overcoming that, but they're also like in the same kind of financial worries. They often end up in they're getting venues for free that are kind of they're a little bit crappy and they're kind of just like, I don't know, like we'll just put up with this. Have you got any advice for people who want to make safe spaces where people can discover their true selves and where people can be honest about the issues that are affecting them, even if it is, the crappy town hall with chairs?
Yeah, I think that's it. We need to think outside the box more and more in terms of what resources we have available. Me using my home wasn't the most obvious choice, but when I looked at the options, it just made sense because one, I'd have to travel so much, I'd have to pay as much rent on a property. It just made a lot of sense. So I think people need to look more locally. That's one of the things we kind of say when you get into food growing, you kind of look at the local economy. And I think people are kind of always looking, with the standard kind of, if I live in a metropolis or city, they're looking for the capital city to provide their needs. But you know what? It's really about looking within and looking locally, closely to around your surroundings and building that as a resource, as opposed to actually trying to go out beyond your means to get something that you don't actually need. And that's a hard thing to do. So in a sense, I'm saying for people to look within themselves and look within their local area to find the resources and the information or whatever they need to create the spaces, as opposed to going out looking for those spaces.
All right, cool.
We've got He's talking about permaculture, which is one of the principles, one of the design principles that we use to create the project as well. But that's probably another story, another conversation.
All right, we've always got time for more conversations. Do you want to, not now, you can leave out of this. Do you want to just, where can people find out more about it?
Okay, so you can go to mayproject.org. And then also, presently, our main campaign is a crowdfunder campaign. So I've put that. And it's called, crowdfunder is called crowdfunder.co.uk, Hip Hop Garden. And this is basically, maybe I'll put that in there as well. So those are the two main portals that we're focused on at the moment. All
right, cool. I kind of want to let you go to sleep. So, is there anything that you want to say about the project that I can't ask you about?
No, I just feel that, I think there's a real sense people feel disempowered in society. And I'm just really trying to say, look, if we've done this with not much money, not much support, and we've achieved this, we've engaged probably over 1,000 people, we've been our community over a period of 8 years. If we can do that, it's possible. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not going to pretend like, oh yeah, it's all lightness and happiness. It's not that. But, in terms of the rewards, there's an expression, I think, that was saying something along the lines, if you can't share in our pain, then you can't share in our joy. And I think people tend to want to enjoy the great moments, but I want to enjoy the darker moments. And I think one thing I've learned is that that's part and parcel of our journey in terms of anything we do in life, whether it's career, music, whatever it may be. There's going to be good moments, there's going to be bad moments, and it's just recognizing those are all part of the journey, and part of the process as well. And the more you embrace those, I feel that you can succeed in what you're doing.
All right, wicked. I might let you go to bed, if that's all right. You've been really, really succinct in your answers, and it's been really, really great advice. Definitely check out mayproject.org. Anybody who's watching, check out the crowdfunder if you have time, and if you're the kind of person who can give something, even a little bit helps. And yeah, it sounds like a really incredible project. And after this, I'm going to go away and do my own research and probably send you some actual questions via email or something.
That'd be great.
All right, thanks. Yeah, thanks very much for coming in here.
I've been a bit brief, but it's been up since about 8 o'clock, so it's been a long time. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Yeah.
We feel ya. We feel ya.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Guys.
We'll do.
Bye.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool.
That was somebody good to get in for like 15 minutes. He did all that in 15 minutes. That's insane.
Yeah. Like, holy cow. That was superb.
No, yeah.
I'm a bit envious. Yeah.
I'm going to have to look up that guy's projects. Sounds really, really interesting and really, really cool. Hip-hop-based education initiatives seem to be becoming more and more the thing, particularly in the UK. I know they've been a thing for a while in the US, but it's really, really taken off.
Yeah.
Hello, Amira.
Hello,
You just
Amira.
wait for the opportune moment.
Yeah.
Can you tell that I've been watching and timed it really well?
Yes, we can tell that.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, there's two of you here now. I can just like leave for like a good 20 minutes until the next thing, can't I? I'm gonna go and take a break, guys.
Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve it.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go and stretch my legs and move and get another cup of coffee. So see you guys again in about 20 minutes. Don't you dare have any kind of fun without me.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of it.
See you in about 20 minutes, guys.
Okay, Amira.
I just want to shout out to Alia and Alia who were in London with us today and are currently watching Pangaea. Really tired, trying not to sleep. So yeah.
Yeah, super duper thankful. Yeah, man.
It is, yeah. It's so past my bedtime. It's like, I went from knowing how to stay awake and going to college and coming back and staying awake to not being able to stay awake past 12.
Oh, not
You've
yet.
been awake for a while.
Yeah. I've been up since 7 in the morning on only 3 hours of sleep. That was my bad. I
guess the excitement of, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely excitement, and also I was reading, and I got kind of sucked in.
What are you reading?
No shame. It was fan fiction. It was glorious.
Nice. I think I'm gonna start reading again. I haven't read in a while, so
yeah.
Any tips on what to read?
Ooh, actually, yeah. I've been reading a book really recently, and it's called The Throne of the Crescent Moon by Saladin Ahmed. And it's granted, yeah, it's a fantasy book, but it's It's just written so beautifully, and I laugh so often, and it's wonderful. It's a lot of fun, and it's yeah, Throne of the Crescent Moon by Saladin Ahmed.
Another crescent moon.
Throne of the Crescent Moon.
Throne of the crescent moon.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
Yes.
I'm gonna type it in so I don't forget.
My darling mother has brought me s'mores, Amira. S'mores. Thank you, Mom. My mother is the best. S'mores.
She's trying to keep you on top.
Yeah. My mother knows how to keep me alive. Yep. Mm.
Yeah.
So what should we do now, Amira?
I don't know. So you've got 40 minutes till the open mic starts.
Mm-hmm.
You could write some poetry.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
And get whoever's watching to join in and write some poetry. And then maybe tweet at us.
I like it.
Should we do that?
Yes. I'm so down. I already have my loose leaf paper and everything. I'm born ready.
Okay. So, I give you a theme, you give me a theme. We have 1 minute to write, and then we share.
Okay.
And everybody else joins in.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah, sounds great.
So I'll give you a theme, you write for a minute whilst I talk, and then you share, and then you give me a theme and I'll do the same.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Your theme would be... Oh my god. What could your theme be? Oh, your theme is optimism.
Botulism.
Optimism. As you're feeling optimistic.
Say that again?
Feeling optimistic.
Okay.
Feeling hopeful. Yeah.
Alright, I can do that.
So yes, if you're watching as well, write a minute on optimism and then tweet or Facebook or just if you, I don't know, tweet, Facebook, text, anything, send it in to us. And then we can share it. I'm really interested because people take different sides of optimism. Poets can take any word and flip it, to be honest. It's the beauty of poetry.
Mm-hmm.
don't know what I'd write if I had to write on optimism.
Mhm. Do you want me to give you your theme now, or?
No, you write, and then you can share, and then you give me it.
Okay.
Okay, got 10 seconds.
Okay.
This is actually 10 seconds.
All right. All right.
Okay.
All right. All right. Cool. So here's how it is. When Moses found the burning bush, he was afraid. When Moses left the burning bush, he had the fires transferred to his heart. It was hope, you see. It resides in the sturdiest part of the body, for good reason. If the human body is inflamed, the heart is the last thing to crumble into dust, according to the scientists. Hope rages, eternal fire, and it wouldn't set anyone free anywhere else.
Hey, that was nice.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so your theme.
I'm gonna regret this game now.
Your theme is eyes.
Eyes.
Eyes. Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna put it on mute just so I can write. But
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
So,
Amira is currently writing a poem about eyes. Yeah.
what are you doing?
Well, I already wrote a poem about optimism. It was lovely. Yes.
Fair enough. Good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Poetry,
also,
my three fancies.
Amira, you've got about a minute. Okay.
Writing challenges. She's very good at them.
Yeah, she is.
Is the map down again?
Boo.
That's frustrating. Ugh. At least I have coffee now.
Yes, yes, you do. Uh-oh. Yep. Yep, it looks like the map's down again. Doodles. All right, your time is up, Amira.
Okay.
Right.
I'm not apologising. First of all, I know people that I know are watching, and I haven't written since I've been locked away in a flat to write. So I actually haven't formed words. But yeah, the task was eyes. Okay, I'm not going to apologise. I met you once. Tangled in my duvet, head under to hide from the light. I caught your eyeline. Your eyeline stared right back into the depth of my core once. I told myself it was a one-off, just that once, that me and you were merely myths of life, that you were some kind of ghost of mine. I told you once that your beauty is so calming I can see elderly men puffing cigars on rocking chairs in your iris. But you never believed what I saw. So I stood you in front of a mirror once and asked you to tell me what you saw, and you said everything. You said you saw the world, you saw passion, you saw the future. You said you saw me, that you saw me. Tangled in my duvet, head under the blanket. I said I saw you too. And that tonight we should lay in it. That's it.
Aww. I like that. Ah.
I tried to full circle it around very quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was cool. It was really cool.
Yeah. Aw.
Aww.
Aww. That warms
Polish
my
my
heart,
tongue.
please. Ah.
Oh, don't. Oh, don't. Also sounds really bad trying to read poetry with a really bad sore throat.
Yeah. Well, I think you did good regardless of the sore throat. So, well done.
Thank you.
Yes.
Carl san.
Hello. What do we do? Sorry.
Basically, we just gave each other a random theme and a vaguely time-specific time to write in.
Ooh. Can we both come up with a topic for Carl to write about? Like,
Okay.
you give an adjective and I give a subject.
Oh, okay.
You've got to do it independently. Katie's got to decide the subject before she hears the adjective.
Okay. Hold on. I haven't decided, so don't say yours.
Mm-hmm. All right. I've got a noun, so whenever you're ready, Amira.
Okay.
Can I have my noun, please?
I've got one. Okay.
All right. Go for it.
Sour.
Ooh, sidewalks.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's
job,
wonderful
guys.
how that worked out. Yes.
I mean, I'm going to assume you mean pavements.
Yeah. Whatever. Do your Briticisms. Sidewalks is an alliteration.
I know it is. South sidewalks. That's great. Oh, I'm going to have fucking fun with that. Thank you very much. I will see. How long do I have?
5 minutes?
Oh, come on. I want to drink my coffee, though.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Mate, you haven't started yet. It starts from when I mute my microphone, all right?
Okay.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Go. You still got till it says 2:40 on my laptop.
Yeah. It's okay. We can do interesting things. It's not good. It's okay.
How many open micers are there?
Oh, there are going to be so many. Okay.
There's not that many. It's the Word Warriors, it's Sean, somebody.
No, Carl, mute your microphone
Yes.
back and carry on writing.
Well, I thought it was a pretty sizable number. Calm down,
Okay.
Carl. We've got the Word Warriors and a couple of other people who signed up independently. So, yeah, it's going to be around 7, 8 people, probably more. But yeah,
Nice.
that's pretty good. I thought it was a sizable amount.
That's nice. I think there's a few people that are texting me asking if there's open mic. We'll see.
We'll see.
You can tell them to email Pangaea Poetry the proper way.
Right, Carl.
I can't do it while people are talking.
Okay, sorry. We won't talk. Okay, Carl, wrap it up.
Can't say that. I've only written a sentence. You can't do this to me. I don't do times challenges. I write until my poem's pretty.
Wow.
I'm not going to take part in Converse Converge anymore. I'm just going to write this damn poem.
Come on.
Oh, timed exercises are bad for me.
I don't know where Carl's disappeared to. We told him to stop writing like a minute ago.
I am serious. I'm not taking part until this poem is finished. You guys can do it by yourselves. You're fine.
Come on, Carlos. I workshop young people, and they do a better job.
I still count as young. I still count.
For those who've never met Carl, I'm like super small, and Carl's like super tall. So Carl is not a young person to me. Carl is like my father figure.
Say what? That ain't true. It better not be true.
I'm going to read some Joelle Taylor, because otherwise I'm just going to end up...
Oh, go on. Read some Joelle Taylor. That's great. Somebody tweet her now, please. I'm going to we've tried to arrange 2 meetings, Joelle, and it's been our fault both times. I hate it when it's my fault meetings don't happen. It means I'm now too embarrassed to try and get a 3rd meeting. But if Amira gets it, it's all good.
This is called No Man's Land. His face was a foreign country, and his tongue was a concealed gun. His laugh was an air raid siren, and his mouth a deep cave dug in Iraqi earth, a shallow grave on the edge of town. His beard was the barbed wire fence that surrounded the camp, and his skin was a handwritten map sewn into his shirt. A deserted field at midnight. His eyes were abandoned soft buried landmines, and his voice was radio static caught between stations. His ribs were the gripped bars of Guantanamo Bay cage, and his lips the careful line at customs, the border between territories. And he walked like a school child lost in the rubble of her home, and he spoke like a low-flying plane looking to land. Welcome to England. Assalamu alaikum. But Immigration Central was a love letter written in another language, and when he smiled, his teeth were the New York skyline.
Nice.
It's nice. And that was I just literally just opened a random page. Is that one?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's very nice. But yeah, if you didn't catch it earlier, Joelle Taylor is an incredible British poet. Check her out. She's awesome. I just got this book off her today because she performed at one of our events. She's incredible.
Yeah. All right. The tweet has been sent.
So, Carl, that's it.
Yep.
Come
on. All right.
All right. What do you want from me?
Share.
But I've got nothing. All right. A kid with loose jeans, loose change, and loose teeth jams a thumbful of gum into a window crack. Shoulders past the cleaner onto the last bus elsewhere. The moon sits like a solitary lemon drop an astronaut dropped on their way upstairs, dropping pale yellow onto the sour sidewalks.
Nice. I like it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Carl, is that going to become a poem?
They never become poems if nobody lets me finish them, because I never revisit them, because I'm a terrible writer.
Swerve, you are a wonderful writer. Stop telling yourself that you're not.
I think a terrible writer is definitely somebody who has the ability to write and denies themselves like the positive habits necessary to do it like regularly and stuff. I'm a terrible writer. I should make more time for writing, and I don't. I'm going to save it though. Don't know what I'm going to say. That's Southside Walks. What time are we coming up to? We're coming up to open mic time. Alia, give me an open mic before I fall asleep on my laptop. I'm so tired. We will.
Mm-hmm.
We absolutely will give you an open mic slot, Alia, but it doesn't start until 3. So you've got to hang around. But you're sharing it with Word Warriors in Nepal and Sean, somebody from the States. Sean Hill. Okay, yeah. How long is this slot again? Also, I would also love to talk about a non-profit global manifest in and out of peace project I've recently started. Hashtag no expectations. Well, it's just been mentioned. Can certainly have a chat about it, Sean. But let's do the poetry first, and then let's have the professional chat. Alright, he's on his way home, so he might not be here for 3 o'clock on the dot, but he will be here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really need to read that out loud, bruv? Says Alia. Yes, I did, Alia. It makes me feel like I don't know what it makes me feel like. It just makes me feel amused reading out your words verbatim. She's texted me as well. How do I join the Hangout to create a poem on the go? Alia, just wait. It's 10 minutes away, man. Just hang in there. It's fine. I don't know why we're not letting her in.
She got excited by us creating poems like this. She wanted to join in.
Yeah.
She did. This is how we're going to have to run the online workshops. Which is the one bit of the Arts Council thing that I keep forgetting. I'm like, oh yeah, we said we'd do 5 online workshops. I'm like, oh god. But no, this is definitely how it's got to be done. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Well, technically, I ran a workshop earlier. I think it was a 5-minute workshop and a 5-minute workshop now.
I was going to say, yeah, this counts, right? This counts as 2.
This totally.
2 of them already have been done. Narcissist, says Alia. I'm really not a narcissist. I'm just a dick. It's much simpler than that. Funky. Amira, how much have you been watching, and what are some personal highlights for you of the Converse Converge live stream so far?
I think it's the for me, it's more the poetry, because although like I threw a theme to Katie and then Katie threw one back, it's almost like that's 2 brains, because it's like actually it was something that she thought about but I wrote about, and I wouldn't do that like on a usual day, let alone with somebody that's in America. So I think
Alia called you both knobheads.
Oh,
okay.
Which is a bit weird. For me, it's just the number of languages we have heard poetry in now. We've heard English, we've heard Spanish, we've heard German, we've heard French, sort of, we've heard Nepali, we've heard Urdu, we've heard Hindi, we've heard Arabic. That's 8 languages.
Hindi.
I said Hindi.
Yeah.
I missed. The
Brazilian Portuguese. 9 languages we have heard poetry in today. That's incredible.
Okay.
9 languages. I'm just going to edit clips of that together, and that can be a new Pangaea Poetry, like the intro to the how-to video or something. We still haven't announced the trailer video. We still haven't announced that.
Oh
yeah. Which we need to do. Has it actually been uploaded, or am I making that up? Is it just a file still? Do we need to upload it somewhere?
Let me check. Oh, wait, no, never mind. You look at that, because I think you're going to be the one who would have easy access to any unlisted videos. Carl.
Okay. I don't think I do.
You're in the Google account, so yeah, you do. You should.
I didn't think I had any easier than you. The map's still down. Jeremy, why didn't you fix it? He fixed it for a bit and then it died again. I'm convinced it's just Nafisa who's breaking it, by the way, because she has like a fake Facebook email address. And like she was trying to do like the Facebook login thing, wasn't working, application crashed. So I'm convinced it's just her adding events. It's just breaking the thing. It's not her. I know that.
Is Nafisa joining the open mic as well?
Nafisa's currently asleep. She has been for like 2 or 3 hours. Alia, don't go to sleep.
No, we still.
8 minutes away, Alia.
Yeah, we want to hear
I'm going to send her the link. I'm sending her the link so she can come in. There you go, Alia. Come join us. Don't go to sleep.
Stay awake, don't rest your head. A little bit of Mary Poppins.
Oh, wait.
Oh, blimey. I can't even remember how she sent it. Where is it?
Google Drive? What?
Yeah, it's just there. It's just in the trailer. Okay. It does need to be uploaded. I should not be the one to do that because the upload speed, if I do that while doing the live stream as well, it really ruins it.
Send me the link.
You log in at the same time as me, Katie, and upload it to the channel or not?
I should be able to.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't affect it.
Okay.
Well, do you reckon Alia actually went to sleep? That was sad.
There she is.
Carl, you're such a liar! I only called you a knockhead!
Hello.
Hi, Katie! I didn't call you in the... Oh my gosh.
It's outrageously pink wallpaper.
Wow.
No judgment here, folks.
I just realised I was really shouting on my little sister's fast asleep. I'm now going to whisper.
Headphone problems.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I think I'm lagging.
Uh-oh.
You are. You're lagging terribly.
Wow, so is your face. So tired, Carl.
Yeah.
You think you're tired? No, I bet you have had a long day, actually, to be fair. I remember those Beat Freaks hours.
Yeah, we've been in London
This
all
looks
day.
really nepotistic to anyone who's not, like, if one of the 4 viewers watching knows no one, like they're legitimately just found this thing and they're like, this is great, and they're just like, why does everyone know each other here? And we're just like,
No, I don't know any of you guys.
Yeah,
I know,
what's
like,
your name again?
what's this? This random, like, pink wallpaper lady has just called me a knobhead out of the blue, and I don't even know her name. It's just rude.
Guys, the language, but the language. Come on, guys.
Russian.
We have got to get rid of the language. Although we've had swearing poetry.
Swearing poetry is absolutely fine.
Exactly. But we've had swearing. There has been swearing.
Do you not think, though, this is an interesting discussion, swearing poetry is different to just swearing in general? Because when you're writing a poem, you think about words. So you wouldn't put the word fucking or any other word in a poem if it doesn't have that meaning.
Well,
whereas...
double lag.
Whereas if you're talking in general, you'll just swear.
Oh, damn it. It isn't even 10 o'clock yet. Well, it is over where you are. So, well, it's well past 10 o'clock. Yeah. Alright. Let's upload this.
You might have to just exit and then re-log in to see if it...
If you turn off the if you turn off webcam, Ali, it generally makes the audio crisper, and it doesn't get any lag on the audio.
I don't know what to do because all my family's asleep, and I share a bedroom with 3 sisters, so it's kind of like one of them's giving me evils, and the other one is vacated downstairs. So I'm not quite sure whether to just log off and never come back, or go to bed, or...
Do you want to do your poem now, Ali, just so it's done?
Should I just type it up and go to bed?
No, don't be a loser. Whisper it if you have to.
Can you
Give it a
hear
creepy
me?
element.
Can you hear me whispering like this?
Yeah. Really, actually, better than we can when the mic isn't close.
Oh, okay. Well, now I can hear myself talking from like 5 minutes ago. It's a little bit terrifying. Oh my gosh, there's my voice. Lord. I think I want to go to sleep because the words have just disappeared in front of my eyes and they don't look like words anymore. I'm so tired.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Oh, hang on. Ariana is still around. Ariana?
Hi,
get in the stream.
Yeah.
How did we forget? I feel
she'll be coming in now.
No, nobody sent her the damn link.
Oh.
So how do I get rid of this lag again?
Just turn off the webcam. Oh, she just fucked off. She just left. Sorry, we don't. She just right. She just wrong. She just stayed. She just went.
She just left. Or she just went. Oh.
She just retired.
Crazy
retired
evening.
to her chaise lounge.
That's dedication to listen to poetry. Like when you just no longer can hear. Oh, she's back.
As a peep TV.
Okay, so I realised what the problem was.
Are you doing?
I had 2 tabs
Are you doing
up.
subliminal marketing on that layer?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
but anyway.
it's not. It's still going to be lagging like crazy.
Okay, Carl, stop talking for a minute. Basically, what happened is I had 2 tabs up, and one of them was from when I was watching it and I wasn't streaming, and that was all both conversing, and that's why it was like. I need to go to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, all right. We'll let you go to bed, but for the price of a poem, yar.
Okay. I was going to be really emotional, but now the words are all blurred.
Go on. Share something before you leave, and then.
Alright. I don't know how to share something new or share something old.
Something new. We like new.
Yeah.
Something blue.
Okay. My dad
Something
just.
borrowed?
Everyone thinks I'm a nutter. My dad just came into the room and was like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
So fine.
Because I'm gonna get grounded. Yeah. So, you only live once. Here's a poem. So tiny. Okay. My sister just told me to go
I
into
really
the
hope
bathroom
this
and
is like a
vomit.
stupidly angry poem and you're gonna like shout in it or something.
Well, then, the first I can see from this poem is capital letters, so that is a genuine emotion that needs to happen. But I'm gonna kind of have to whisper it, and it's about police brutality, which is probably like not my favourite topic, but one that keeps reoccurring. And it's based from a J. Cole song.
It's a
where
good
the
3 a.m. subject.
And yeah, always. Where the chorus is, all we want to do is break the chains off, all we want to do is be free. And it starts like this. All we want to do is break the chains off. All we want to do is be free. 1, 2, 3. I can't breathe. I take a deeper breath. I don't want to believe what's on my computer screen. Deeper breaths cuddle my lungs in the false hope that he can have what's left of my scattered breaths. Don't tell me the slave trade never left lasting pain. Only benefit was master's capital gain. He pleaded beneath your death grip and you tackled his throat. Hands of chain revived, scars cut a little deeper than initially realized. Overseers, I mean officers, remolded whip, I mean flexible gun laws, institutional racism, I mean sufficient force supplied. Literal chains off, but your freedom was a lie. All we want to do is be free. I don't want your pity, just justice and opportunities. Said Lincoln freed us for humanity's sake, but Whiplash backs were his colourful war games. Garvey reminded us that the table we craved to sit at was full. Organise your own damn table. Black people always acting as if we're owed something. You owe me nothing but my stolen humanity. You owe me nothing but reparations for this atrocity. But if you want a list, I'll supply it happily. Let's start with equal opportunities and phase into reducing media criminalization, eroticization, and give me some damn true representation. Because black blood runs red tonight in Ferguson. Dad's pursed lips at sea and their plants drowned by unjust rain. And I wrote this poem in a crimson pen because all I see is red. I wait patiently for change but keep seeing brothers dead. Knees bent, jeans French kissing concrete, hands up, head down, time's up, pens frown. Metal crackles and pops red, pops red, pops red, red, red once more. 7 times too many. Criminal triggers fire bullets of racist rubber at a bright-eyed prospective university student, not a thug. Why is one more important than another, Bill O'Reilly? And if I scream until the clouds turn black, will I be showered in innocent blood or acid rain? I pray these deaths won't be in vain. Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, number ourselves can free our minds. But I have fear for police brutality, seems not even 11-year-olds can change their crimes. Malcolm had a dream that wasn't as cushy as Martin's, but we can't breathe, let alone dream. Meanwhile, Palestine grieves. And all we want to do is break the chains off. All we want to do is be free. Meanwhile, khaki armies are fashioned into police patrols. He said, I can't breathe, both in Ferguson and the Middle East, so get your hands the hell away from we. Soldiers prepared to fight. Aim to kill. Spilt blood on these streets. PD waged a war but didn't let us know who for. After all, there's no difference between a nigger and a sun nigger. Tomato, tomato, all the same, cut from a cloth blackened by bloodstains. And even though we've taken our last breaths, your occupation won't be a victory, because while Ebola kills 3 Americans, their police force kills 400 annually. And all we want to do is break these chains off. All we want to do is be free. Don't just stand around, I beg you. Don't just stand around, but stand your ground. Because I could reel off unlawful killings till I join you in my grave, but you'd become desensitized. Are you still desensitized? 1, 2, 3. I can't breathe. I'm gonna break these chains off. So set me free. That is all.
That was wonderful.
I think
Thank
this
you.
is where I like moonwalk away into my bed. This is my pillow. Night, guys.
Night, girl.
Bye, Alia.
Sleep well.
Thank you for that.
That's like a really elaborate version of drop the mic. It's like I'm doing the poem, drop my set into bed. So I'm done here. I'm done here. I'm sleeping where I perform.
Alright. Well, it is time for the open mic.
It is time for the open mic.
Is Ariana coming in?
Ariana is having dinner, so she won't be here for another hour. Sean is going to be late. I haven't heard from what's the name of the Bangladeshi? Samira.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from, and World Warriors we also haven't heard from, which is a recurring theme. But the last time we didn't hear from somebody, it was Julio from Brazil, and that turned out to be one of the most phenomenal things in the world. So let's not get disheartened.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Alright, well, I guess I'll use this opportunity to take a potty break, because it's been a while. So, BRB.
Okay.
Fairly well.
And then when she comes back, I might head off.
Are you going to sleep?
Yeah, I have to leave early tomorrow because I have 3 nephews and nieces that are under 5 years old that wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's Sunday, so it's my shift.
Nice. If it makes you feel any better, I don't think I'm going to sleep, because going to sleep at 1 PM is just silly. That's just a really bad idea. So I think I'm going to have to race the clock round and try to sleep.
What have you got on tomorrow?
Huh?
Are you doing anything tomorrow?
Probably. It's probably another friction day. Although I know they'll actually shoot me if I show up because they know I'm doing this. Don't know. I haven't even got my calendar open. That's how you know I'm trying to save space on tabs.
Well, if tomorrow afternoon you can't sleep, then we could meet up and maybe write poetry or evaluate Converse Converge.
Yeah, that's going to be something we look at anyway, I imagine. I mean, I've got a social media meeting at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't know if that should happen, to be honest. Don't know if it's clever.
That should. Gosh, absolute graveyard shift. I'm conscious there's actually people watching though, so I want to try and stay relevant and on point in talking about poetry. It's the open mic section. Do you want to just share some poetry?
Oh my god.
What's up?
You're asking me to share some poetry.
Is that monstrous of me?
Yeah. I'm just tweeting, by the way. I'm not being rude.
I think you are wrong to think that tweeting isn't rude. There are definitely times when tweeting is rude.
Tweeting is always amazing.
Don't ever like live tweet a funeral. I think that'd go down quite badly. Weirdest place to write a poem.
Oh, weirdest place to write a poem would probably be the toilet, which I've done before.
Nah, that's done loads, like with Sharpies on my. That's done all the time.
Pardon? You've written a poem on the toilet?
I haven't personally. It's just, I think it's semi-done. Like, you do like a quote or something maybe and it's sound poetic. I don't know if anyone's ever written like their own poem into a toilet. That might be a little bit better. Gosh. Trying to think.
I'm trying to think the weirdest place to write a poem.
I mean, like, I reckon like carving a poem into the side of a boat. That'd be pretty weird. Not even your boat. Just find a boat like docked somewhere and just carve your poem into the side of
Awkward
it.
situations where you write a poem. Probably I wrote one. I was at a conference in Poland, and we were in the middle of this really important dinner, and there were like 50 partners there, like all having dinner, and I just wrote a poem. It was really awkward. And then I left back to the hotel.
That's a good way to spend time. I once snuck off in the middle of a party.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the person I was dating at the time was there as well, and then I just abandoned. I was just like, I'm going to go and write a poem upstairs, and it's too noisy. So
You're
locked myself in the room.
You've attended parties and had like Skype meetings and stuff.
Sorry?
You've attended parties and had like Skype meetings and stuff?
Yeah, I have.
I haven't done that.
I'm that kind of loser. I'm the kind of person who just brings my work with me to parties. I'm like, I can have 2 shots and then I need an hour for a Skype call and then I can have 2 more shots. That's how I arrange my parties. I think Sean's going to be coming along soon. We should definitely share a poem. Like, it's going to be pointless if it's just Sean on his own and we're like, thank you for your poem, Sean. Now, get lost.
Yeah, okay,
Have you got any poems you don't hate at the moment?
I'll read you, I'm currently working on a project. You've probably heard it, to be honest, but I don't care. So I'll read you part 1.
The project or the poem?
I don't know if you've heard of the project, but the poem, you probably heard the poem, but I'll read you part 1. It goes, you have actually. She was so full of unspoken words she stopped eating. She always believed that words were dangerous, and her mother taught her that passion was contagious, and I was always told to hang with those kind of people. And I've spoken to the girl only once or twice. And when I do, she's bitter and angry, and I wish I could change that. I've tried to communicate this to her in ways more than one. But she's been through the blast, she ain't having none. I sat her down once, told her I was a lot like her, covered myself in colours to try outshine her being me, the other one. I told her that bitter hearts and gritted teeth make life nothing but a misery. I told her to let go. Not in a hippie way, but to love like the sun won't rise in the morning, the moon will always be out on the dark roads. No one can see you. No one can see you. She said the dark scared her. I said me too. So we sat in a garden swinging on rocking chairs. She rocked more than me in a kind of nervous and thoughtful way. I passed her a cup of tea. See, I only drank coffee but wanted her to feel like we had more similarities than we did. She asked for sugar. We exchanged a glance of we're almost as similar as the trees, they're different but all grow from the same roots. I asked her about her family. She kept quiet and contained. And when I asked her about ambition, she was quick to fight that her family were to blame. So we went for a walk. I told her about the story of the flower and the leaf. She smiled slightly. I told her that even though they're not the same breed, they were both ended in the same way. The flower was picked before it was ready by a young couple in love, and the leaf fell just before spring. She whinged a little about the weather and how her moods always changed with it. I told her to cry every time it rained. We stopped walking. Standing in the middle of the school, I gave him a hand uncomfortably. Never have I done this before. She took it eventually. I told her I know that feeling of just wanting support. We walked back. Sat in the living room, she sat silent, still holding my hand like she had no idea how to let go. I felt hungry. Told her we should get something to eat. She said unspoken words filled her to the brim. I told her, I know that feeling. I just can't watch someone else do it and call me a hypocrite, but it's just not in my nature. She said she liked the way nature could be what it wants. I asked if she wanted pizza. She said it was her favourite. I asked if she wanted skinny fries on her side. She said that was dangerous, and we laughed. We laughed like our favourite comedian had just told the world's best joke. I ordered the pizza. Got skinny fries on the side just to feel rebellious. She said for the first time in ages she felt content, and I felt it too. We opened up to each other. I told her about the me that didn't understand what love was, and I refused to enjoy being loved until I did. She told me about her thoughts at night and how she always thought that this day would be her last. I didn't respond, just listened very carefully. Knew that everything that she was saying was secretly held in me. She told me about the time that her daddy left and took his glow-in-the-dark stickers to his second wife. She said it sounds lame, but she wanted to decorate a room so in the dark they'd light. I told her about mine, and how I was always told that men weren't forever. I told her about the time that my mother said men were God's prototypes. She said the architectural buildings are what men should have been like. I asked why. She said they don't change the way they're made. No matter what way the wind blows, they always stay the same. That's it.
That was
thinking of the projects. But yeah. I can't remember if I was there when you wrote a bit of that.
Yes, we were standing in Burger King in the queue.
Yeah. That was good. That's a good
But so far it's got 6 parts, but yeah, it's gonna be a 60-part thing.
It's gonna be a show. Or a book.
It's gonna be a book.
Or a CD. Or a book CD.
No, it's
or
gonna
an
be a
audio
book. It's gonna be a book because the CD is gonna be the workshop one, Carl. We decided this earlier.
No, what you should do is you should make sure that you write each of your 60 poems in response to your exercises. And then you can use them as examples on the same CD and sell it for twice the price because you're like, it's an album and it's a workshop CD.
I actually like that idea. I might not tomorrow morning, but I like it at the moment. But as you can see, I feel like I've drank a lot today. I don't drink. I feel like I've had a bit of alcohol in my system.
That's the post-midnight right there.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to 3 a.m.
Yeah, I was telling Carl.
I still don't feel as rough as I did at about 11, which is weird, but I'm feeling pretty rough.
I was telling Carl I've got to be up at 6 because it's my shift tomorrow because it's Sunday with the kids.
Yeah.
And they wake up at 6 o'clock and come to my door calling my name. I'm going to enjoy that.
Oh.
I'm going to make them write poetry. I might join you back, actually.
Oh.
That is a good idea. I might.
24 hours is so damn long.
They're going to wake up, and then I'll get them up, I'll give them a shower, I'll get them breakfast, and then put them in front of the TV, and then I'll come back. That sounds like a plan.
Solid.
Yeah,
sounds like a good plan.
I'm gonna head off now so I can get a decent 3 hours, and then I'll be back around 6. Yeah, probably 7, 7:30.
Solid.
Have a lovely rest of the night, and I will catch you in the morning, and Carl will meet up for something tomorrow afternoon.
Sounds good.
All right then,
Toodle-pip.
guys. Bye.
Night, Amira.
Bye. Wow. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We've got 9 hours to go.
Yeah, we do. Let's see. All right. Now, did I miss anything?
You've missed nothing of significance. Sean is on his way. He'll be doing some poetry with us in the open mic section. You missed Amira doing her poem. Alia has already done her poem. I want to do a poem. I don't have any poetry. I want to finish this Sour Sidewalks business, but this feels like it'll take ages. So I'm not going to do that. But I want to do a poem. But I'm not going to do one. But I want to find one. We've still got the next hour is meant to be the hangout, the organizational hangout, and again we've got no one in it. No one was really interested in the organizational hangouts, which I found weird because I'm like, but you're all saying you want to meet other organizations, but you're not going to take part in the bit where you get to do that. It's all very confusing. Anyway.
It happens.
Yeah. I'm fighting to stay awake. I just had coffee with me.
Oh, also, we have an uploaded trailer. So I'll just hand that to you and we can do that whenever.
Let's do it now.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's just do it.
When there are a grand total of 2 people watching?
3.
That's true. That's true.
We can announce it multiple times.
That is true. Let's do it.
Wicked.
Wicked. All right. Let me put it on.
I swear we lost 3 viewers as soon as Amira went offline. It's like, right, the small one's gone. We're not interested in these two. These two with their event.
Aye.
All right, let's do this trailer.
Woo! Right.
Hello, Pangaea.
This is the Pangaea Poetry Slam. My name's Amir Salim, spoken word artist from Birmingham.
Hello, my name is Ariana Burrell, and I'm social media manager for Pangaea Poetry.
This is Katie, the co-director and co-founder.
Katie, you aren't screen sharing.
Poetry.
My name is Stephanie.
Dang it. It's been so long, Carl. It's been so long. I apologize to my friends and family.
Don't worry about it. Oh gosh. Come on.
Woo!
I'll be fine if I can make it to 5 because then everything is interesting. But I'm like, oh gosh, the next hour. You've got to get me through this next hour, Katie, or I'm in trouble.
We can do it. All right.
Hello, Pangaea.
This is the Pangaea Poetry Slam. My name's Amir Salim, spoken word artist from Birmingham.
Hello, my name is Ariana Burrell, and I'm social media manager for Pangaea Poetry.
This is Katie, the co-director and co-founder of Pangaea Poetry.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm really excited to be part of the Pangaea Poetry Slam, which is an online global poetry slam which will feature poets from all around the world. Anyone can take part in it.
The entire idea of doing this slam was that way we could build the poetry community. There are so many like little pockets of poetry, but none of them are united. Nobody ever talks about the poetry community as the poetry community. So we're aiming to help fix that.
This is the Pangaea Poetry Slam.
It's great because it makes the most of what the YouTube community has to offer, liking, commenting and sharing people's videos.
Because to me that's what slams are all about really. It's about sharing work and seeing different poems, different styles of work by different types of poets.
Really what Pangaea Poetry is about for me, bringing people together, building conversations and bridging communities.
I think it's really important because it's a way to link poets from around the world together and to let everyone know that Poetry Slam is something that happens everywhere.
If we could reach out and touch the enormous number of communities that exist independently and are into spoken word poetry, then this could turn into a truly global event.
Become an international poet when you're known in other places, and I think Pangaea Poetry has that potential for you to be unleashed into poetry.
This is the Pangaea Poetry Slam.
And we'll see you later.
Thanks very much, guys. See you real soon.
Woo!
Hey, Ariana did great editing that. Had like a day to do it as well, which is just insane. So for anyone watching who perhaps came about this like after the last slam, or if you just have no idea what it is, the Pangaea Poetry Slam is kind of our flagship project. It's a online global poetry slam that anyone and anyone can take. I don't mean to say that like anyone can apply and there's a selection process and only 10 people take part in the slam. I mean, it's built in a way that means we can have hundreds and thousands of people taking part at exactly the same time. So the way that it works is different to traditional poetry slams because it's run online. It doesn't take place over one day. It happens over 4 weekly rounds. So it runs over an entire month. It's going to be starting on the 6th of July and finishing on the 2nd of August this year. It is not a knockout system, so it's a points-based system, which means you can take part in any of the 4 rounds, even if you're late, even if you've missed a round, even if you only apply to the last round, you can still take part. And it is the way points are scored is through a like system. So the slam itself is run through YouTube. So poets will upload the poetry to YouTube, or it can be pre-existing videos as well. We announce the start of the round and we ask you to submit those videos via our website. And from the moment we receive that request, we treat the number of likes on that video as 0, and however many likes you get by the end of that week corresponds to how many points you get, and those are carried forward across all 4 rounds. At the end of the 4 rounds, the top 10 scoring poets get forwarded to a panel of 3 industry judges who then narrow that down to a total of 5 winners. The prizes this year are considerably more lucrative than they have been in past. So they are £300 per winner as cash contributions towards artistic development costs. So that can be funding towards a project that you're running. It can be funding towards a show. It can be funding towards your first paid gig. It can cover workshop costs. It can cover travel expenses to attend masterclasses. It's very much down to you what you think that money is going to be used for in the most beneficial way to advance your career as a poet, as a the reason we don't do direct cash is because we're kind of not into that as a thing particularly. The Pangaea Poetry Slam, as you may guess by the fact we organize events like this, is very much about building community. It's about building connections and friendships and relationships and collaborations much more than it is about promoting competition. We're not trying to discover the best spoken word artists in the world. We're trying to connect all of the spoken word artists in the world. That's what we're doing here. It's very much about development. It's not about competition. So there's a number of things we do around the slam as well to try and foster that community of sharing, of giving, and of kind of reciprocal feedback. For a start, we do it ourselves. We offer feedback wherever we can. We share each other's videos. We try to make sure that there is a broad range of people watching every single entry we receive. We organize Google Hangouts at the end of each round. So on the Sunday, you get the opportunity to meet and talk with and receive feedback from the poets who you've been seeing the work of all week long. We're going to be organizing workshops this year, which are going to be another way for you guys. We're going to be doing weekly roundup videos where we kind of highlight some poems that we found particularly interesting, and we talk about community activity. We're going to be doing just a bunch of stuff, and it's going to be really cool, and we're really, really hopeful that as a result of this, there's going to be, you know, communities that really start integrating and start producing work together
we're really interested in developing the kind of infrastructure that supports international collaborations through online stuff. One other small change to how it's being run this year is that we are able to offer translation for poems which are submitted in languages other than English. So this has been very technical in terms of how we've had to do it. So we are partnered with the Emerging Translators Network. Despite the word emerging, these are professionally trained translators. These guys are trained to like PhD level. It's just that they haven't been broadly published, but many of them have been award-winning publishers. They just haven't been published frequently, and they're not attached to a specific organization. They're very much a network of individuals. So there are hundreds of translators in this network working in dozens of languages. So that means we can communicate with them as a whole, but we also get access to a vast range of languages potentially that we can translate from. So we are able to translate the first 10 entries that we receive in each round from a vast variety of languages, again, from Arabic to Hindi to Brazilian, Portuguese, Spanish, German, French, Chinese. You know, if it's a major language, we can definitely do it. There's a chance we can do it anyway. The word will return. Yeah, if you want to find out more about the Pangaea Poetry Slam, check out pangaeapoetry.com. There is a section there on the slam which includes a take part link with all of the information I've just talked about and more. For now, we are going to welcome back the Word Warriors of Nepal because they're here for our open mic section. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
We just had a very good breakfast, so.
That's good.
Maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what my energy's lacking. You've missed 2 poets already. 2 poets have come and gone to sleep because they're here in the UK. We've got another guy, Sean, who's due to arrive any minute. But otherwise, it's just sharing some poetry. There are worse ways to spend a morning. Wicked.
Yeah.
Alright, this poem is called Marshall Mather Dreams. I sit down on the shit pan, earphones in my head doing bang. I close my eyes and visualize me doing my thing. There is this craze. My words are full of rage. There's fire on the stage. I'm rapping on the microphone. A million people in front of me don't want to go home. I get an encore, another song, but my throat's gone sore. So I pull up my instinct, compose a verse that instance. I spill it out and the crowd absorbs. They jump into my beat. I'm doing my shit. All this time the mind is sublime. I shout out my rhyme, but the mirror shatters. Water spatters on my MP3. My soul knows me. Frustration grows and anxiety. I look for variety, but I end up writing verses. All I can rhyme is these damn curses. And it's the engineer versus the mean me. I can't bring out the Eminem I wish in me. Sometimes it's funny wishing to be the one who writes them songs. I can't rap. English ain't even my tongue. Thank you.
Nice.
That was wicked. That was wicked.
Yeah.
That was so cool, man. Alright. I'm going to do one, if nobody minds, because I haven't done one at all in this entire goddamn 24-hour live stream. I'll be damned if I don't do at least one poem. I've forgotten what this piece is called completely. But hopefully I remember how it goes. I don't want to give any context, I just kind of want to go straight into it. So let's see how this goes. At a restaurant crowded by too many people's silences, 3 strangers sit at separate tables. About a mile away, someone's day gets a little brighter as a homeless man taps out a beat with his jar of change. They'd like to ask what his taste in music is, but they don't. Obviously. That would break too many rules. Back at the restaurant, The waiter wears a smile as he mumbles through conversations and takes down their orders, and I wonder if I've missed the joke. I don't get it. I don't get why we use silence as shields against one another. I want to ask him to put something in the wine, not something for a good time, just something so this moment's a little less mine, because if I'm not me and you're not you, there's no problem, is there? I had a rave a few weeks back, an 8:30 a.m. solo skank session in my kitchen, playing nothing but my favorite track over and over until my Weetabix looked like concrete. Letting the truth of the beat wash over me. Wash the inhibitions out of me. It seems we're terrified the truth of one another might blind us if we look straight at it. Find a good mirror, or still water, or a dance track. It's nobody's fault. There was no decision made that we should all live like islands, but now I've got neighbors I don't know the names of. If I make tea enough for two, I let one go cold. Old rot will ruin bridges just as surely as burning wood, so where's the harm in lighting a few fires? We're all liars eventually. In some prisons, there are televisions. We get angry at the supposed injustice because it's easier to swallow than the truth. Because we too live inside locked boxes, we just call them houses. Decorate the walls with all of the freedom of people comfortable inside their prisons. Even when we're not there, we carry the locks with us, in our silences, supposedly reserved to protect us from the dangers of strangers, but then why is it the people I love the most I struggle with? It's nobody's fault. Nobody decides the manner in which we arrive, but now that we're here, we can still make choices. So this is me, unlocked. Come on in. I'm making tea for two. Cheers.
Wow! That was awesome, Carl!
Thank you.
Ah, dude. I've not heard my dear friend Carl do poetry for so long.
It's been ridiculously long. For people who organize poetry stuff, we should just do more poetry, Katie. It's ridiculous.
Yes. What?
There was another face from the Word Warriors. I cannot remember all of your guys' names. Would you like to perform a poem anyway?
Carl. Alright.
Alright, here's a poem, here's a poem. Would you like anyway?
Hey, Sean.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah.
Hi, Sean.
Yeah, you just stepped in when one of the Word Warriors from Nepal was actually just getting ready to start. Oh, yeah. So just,
do I step out?
No.
No.
All you have to do is just mute yourself, and then you're fine.
Should I go? Am I go? The mics are off. Okay. I'm reading it off the screen, so it's called Red Dragons. On that fiery red Monday evening, we discovered that we were both dragons. We took our scaly armors off and fervently breathed smoldering flames into each other's inviting, gaping mouths, and blackened our delicate red lips. Later, we cooled off drinking chilled red horses in tan bottles, seeking panacea to that distressing, pervasive paranoia of being discovered, in our archaic morphs, and left gray ashes stranded with half-smoked Marlboro Reds butts in an ashtray atop a rocky plastic table in that concrete, tree-lined, youthful street, before walking off battered and bruised and boisterous under the red moon, your moon, conversing about our millennia-old Nordic adventures in antiquated dialects, our tongues in play. That only you and I could comprehend, my red love, before the blues settled in and enveloped us like clockwork. Thank you.
Woo!
Thanks very much,
Nice.
man. Wicked,
Yeah.
man. That was wonderful.
Nice. All right, Sean, you want to go?
Unmute yourself, my friend.
I am unmuted.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
This is beautiful, you guys. We're in the future. This is awesome. All right, so this one's called I'm Only Human. I'm only human. I'm only human. I'm only infinite. I'm only connected to a collective consciousness of an entire species that thrives to exist. I'm only connected to a source known and unknown that is forever, creates and answers us mysterious and all-loving ways. I'm only human. I'm only a single part of a whole. I'm only a single universe of atoms. I'm only DNA directly affected, culminating to the current vibration combination of chromosomes, testosterone, estrogen, H2O, and more. I'm only human. Having a consciousness as large as my imagination. Able to create illusions as real as blueprints to buildings until manifested as constructed concepts become tangible. My imagination is impossibly perfect. Designed to envision. I have visions that can give me stress or give me alternate scenarios to test while calling my body to react. Like imagining drowning could make me short of breath, while the image of myself in bed with a love that has the self-confidence of a lion with the heart of a penguin could make my heart skip a beat, a lung, or a decade. I'm only human with this capacity to love that makes each breath I take feel like it matters. And to make matters worse, it makes it feel like I matter to someone else with a wealth inside that feels like diamonds died compared to this feeling of bliss from a kiss that was free to give, to receive, honestly, human from Pangaea to now. We are and have always been one, with determination, discipline, and infinite gifts to confront our grief, suffering, and ignorance, to completely face the worst in ourselves throughout our history and still see beyond any misery, beyond bending reality, and confidently connecting new synapses and new habits to progress and change the process, then remain together, unified, to keep going on as lovingly as possible through all previous obstacles. It seems like being human is the best thing we could ever say we are. Thanks for listening, y'all.
That was good. That was quite good, wasn't it?
Oh man, I think that's the first poem in history to ever like make my jaw drop within like the first 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Yeah, like the record scratch, like that was a surprise. I was like, what?
I try to keep people engaged with that.
Wicked, man.
Try to make it fun. Try to make it engaged too. Thank you for that. Thanks for the feedback, y'all. Wow.
Yeah, no problem. Oh.
Like a quote for your book there, 15 seconds.
Oh, say again, you said any books? What?
No. I said it could be a quote for your book, sticking on the back. It made my jaw drop within 15 seconds.
Definitely will use it. Yes, thank you. I'll get your information later. Oh, so excited to be here. You guys are beautiful. What's next?
Well, I guess, I don't know.
It's
Do
your
you
turn,
want to where you guys want to go?
I don't understand that.
Woo!
We just stand there.
I don't know if she's walking away or if she's walking towards.
I think someone is in the process of being voluntold.
Yeah, I get that impression.
I can hear the people.
Hey, here we go.
All right, here we go. Now we mute.
All right. This one is called Stand There. Stand there. I'm taking a picture of you in my head. It's only been a while I've started to believe you're real. Real as the rocks I stand upon here in these high mountains. Stand there. Posing like this high valley god. Your walking stick, your scepter. Stand there. Smiling like the sun behind you. You give me warmth no sun can ever give. Stand there. Let me take you in like this air, cool in my breath, me in my lungs, and spread into every atom that's me. Stand there. Today, there is here and here is there. The sun can cast our shadows together on the same ground. Tonight, we'll watch the moon rise together. How long has that been? Stand there. I can hear you clear. The only static between your voice and mine is the wind whistling in our ears. Stand there. Distance has taught us a lot of things. How to read a voice, how to wait, how to keep patience, how to hold yourself, how to trust, like planets in space, like there's no falling. But my favorite lesson unfolds here. Stand there. I'm learning how to appreciate, wait, while you're here, near. Thank you.
Woo!
Beautiful piece. Beautiful piece.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool. I don't know if I prefer that or the Nepalese poem. No, both are absolutely amazing.
Did you perform, Katie? Did you read yours?
Not yet. Not yet. So, okay. I guess it's my turn then, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I'm down with it. All right. Yeah. So a little bit of context. I had a friendship breakup, I guess. It's when, you know, yeah, it's basically like a breakup except with a friend and everything, clearly. Hence friendship breakup. But yeah, so I had a lot of feelings on it. And so I wrote it down in a poem as you do. So yeah, this is called The Cost. How much does forgiveness cost? I love my friends with the resolution of God himself. When my friends need someone, they don't go to me. I go to them. That's just how I operate. I hold them tightly as the dams inside them break, and I do this well. It's what a friend would do. I'd still do it for you if I'm being honest. But for some unfathomable reason, you can't seem to take it. I sat at your table today despite worrying for my comfort, and strangely enough, you were the only one in our group who looked uncomfortable. I don't like that word, uncomfortable. These days, it's applied to cadaver dissections and slimy creepers and discussions about modern-day racism. I don't like that it's been applied to me. It makes me think that there's been a huge misunderstanding, or that there's something in your personal Johari window that neither you nor I can see, or that you just don't want to see my face anymore. And I'm fine with that last one. It hurts, but there's nothing like the sweet, sweet payback of knowing that someone is missing out on the unbelievable awesomeness that is me. And what's this about me wanting an exclusive friendship with you? I don't even know what the hell an exclusive friendship is. Explain yourself, woman. If it means what I think it means, well, then you couldn't be more wrong. There's a reason why people are comfortable breaking around me. It's because I look at each and every one of them as singular and unique, armed with a grand destiny they will not know is unfolding as they speak to me, and they are. And I help them to see that with my time. Everyone needs that, and so few are gaining it these days. So I give it all freely. You are not the first to be presented with me, nor will you be the last, and that was your first lapse in judgment. Perhaps people breaking down their walls in my presence is what makes you uncomfortable. Think about it. In any case, this is how I friendship, kid. Perhaps going slow is the way that you would prefer to conduct yourself, but life lesson number 98, friendship is a two-way street, and you can't drive 25 miles per hour in a 75-mile-per-hour zone and not expect to be honked at constantly while you continue to blissfully mosey on down the highway. This is not obsession. This is supposed to be encouragement. Drive with me at my speed. We'll be freedom riders, flying into the darkest of days, carrying lights in our hands and fires in our eyes, so that the people we pick up along the way can be warmed by the hope in our souls. So what is the cost of forgiveness, you ask? Kid, it's your chains. There we go.
KG! Oh my god, I demand that at least half of our meetings be substituted with poetry readings. I demand this. Oh my god. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Really good.
KG.
All right. Now who's on next?
Who's on next? There.
Woo!
Hello again.
Hello.
So, this poem, we had a poetry challenge for 11 days called 11 Limb Poetry Challenge in the Facebook page. So I wrote this poem for day 2. It was an advertisement for myself. But yeah, I don't know how it turned out to be. This one's called Lady Longlegs. Unsure steps, do not remember how to ride bikes, do not know how to swim, but heavy footfalls will trudge on mist, tear past lampposts, lookalikes of firefly bottoms. Steady, slow strides will stomp to that sanctuary at the base of the mountain. Trembling cows will seek refuge beneath the tree at the top of the hill. Freshly cut toenails will cut deep into toes, blue, past pretty, invisible bird sounds. Trusty boots will sink into mud, stay unclean, won't complain. Wobbly feet will walk in the darkness, will trip and fall. Weak wrists will still hold you up, will learn not to hurt like sore muscles. Soft palms will dust you down, will reach out to the shadows. Bespectacled eyes will adjust to the gloom, will think the mountains pretty from behind the defense line. Shaky, misguided knees will carry you back home, will mistaken clouds below for lakes, won't venture into them. City lungs will find narrow terraces and fence or thankful for cigarettes, will not smoke, will instead fill up with cold mountain air. 2 steps, breath in, 2 steps, breath out. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I like it.
What do you guys put in your breakfast over there to write such good poetry?
Oh, man.
Where can I get some?
Yeah. Hello. All right. Well, okay. It's either me or Sean or Carl up next.
I'm happy to give Sean a second go if he has a second poem.
I was looking forward to you again, Carl.
I can go first if you want, and then you can follow me
when
up.
I heard Carl's, it was definitely. Alright, you want to go?
I performed right before you last time, which is why it feels I'm not avoiding it. I did just go right before you last time.
You messed up the natural order of the poetry law of the universe if you don't go.
I apologize. I apologize, Sean. I apologize, Poetry Universe. I apologize. What the hell is this one called? I don't remember what this one's called either, but I'm still going to do it. Goes ever so slightly like this. At 3 a.m., this city doesn't know me. The only cars on the roads are taxis, steady hum. Black, then orange, no sound. There's 1,159 spaces in the car park. My city feels like a tap dancer with no shoes on. I'm jealous of all the people who get to see her like this, naked and earnest before the sun comes up. The coach pulls up. I'm going to a place where they don't apologize for searching, then researching your bags. To a place where Friday means choosing between a quiet night in and throwing stones at armed patrols. Hope holds hands with purpose. It's earnest, it's loud, it's ancient, and it's tired. Street vendors haggling me down to £5 for a loom band flag like they're trying to raise funds for independence. I spend as much time as I can just listening. This city is a lot of things, but mostly it's just a place. People make homes and smile a lot. They offer me coffee and share pomegranate juice. I know some of them are jealous of the way I get to see their city. I'm sorry I only get to see it for this long. In a blink and a breath. In the handful of trinkets I take home with me. Border Patrol asks why I'm coming back with so many questions stuffed in my backpack. I tell them that's between my city and me. Because I can't live knowing that the work I do matters here, but not there. And my city needs to be more than just a place I run back to. Am I helping it grow, or is it helping me? I don't know yet. But a good crutch is a decent weapon when you need it. So I guess I'd better work on my swing and invest in some good shoes. This is where the change starts for me. In my city. In Brum. Thank you very much.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh no! Where did the
Oh no!
No! Not the. Oh, phew. Okay.
Yeah, they accidentally clicked end call rather than unmute, is my bet.
That's. Y'all scared me. Ah.
Oh, you guys are great, by the way. I don't know if I said that yet.
Right, this means it's Sean's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like positivity now. You guys want positivity? I feel like positivity.
Yeah, go for it.
This is more of like an introductory piece. But you will figure that out. Why am I even prefacing? Anyway. Rare open mics like autopsies. Commune with perspectives like dissected organs, absorbing the truth within every story until I needed a sedative. I became Ooh, bored with the negatives, lyrically splice life, risk much like roll dice and practice true positivity till I finally became immune to negativity like oranges with vitamin C, breaking hinges off the door. If you invited me, forced to be reckoned with, infected with so much positivity, I pee pet peeves until my pee is seen clearly. So positive, even the negatives in my mind added a line just to become a plus sign to stop opposing and grow with me. Even my fears want to hang out sometimes, and I hug them until they can cope with the scope of non-existence. It's just what happens when a focused mind has way too much time to think. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. My name is Sean Hill, and I'm pleased to meet you. This is just the first poem that I'm rapping. I'm just a baby waking up from his napping, learning how to walk and talk this life, from writing with chalk and concrete to rocking with break beats. Hip-hop became my training wheels to the point where I could speak. So forget about doing hip-hop. I pop and lock and then eat hip-hop. I am what I speak, and if you are what you eat, then I am hip-hop. Reincarnated, never debated to be the best. I ain't trying to be nothing less than myself. So help me or not, my throat is on fire. I don't mean to burn you. I'm just breaking shackles like Nat Turner, but believe equality like Gundi. See, I'm not a peace Nazi. The paparazzi couldn't stop me from getting the scoop like Cold Stone. I'm home alone in the zone like, oh, fellow, hello, is anyone out here? If I scream and no one hears me, do I make a sound? Check marks the box. Like it or not, I don't need your approval for this to be hot. And if it's ice cold, well, I honestly don't know. And don't care, but to be fair, I care if it's true, so let's play out the facts. I got your back like chiropractors. I want to be in your scene like the best actors. Hey, your DNA is beautiful, let me be the X Factor. But I gotta get going eventually, so please don't miss me. I'll be back before you know I'm gone. I want to bring you songs better than fairy tales and nightingales, so I'm getting on tracks like John Henry and offend me. Almost impossible. It wouldn't be logical. It's more probable to turn your energy into something possible like world peace. And even then, many say that's highly unlikely, like a lock without a key, but I bend reality. We can all bend reality. We can turn the improbable into the everyday ordinary. Oh, thanks again for listening, you guys. Oh, you guys are fun.
And wow.
Thank you. I'm thinking of you liking the scratch sounds every time I do it now.
Yeah, I'm just like, no, oh, yep, that's my time.
I invite you to do poems if you ever want to also. You know, I don't want to patent it. Everyone can do it. Okay?
I like it, I like it. All right, Word Warriors.
Yeah.
Your time is now.
Dum dum dum.
Bye.
The other one, but I want to do one in Nepali.
Yes.
Sorry, you guys may not understand it, but because I want to.
No, don't worry. Don't apologize.
So. It's a new piece, and I was working on it. I was reworking on it yesterday. So it's like, I'll translate the title. It's called Black City, and because कालो सहर अँध्यारो रहर यो अन्धकारको लहर यो सहर शून्यताको झङ्कार झैँ यसको सार विचार 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 निचरिएको विचारो अँध्यारोमा हिँडेको जस्तो गाह्रो यो ओखर झैँ सारो हाई हाई भोल्टेज तार सहरको मार यहाँ अँध्यारो भविष्यको बजार हो बालुवा धुलो गिटी बालुवालाई नै पिटी बालुवामा सुन खोज्ने भिडको सहर जीवनको खोला खोलाको बगर मन मर्ने घाट मान्छेका दुई चेहरा खुस्सा खुस्किने पहेरा आकाशमा नजर बाकासमा रहर भवितव्यको लिलामी यमको केरकार यो सहर दिनभर खुल्ने भट्टी मानव मनको बधशाला कालो सहर थ्यांक यू Guys could probably get a sense of the language stuff.
Oh man, yeah. I love it that you guys are willing to share poetry in your language.
Yeah.
Or at least in one of them, as I recall, there are at least 3 in the room right now with you. But yeah, people just people don't understand how awesome their own languages are. Like, it's just cool. I'm just down with it, okay?
It's okay. You can be down with it.
Yeah.
I love how Katie's like disgusted with how cool that is. She's like, "Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, ew. Oh, ah."
It's getting to that point in the night where I lose my word power, and they have to be written down in front of me, so that way I can, sound somewhat intelligent.
Oh gosh, hang on. I just wanna blow Sean's mind briefly. Sean, is it still the 6th of June where you are?
Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah,
8:05.
Word Warriors. What time is it where you guys are?
7th of June, 8:50.
Wow.
8:50 in the morning.
Future, literally. Awesome.
Where are you from, Sean?
I'm in
Where are you
LA,
joining us?
Los Angeles, California right now. Yeah, in Inglewood.
Oh, okay.
But you guys, a week ago, I was in Africa. I was helping build a school in Africa, so I just got used to my time zoning again. This is amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Nepal in September, actually, for the first time.
Nice.
Whereabouts were you in Africa?
In Malawi, Africa, right next to Mozambique.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So weird talking to you, Carl, because you're just a picture. It's so weird.
Yeah, I have it lags too much. I got a new webcam yesterday, and it's too much for my internet speed to handle. It's just awful.
It knows the internet isn't ready for high definition Carl yet.
I can't stand the awesome power of my curls.
I saw it this morning, and Carl and I have never met in a physical space before, and so I was just like, ooh.
Yeah, this is what it actually looked like in nearly real life definition. That's great.
You exist. Oh man, hot damn, too hot, hot damn. Yeah.
You guys ever do comedy? I'm gonna watch your comedy as well as your poetry, by the way.
Thanks. All right. I guess that means it's my turn now.
Yes, it probably does.
All right.
Time for the KDG poetry segment.
Yeah.
I don't even mean in the show. I just mean in my life. This is a permanent fixture now. The KDG poetry poem.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Okay. So this one is kind of a short one. But I guess I have to explain. First off, this past semester, I was in my last semester of college. I got out. Woo! Graduated. And I was taking a poetry workshop class. So we ended up writing a lot of different kinds of poetry, and it really ended up expanding my, poetic abilities, I guess, because we had to write 2 poems per week. Yeah. And so in March, yeah, okay. Sean will probably know this because he's American. But during the Civil Rights Movement, which was a really, really big, important part of American history, and it happened in the 1950s and 60s. But basically, it was, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks. It was basically the fight for racial equality in America. And one of the major sites where the civil rights movement, happened and got stuff done was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. And what happened there was Bloody Sunday, where basically many protesters came across the bridge peacefully, unarmed, and they were going to march from Selma to Montgomery. But before they could leave the city to go to Montgomery, they got to the other side of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and there was a line of police officers, and it got really brutal and really bloody, and it made a worldwide news. But that was really the turning point, I think, for the civil rights movement in general, because that was the time where everybody was like, oh, shit, well, can't say that racial inequality isn't a thing in America anymore, so we better pass that Voting Rights Act. And they did. And it was a very big and important event. And the reason I talk about this is this year was the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. And on every year during the anniversary for Bloody Sunday, Selma just kind of does a little mini eruption in population for Jubilee, which basically commemorates Bloody Sunday and everything. And everybody marches across the bridge to remember it. But this year was the 50th anniversary, so it was like 5 or 10 normal Jubilees exploded inside of Selma. Like a little tiny town that was built for maybe 23,000 people was holding upwards of 50,000 people. It was nuts. And I actually got to be one of the people there. I got to march across the bridge early in the morning. And my group was led by Students Unite, which is basically their major thing at the time was to change the name of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, because Edmund Pettus was, one of the founding members of the KKK, which is not okay, and it's not something that you want to name a bridge after, especially one on which, so many grievous and yet at the same time necessary things happen. So yeah, we marched in the morning, and I wrote a poem about it, and it's in the form of a ballad. So I present to you, finally, the Ballad of the Morning March. The day was gray in the sky, the air electric with change. The marchers passed on by, silent with signs that screamed, "Unite!" They stepped down Broad Street, 2 by 2. They stepped across the bridge as a fleet, following the footsteps made long ago. People asked questions. What are they doing? Why so silent? But every response, one of many suggestions. March with us to the other side and see. So the march went on, not 2 by 3, 4 by 4, no sine qua non, drawn together by an unnameable greatness. The other side was reached. The march turned into a circle, and but one voice spoke and preached, shouting and praying one word: unite. And that's the poem. Whew.
Thank you for your poetry, Katie.
Yeah.
That was a much more subdued reaction than last time.
Yeah.
The rest of it is no less enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right. All right. All right. Who's on next? Hey, Word Warriors. Do you have anybody who wants to perform? You're muted. Yeah, right.
I could do one.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is a mix. So what we also do is like we mix our languages. I mean, we speak English. Even our normal conversations are mixed with Nepali and English. So this is a poem that has a mix of it. I used to work in a newspaper, and sometimes it got late, and to take a public transportation, you'd have to rush in. And this is just an experience of me walking late night, trying to get home. Ratna Park is where I have to catch the bus from, and Lagan Hill is where I drop off. So the name of the poem is called Ratna Park to Lagan Hill. रत्न पार्कको आकाशे फूल उसलाई तर्नु छ लगन खेलको लास्ट माइक्रोमा खाली सिट पकड्नु छ औँसीको अँध्यारो आकाश र लोड शेडिङको कालो रात पश्चात ऊ सभ्य सहरिया जन्तुका मल मूत्र छलिकन सरासर हिँड्छे टुकुटुकु हिँड्छे र अलिअलि दगुर्छे पनि किनकि गोजीको मोबाइलमा उसको 7:45 बजिसक्यो समय राम्रो छैन छोरी धेरै रात परिसक्यो As she then speed walks the sidewalk, the roadside tea bustle at the bottom of the bridge calls it a day. Few last men still stand sipping their rum kada tea as she makes her way past them and past their scouring eyes to scan her up and down, left and right, the follow her footsteps till she's out of sight when she's turned, swerved and climbed up. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, breathe. She slows down. As two little boys approach her, hands on each other's shoulders, carefree as carefree could be, these street buddies, the two best buddies, share their lives tonight in one bag of dendrites. Atop the bridge, the smell of piss once again invades all atmosphere. She turns, tries to wave it off, when suddenly she's seized by a sight. Rani Pokhri, its silhouette beautiful against the distant city light, she smiles. Kathmandu can still surprise. Just then, from the corner of her eyes, she's got a glimpse of a figure at the far off side, watching her and watching her every move. She stiffens, holds her breath, fixes her gaze straight, and walks as if unwavered. But still aware of those watchful eyes, she glides past her shadow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Breathe. The other side. Long till her transport passes by. She rushes and dodges a girl with too much makeup and an uncle walking side by side. A thought crosses her mind, but never mind, she's got her van to catch. Bhai, चित्त छ दिदी खाली छैन तेरो टाउको छ गदा गिरी छैन. She curses inside and squeezes into the crowd and stands, her body bent, taking in the Kathmandu scent of sweat, grime, dirt, dust, petrol, people, and everything that the wind blows in. As the van now speeds past familiar landscapes, she steps back and calculates the minute's walk home she's yet to take and prepares herself. Breathe. Thank you.
Nice. I enjoy
it. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Makes me want to watch the vagina monologues again right now.
Ah, man.
Yeah.
That's Mo.
Right?
Yeah, I've actually been involved with 2 vagina monologue productions already in my life. But yeah.
I take my mom to see that. Like I tried to take everyone I could to see that. Oh, Yes. I care too much. I care too much.
It's okay. It's okay.
No such thing as caring too much. You know that as well.
That was a test. That was a test, Carl. Thank you for passing that test. Well done. Yeah,
You're welcome. I've just sent a link to Archer, by the way, who is going to be hosting the next slot at 5. I think she's just going to come and do some poems with it, if that's all right. She founder of a small spoken word group in India called A Slam Dream, and she'll probably be here any minute sharing some poems. That was just some advanced forecasting for all of y'all. Can you tell I haven't slept?
It's all good, Carl. It's all good.
So good, so good.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still doing poetry? Who's doing some poetry?
Yeah. Well, let's see. If we don't want to interrupt the universe's, natural order of things, I believe it's your turn, Carl. But only if you have some more poetry to give to us.
I do. I don't know if I have any quiet enough or ones that I don't hate. Do you want to give me a topic and I'll think if I have a poem based on it?
Truth?
Love.
Oh. Well said, Jotel. Well said.
Couldn't make out either of those words.
I want to say love like that every now and then. Every day to me. That was a beautiful way of saying it. Hey, welcome, people. Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hello. All right. Now, because...
Shall we do introductions briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
So I'm Carl. We've already met. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
I do poetry also. Hi.
Hi, I'm Ujjwala. This is
Sumit.
we're from Nepal. We're word warriors.
We're kind of poets too. I mean, we don't really have spoken word poetry here, but then we're just trying it out. So my name is Alta and she's Alusha.
All right. Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
I'm Katie. I'm Carl's business partner. I don't know. We're
Co-director and co-founder.
yeah. Thank you for
Those
giving
are our
me
terms.
words. Yeah, you remember.
You're very
you
welcome.
remember. Thank you.
I remember. It's important to remember. I'm doing a poem because now you have to do one. That was the coolest thing I've ever done.
Oh, Carl.
I don't have it. Okay. B. How long can it be?
We're gonna be we're gonna be here for a while, so
Can be as long as you like.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's done the long poetry question.
Yay! I have a good attention span, so I'm ready.
I think I'm not doing sure. I'm sure you're getting call. Can you attend it? Keep it down. Correct. Fast. Just tell them I'm live. Where are you going? I'm trying. I can't find it. Okay. I found it finally and you're gone. Okay, you're still there. So, This one was this one I wrote because there were shootings in the place, I forget the name, where they had, in America, where they had shooting against the black people by the white policemen. So yeah, I wrote it in like a tribute to them, and it's titled "Don't Shoot Me." A lovely day, dull yet gay, for a peace prevailed. But all was gone in the blink of an eye. Thunder shook the world. I looked through the shaded window of a blue car to the other side. What I saw, I can never forget. A wound so deep was never made. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past numerous guns. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced his frail human vessel. Blood gushed out from the open wounds. Not more than a few groans did he give. No life was left within. I sat down, too afraid to scream. It was too much for a little girl. I wept without a sound as my heart shivered with the shocks. They wouldn't stop, even when he was dead, even when a pool of blood spread around. I was frozen with fear. Blood collected under me. I was sitting in a pool of an innocent's blood. Now I'm afraid. To be black or white, to have a caste, creed, or color. What wrong had he done? To be born a black? Since when was man given the right to judge? His view can be blurred, his judgment wrong, his heart partial, and his mind obstinate. Is this what we teach our kids, that colors rule our lives? A black man stole because he wanted to steal, a white man stole because he had no choice. All black men have gangs, all white men are racist. It's like saying, before you know, that caterpillars can never fly. No one can be sure of anything, for change is always here. So before you pull out that gun without a thought, I have my hands up. Don't shoot me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. Yeah. Udimus.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Oh, man.
It's just losing it.
Yeah. Guys, oh, it's never too soon to hear a poem about that. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was wicked. Thank you very much for that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Carl.
So, whose turn? Not my turn. How could it be my turn? Oh gosh. Did someone recommend something that I don't know why I'm not just picking a bloody poem. I don't know why I'm making it so awkward.
Pick the poem you're most afraid to do. I'd say that one.
Do you know a woman called Kim Trusty, Sean?
Wait, what happened?
I asked, do you know a woman called Kim Trusty?
No. She sounds very trustworthy.
I just had to check. Kim Trusty was one of my first mentors, and she was the first person to tell me, write about what terrifies you. So I just had to check.
Oh, she's good then.
Wow.
No, she was. She was a phenomenal woman. I definitely can't do that one here.
Oh, okay.
I will do now, I think. I'll do that one.
All right.
This one's...
Everybody, let's mute.
Yeah. This one is called Honesty. This one's a bit long as well, sorry. Ooh. My feet trace familiar patterns towards the far corner of the bar. Red leather stools surround a countertop still shimmering with the stale skin of spilt beer, knocked over by over-anxious hands desperately seeking miracles at the bottom of beer bottles. There's a humming in the air. The everyday drone of too many people weighed down by too many small tragedies, boiled to a fever pitch, ready to topple over into bar fights or dancing or whatever keeps people upright when the ground seems slanted ever so slightly away from anything meaningful. There's enough money in my pockets to keep me comatose for weeks, but I don't touch the drink. I take my fill of the ambience. I have the peace of now in my own mind before more of my friends arrive.
I watch them file in like fond memories captured in photographs, and I have to smile. I've known these people for years, and despite my own introverted tendencies, I find myself opening up to them. The ground warms beneath the heat of a shared smile and a sure footing. And I belong here for at least a little while, for at least as long as we stay standing and focused on the business of building our collective memories. Or for at least as long as it takes for one of us to become aware of the years that have passed between then and now and drags us all unwillingly back into the present. It happens sooner than I'd like. I draw back into myself as conversation drifts to topics that I know nothing about. Jobs, work colleagues, children, disappointing weekends spent camping up in Yorkshire, and all the telltale signs that your life is going suitably on track, that you've anchored in calm waters, and that the things you value most in life will stay unswervingly within arm's reach. I try to count on my fingers anything that I'm so certain of. Results? I'd like to be a writer someday, and I eat way too much chocolate. Too much of my life has gone missing behind sofas. Numbers circled in phone books but never called upon, business cards soaked in freak showers, friends half glimpsed through crowds. Defined now more by absence than by substance, like the shadows cast by an empty room. What I have left is my loneliness, and I try to fight it by sharing my stories with other people, by throwing myself into understanding them so that I can feel closer to the beauty that some people find in stars. But I've only ever been able to find in those moments of startling empathy where we start out by sharing simple truths, but before long there's a feeling like we're standing on the edge of a precipice, like we're ready to fall this time, like we've both just lost the same war, sick of staring at the same four walls, so we tear at them, unravel completely in front of one another. Like there can be no secrets here, like the space that's between us is an insult, and that for one brief, fleeting, falling moment, like we're not alone. My mouth slides open to try and chase that feeling, but all that comes out is a mumbled excuse. I am choked by their knowing eyes and their simple smiles. Familiarity has removed the need for conversation with these people to whom my pain is barely distinguishable from their own. And I'm not ungrateful for that. I just need to say these things. So I head out onto the high street. I hope to bump into some unlikely stranger, turn around to apologize only to say I'm so sorry, but could we just talk? It's been so very long since my last conversation. Thanks very much, guys.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Sean, oh man.
It's rolling away.
Oh! Why is everyone so amazing? Why? Why? Oh, I'm glad I met every single one of you guys right now. Wow. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh man, so good.
This is fun. This needs to happen more often. Katie, how often can we actually organize this? Like every week? Every day? Mic? Can this just be like my morning routine?
Well, that's, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I see no reason why we couldn't do it, like, you know, bi-weekly, at least.
We can figure something out.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Rick Looper and the Poetry Superhighway?
He is.
You never heard of that?
No, I've never.
He does the same thing except with an online blog talk radio show. Yeah, he organizes stuff like this, and it's beautiful to see it global, though. I think his is only mainly in the U.S. It's really interesting, guys. Yeah, you're on to something.
Who did you mention, sorry? What was his name? We'll get in touch.
Rick Lupert. Rick Lupert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're all gonna keep in touch anyway. You guys are all easily Facebook friends for life. Easily.
Yes. Hello.
Oh.
I'm gonna friend request you, Sean. It's gonna be a beautiful, beautiful friendship. I'm so excited.
Good on your threats. Make good on your threats, Katie.
I know I am.
Right. Is it Sean's going?
Yeah, I believe it's.
And then it's back to the word warriors.
Yeah. You guys have any love and like the violence thing? I want to do. I feel like we need love right now. Yeah, let's go love.
Yeah, love is good.
Oh.
Love's never unnecessary.
Love is never unnecessary. Oh, even when you think it is, it still is. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Because you're beautiful. It's funny how long it took me to say that to you. Building up courage like Lego blocks to say something so basic, so factual. You are beautiful. It's funny because it's not so hard now. See, at first I kept thinking about how it meant so much to say it. Like saying that to you means I like you, and your response might mean that you like me, and that result would be crazy because then I wouldn't know what to do next. And the truth was I didn't really know what to do when I first said it. I was so excited about possible futures and saddened by a few regretful pasts. Somehow the last thing I even thought about was now. So now I'm fully present. I'm so present you could open me. I'm so present that when a first grade teacher asks who is present in class, all the kids respond with my name. I'm so present that when Michael J. Fox traveled back to the past to go back to the future and then back to the future again, he realized he was me anywhere he went. The present, right now, you are so beautiful. And no, it's not a compliment. It's a fact. It's a truth. It's like saying birds sing, or the sky is blue, or the ocean has tides, and even then, you are just as beautiful as nature, because without you, the ocean doesn't want to wave anymore. Without you, mountains don't feel hardcore, and they just don't want to rock out anymore. Without you, stars told me they would actually get neutered. You guys get that? Because they're balls of gas. It's like suicide for a star. You would never want to wish that upon a star. Okay. All right. So basically, what I'm trying to say is please keep existing. Please keep being you. And I know I don't really need to ask you this since you're so good at doing it. You do it even without a question. It's a lesson I keep teaching myself. So thank you for reflecting that lesson so I could see me and be me. Truly, thank you. And I love you. Not a compliment. It's a fact. You are beautiful. Remember, y'all, it's not a compliment. It's a what?
It's a fact.
Yeah! Say it like you mean it, everybody. Say it like you mean it.
It's a fact.
Yeah, there we go.
Fact.
Yes.
I'm amazed you wrote a poem about me so quickly, Sean.
Oh man, you channeled me. You channeled me. Great. Oh, you got me. That was too funny. Oh, good time, y'all. Word warriors. I was thinking about doing that poem about you. That's so good.
So, are we up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this one is called News Report, and it's one of my longer poems, not very long book. So this is about how as a supposedly so-called third world country, there's always these humanitarian organizations, and then there's this aid organizations, and then the kind of work they do, it's not always as it is, shown in the media. So this is called a news report. what is it, morning? Good morning. Welcome to the news report. This country, a poem stuck in its own devices. Economic bombs, alliterations on oil supply, if not the prices. My literacy rate highlights the wrong development pipes. Little kids listen to me with wide eyes, and I can see the reflection of white lies, like super oily French fries, Norwegian bread, British aid, and American suits and ties. Coated in grease like we have the copyright over human rights sleaze, right? Metaphors and wars like paints on wall cracks. Gorillas are stars like pimps on hatchbacks. Half wives and full lives lost in the flashbacks. Slogans and guns write voices of the class pact. Multiplying the divisions within sections of society. Drawing lines that are being called scars on humanity. What the fuck is wrong with your mathematics, you power-puzzled, non-practical piece of parliamentarian bullshit? Your idealistic papers and manifestos is what I wipe my ass with. Human rights, applicable to all lives. But why is the world judged through your lies? What I see is an acute case of white eyes, a disease that makes you believe the world has blue eyes. Goblins in foreign aid, goblin up nations, reliance on ration, perfectly fine, but Hotko Bahadur says, I get free food to eat, so what do I do with my time? Buy booze each and every night. Capacity, self-reliant philanthropy, third world country, oxymoron city. We have kids who cross hills before they get to school, swim, float, paddle, rope their way across river, lakes, and pool. What we need is books they haven't felt, smelt, or ever seen, and we got people coming in with laptop dreams, in schools dark and leaking, with no walls between different grades, and the feeling stays, grinding the child, reminding the child with their charity schemes, accustomed to being customers of non-local philanthropy, making beggars out of sovereign people with whips and lashes of handouts, making a museum of poverty. We got voters swinging right to left and then left to right, voting on ballot, worshipping the might, tree, sun, hammer, sickle, in that order. This is a strange party, this strange party people, and this nation, the place of thinkers, sitting underneath the people tree. And today we, pseudo-free people, tinker on the lines of the breath of our eyes, self-righteous origins, like some came from the soil while some came from the skies. This is a nation of I know a guy, who knows a guy, who knows a minister, who can hook me up with a job pimp services, hook up a client for some fee, listen to all the leaves that fall off, because we are rocking the tree, and we squirrels are going nuts, going high on misunderstood democracy. This is a state of mockery, the federal the fucked up degraded Republic of Nepal, and we, the never have ever been ruled people, just let it be. So wake up from your deep sleep and rise on your feet. March towards the end of the tunnel, break through before your kids start to believe that living in this infection of constitutionlessness is the price they have to pay for your ignorant sins. Thank you.
Yes.
Ooh.
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Oh. Yeah. That was some reluctant truths that came out there. That was good.
Alrighty. So I believe it's my turn. But before I go, Sean, I have an admission to make. I tried to find you on Facebook. It didn't work.
No. All right.
You are so well hidden, but it's okay. I'm going to give y'all my name. You are all welcome to friend request me on Facebook if you so have Facebooks, because y'all are awesome. So, there you go. Yeah. All right. And yeah. Okay. I can. Yeah. Okay. This one is one that I wrote for a girl. Yes. Yeah, it's a love poem. Yeah. It's called The Stillness and the Light, and it has song samples from a song called The Colder Months by Liza Ann. For the Forget-Me-Not Girl. And I don't know if I'm ready yet. And I don't know if I'm ready yet. The stillness. It was a dark and heavy night, the moisture in the air hanging on everything like a wet blanket. It's the last time that I'll have with you for a long time, and I'm just about to come to the realization that I like you. Like that. The light from the street lamps clings to what it can, like your blue eyes that open like forget-me-nots in spring when I speak, and the water that suddenly appears in them. I open my arms to you, and you hold on to me, not with desperation, but with conviction. I don't want you to go, I whisper. I don't either, you reply. I hug you tighter, wishing that I could stop you from leaving this little solace, from leaving me. Wishing that I had something made out of more than binary or electric currents to remember you by, but I don't. I still don't. I let you go. No, I don't let you go. I will my arms to move away from you so that you can leave my orbit. It's one of the hardest things I have ever forced myself to do. We say goodbye. I walk away. I don't turn back. I pause at the door to my apartment building, and I suddenly realize I've been trying valiantly to swim through the thick air this week, only to have my lungs drowned by the weighty water that should be pouring out of my eyes. I turn back to where you were, but you're gone. The warm and misty air is settled and still, and I'm still fighting to find you in it. And I don't know if I'm ready yet. And I don't know if I'm ready yet to tell you you're the only one. The light. Because you are bright, brighter than any amount of daylight in Alabama, and your eyes hold the stars of the night sky. I can see your soul. I saw her the day we started talking. She stood amidst the light, and every detail was perfectly illumined. She is just so beautiful. I am so glad that she lives in you. You, with the blood of Thor thrumming through your veins like lightning, and the hair that contains leftover starlight from an ancient supernova. You, who is worth stumbling through light years of dark matter just to find. At least you are to me, because I want to be with you, whether for eternity or just another moment. But I'm afraid. I almost don't want to tell you this because my heart has loved and been let down so many times before. I don't want to see you walking away from me. It's like reaching the light at the end of the tunnel only to have yourself thrown back into the pitch black darkness where you started. The amount of power that I have given you scares me. You scare me. Yet, I am believing in my love. in my soul. Just one more time. And I don't know if I'm ready yet. And I don't know if I'm ready yet. Just tell you I'm the only one that I will love. One night, I dreamt about you when you left. Instead of being frozen to the spot, I run. I run through the willow tree leaves hanging above the sidewalk, and I run over the roots that have busted through the concrete. I follow the light. Finally, I see her. I see you. Standing on the other porch. You've been waiting for me. I run into and around you, and I crack. It's all in the air. I know, you say. I already did. And now you do. So I ask you, would you follow me through the misty stillness of the universe and past the light of 1,000,000 trillion suns just to find me? Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Oh.
That's not allowed. That's not permissible.
What's not permissible?
Whatever you just did to my feelings. That was some form of abuse. I know it is. It's unprovoked enlightenment. How dare you?
Sorry?
Guys, we have some. Guys.
Hello?
Hey.
Made it to the newspaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Woo.
What?
Yeah. Ooh.
That's awesome.
Good job, you guys.
See it again?
Huh? Yeah. Wow. They made it into a newspaper.
You have to not say anything to see it.
What the?
Yeah, yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
Wow. What newspaper is that?
It's the Hindu. Local one. I mean, it's kind of like the national newspaper. Okay, it's national. Yeah, it's national.
Mm-hmm.
What? You guys.
That's mental.
Yeah.
That's just.
It's you guys. Yeah. It's you guys.
Oh.
The world's broken.
No, it's you guys. No, it's you guys. No, it's you guys.
Sean, oh man, Sean, you're just I'm sorry. I ruined you.
Can't ruin. You guys, you all can't ruin me. You guys made me feel so great today. Today is like one of those proclamations that poetry is healing the world. It's helping us understand the world, and we're all enjoying the world a lot more through poetry. So I love that. I love that this is really happening right now. Beautiful.
Cool to be a part of.
Speeches, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean, you have very expressive eyes.
What happened?
Over here, you have very expressive eyes.
It's very.
He expressed his
You have very expressive eyes.
Oh.
I hope that's a compliment. I don't know.
But we've got to leave now.
Okay.
So thank you for doing this. It was amazing. It was wonderful.
Yep.
24 hours of poetry. Yeah.
Yeah. See you guys later.
Oh. Keep writing, please. Keep writing. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
Word warriors. Word warriors.
Oh man.
Well, now that they're gone.
We're just kidding. We love you guys. So
No,
yeah.
Oh gosh, this is coming to an end. I believe it is Arsh's turn.
Yeah.
Archa.
Archer. Okay.
Archa. The head no.
Normal. Normal.
Yeah, so 9:30. It's ours. Okay. You have the video? Okay. The waiting. Right now? Yeah, right now. Starting now.
I just have some water.
Yeah. Seriously? Okay. We have a video, okay? We're not gonna perform it. We have a video.
It's not like the whole world is waiting on you or nothing. No worries.
No pressure.
So we're here representing a slam dream, and a slam dream is pretty recent. We just started like 3 months ago, and we've collected a sort of video to show you guys what exactly it is and what we've done so far, almost. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Waiting in the darkness of blue eyes, she stands, never knowing the colors blue, red, or yellow. All beyond her eyes, like the night sky, missing the twinkling of the stars so high. Hi, my name is Melissa Americana. And for those of you who've never opened a zoology textbook, I am, for the lack of a better word, a cockroach. Yes, a cockroach. And this is the story of how my 13-chambered heart fell hard to you. depression and met in 2011. I was 14 and I was confused. I had no idea what depression was. But now I know it well enough to see who all describes it. There was my sweet little Marguerite who sat at the outskirts of the room, staring at the toys and the shelves and smiling. My little Ravi who was calm, silent, but clinged on to with all the warmth. And there was Ram who kept smiling and dancing with me to the tunes of the rhyme. So I sat in the exam hall, pretending like I had come for a ball, all happy and gay, like I was having an amazing day. I hadn't studied a word, and I was feeling like a free bird. Then the question paper arrived. On reading it, I went crazy. I really positively wanted to play. Everything began to make me feel peevish, and I wanted to get rid of this rubbish. Whatever came to my mind, I did right. I saw her struggling, putting efforts of failing, with a facade and move on. The real one somewhere gone. Like oil and water, which mixed with a little magic. We're supposed to be writers, just like languages, but now they become a barrier. Holding one text from another, cutting apart pieces of land, and now taking lives.
You all have been to the canvas. You all have wondered, what to draw, how will it be, what will it be?
Oh my gosh, that's amazing!
Yeah.
That is insane.
It made amazing look really not so
3 months!
so amazing.
3 months, are you kidding me?
There's one more.
One. So hard that you will never want to turn back. Some things hit you so hard that you might want to turn back. Some things hit you so hard that you have to turn back. As I had my pen against a plain canvas, I wondered what made me pull out these long word things which had memories like metal chips to a magnet. I used to write as if my hands never knew pain. I was a prolific poet, an uncontrollable storm of art. But I abstained from art like a model on diet. I knew I needed it, but I couldn't take what came along. Because you see, I worked for him, and now I can't, and now I mustn't. I stopped breathing because of him. He was like a butterfly, light, flamboyant, lightly, and I was like a flower. He went to so many others, but he always came back to me. And I knew each time he came back, it was something that helped me grow. He showered love and compliments, like flowers from a tree cluttered with blossoms, shed when the tune of the wind touched them. I grew used to having him write back for everything I wrote, and now he cannot, and thus I cannot. We were like two strands of DNA brought together by destiny, but we were separated by a helicus, and I know what broke us apart. We were like crisscross threads, maybe not a proper cloth, but a divine mess. But now I feel the holes in where his threads were removed, and I know who removed them. And it is this reality that I never wanted to realize. But running from problems is not a solution, and they will chase you until you solve them. And so I must solve them, dissect it, and come out with a balance before it engulfs me. You see, I wrote to him every day, and if I wasn't writing, I was waiting for his words to reach me through cables or streams of messages in the air or out from a mailman's van. He used to tell me that I gave him strength to fight his battles, but I knew he was my strength. He was the reason I decided to stand up against those bullies who teased me for my color, my name, my looks, my everything. He was the elder brother I never had, the one person who told me he wouldn't have made it so far if it weren't for me. He said he could make through chemo and radiotherapy every day because of the letters I wrote for him, because of the videos and photographs of my craziness. He told me of the grades of pain he felt but forbid me from expressing sympathy. He preferred to not bring up. But I knew his suffering. I could see it in the crumpled paper, inconsistent handwriting, blotches of salt water, spread out ink. I could feel it in his breaking voice, in his efforts to smile through all that pain. I knew his suffering. He didn't want to send his photos to me because he said nobody'd like to look at him anymore because he was very different. He didn't have his long black hair, his lively blue eyes, his abs and biceps which took him months. He said he was reduced to a lifeless skeletal structure with not enough energy to complete his sentences. I remember the Skype calls he had to cut short because he couldn't take that pain but tried well to hide. Though miles apart, he was so close and did everything a brother would. He stood by me virtually. There were nights his mother called me up and asked me to read him the story because he loved it when I read to him and it didn't matter what I read. She told me that my voice had an effect that if it hurt them, and from the other side, I could hear him screaming when he forgot to mute it. But I tried not to let my voice quiver and I tried to sound as happy as I could, hoping it would be contagious. Cancer, why do you have to be so painful? Cancer, why do you take away so many every year? Cancer, why do you have to come without a cure? Cancer, why weren't you just a zodiac sign or a constellation? Cancer, you took away my brother and I wonder how many other. I wonder how many face your devastation. I wonder how many wish they were dead, then take all that pain. Cancer, you are killing more every year, transforming into a plague. You are becoming the weapon that parents use to scare their children, but this time the threat is real. Cancer, why? Why do you take away so many? Cancer, because of you, I heard my brother tell me so many times that he wished he were dead, then take all that pain. Cancer, stop. Because of you, the first time I saw my brother was in the coffin. Cancer, stop. There are enough videos on YouTube about amazing people who lost their battles against you, even children, elderly, and now my brother. Cancer, stop. Please don't go on. I've lost enough. Everybody's lost enough. Cancer, stop. They say God takes away people once their work here is done or when he needs them back. But I still needed my brother. And his last note to me read, crazy how it all started. Thank God for that one mail wrongly sent. Thank God for that extra A.
Powerful.
Wow. Yeah, that was
Much respect.
phenomenal. Yeah. Fun.
You're welcome.
So yeah, that's about us. And unfortunately, all our members will make it here today. It's because they're all like in different parts of the country. So yeah, you saw the video, sort of putting together all the stuff that we've done so far. We're 3 months old, and we've had 3 slams, that is 1 each month. And for June, we have to start working on it. Yeah, we've had a few workshops, and we have a few more coming up. So, and we're trying to get in touch with British Council. Yeah, we're trying to get in touch with British Council because the US Consulate was the reason we actually started poetry. they had the first annual slam last year, and that's how I even got to know that something like this exists. Because here in Hyderabad, it's almost not there. I had never heard of it before, and when they had like this Facebook invite on, and I saw it, and I was like, okay, it has poetry. So I thought, okay, it must be some kind of poetry, and then I started searching it up, and then I fell in love with it. The first video that I saw was Lily Meyer's Shrinking Women, and oh my god, that had me captured. Most of us poets actually started because we saw the first slam of the US consulate. And most of the people in the group also went for the second annual slam, which was this year of the US consulate, and that's when we actually started having our own. I did my internship on spoken word poetry from Airplane Poetry Movement. They're coming up now. So yeah, I did it from them, and it was part of my project to actually start, holding slams, and they actually gave me the courage to start holding slams and take classes, though I knew I'm not like a professional poet or something. I just knew I had to do it because this is something that nobody should miss. At least they should know about it because it's so beautiful, and it's my love now. It's kind of like an addiction to us. We can't stop, performing or writing. So yeah, we just, there's nobody doing slams and stuff, so we started doing our own. And in the first one we saw there were like 6 poets. The second one we had like 15 poets. That was like from 6 to 15, whoa. And we had I had this realization, okay, there are more poets than I expected. I actually thought there'd be like a handful, but there are more. And now the group is about 20 plus members. Most of them are from here, but then we also have a few from Chennai. Yeah, we have a few from Chennai. Yeah, it's slowly expanding. Any questions?
How? No, I know how. It's because you're doing amazing good work that helps people. Oh gosh. Okay.
I would say, what's your long-term goal with the group and with your entire poetic mission?
Actually, this is kind of this is difficult for us because nobody's ever heard of it and nobody wants to sponsor or.
Yeah, but it's coming up, right? We have the annual grants. What's the slam thing? No, the annual one.
Oh yeah, the first national poetry slam, India's first national poetry slam, which is going to be conducted by Airplane Poetry Movement.
So yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up this year, December probably. Yeah, we're waiting for that. That would be like our first, maybe the group's first outside tour. Then we'll be going there, train ourselves up and stuff. So that's gonna.
Beautiful, beautiful. No, it sounds like you guys are doing all right. It sounds like you're doing everything you need to do right now in order to get where you want to get. So that's powerful. Yeah, you guys are powerful. Well done.
Thank you. Oh, the other one.
Sean can take over running the stream now, Katie. He's fine. He's resting.
We're done then. That's it. You have something else? Questions, queries?
Yeah. Carl, you are.
I can be in charge of questions, yeah. Obviously, with 3 months, there's always no point asking about like challenges and stuff. But do you want to talk? Do you want to talk a little bit about like what that internship was like, and like, did you have the confidence to do some of this stuff beforehand? Like, would you have been able to do this without that internship? Like, what was that like?
Internship was okay. She did it, I didn't.
Yeah, so the internship was pretty good. We had projects to actually hold workshops and slams, and that's how I started. So yeah, the work, and it was pretty cool doing it. It's like a school project, but then
much more fun.
Yeah, much more fun. The internship lasted actually like 2 months for me, and I started late because I had my exams.
Yeah, that's one more problem. We have to juggle between this and school is very challenging, very demanding, because now we're in the 12th grade. What is it for them?
12th grade.
For them, it's like 12th
yeah,
grade.
like, so we're like high school and stuff, and things get a little difficult here
Yeah.
because, they say here, 10th and 12th is like what decides your future.
Yeah, so, and 8 more months and we'll be in college.
Yeah,
so we have to be like super focused on studies. People say that, but it's kind of fun doing other things also. So we try to keep a good balance between both.
Bands is kind of hard because nobody knows about it, and we find it hard to get venues and stuff. It's like encouragement is lacking here.
Yeah, venues. Getting venues is so tough. We have to pay so much for 1 hour.
Well, welcome. That's the normal. Like it is supposed to be really tough to get venues sometimes.
You guys have opportunities.
At least you guys, people know about it. Here,
Nobody knows about it.
It's absolutely some sort of alien concept or something. They ask what it is, and then it takes half an hour explaining them. The other half an hour, they just go like, oh, yeah, maybe it's okay. So it's very frustrating.
You know what?
It's a challenge, yeah.
I would love to offer the most beautiful perspective on this. Instead of being upset at explaining how amazing the slams will be and the poetry events will be, you can be excited about it. You can get these people to feel the same things that you feel when you do these poems. That's the whole idea, is to infect people with that same addiction of love and poetry that you guys have. So please, let it frustrate you to the point where you just want to keep loving it more. You know what I mean? And you're doing a great job. When you say no one's heard of it, I look at the national newspaper that you guys did. Like, you guys, you're in the newspaper. You're in the newspaper.
Brainwash them. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what we brainwash them to put it on the newspaper.
Right? Yeah. So you're succeeding. Like, it's frustrating, but you guys are accomplishing a lot right now. This is beautiful to see. So please remember those goals that you've already accomplished, and that will fuel you to do even more. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
So that's what we call these media people, and they actually just hang up on us. Like, what was yesterday's thing? Okay, I just call them and I go, okay, I'm calling to inform that this so-and-so thing is being held, and they're like, cut. That's it. Cut. That's it. That is rude. Okay, that's not the way you do it.
That's a better response than a lot that I've heard. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what helped me out though? Having that video is gonna do you guys a lot of good. Friends of mine and myself, we made poetry demo reels that we send to colleges and universities that actually will say, oh, we want you to come here, we want you to be part of this month of activities, or we would love for you to host this event or something like that. And the more you kind of, I'd say, kind of guide your specific missions, like that's what I asked about your mission statement. Once you have a specific mission statement that's really universal and really helps out everyone, people will want that. They'll be like, wow, you can do all that? You can bring all that here to my venue? I want that. You know, to make them want something that they don't know they need right now. That's kind of what you're doing. You're almost like a salesman, but so much more than a salesman. Like, a poetic salesman, you're
way creative than a salesman.
Yeah, yeah. Salesman doesn't do the name justice what you guys are doing.
Carl, can just as an aside, can we keep Sean?
I'm gonna carry around a portable Sean in my pocket for the rest of my life.
Guys, you don't have to talk about adopting me right now. You already have me.
Yes. This is excellent. Yeah.
So all of you are like professional poets, authors, or you just like you do it for fun?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm a professional poet in that I get money for doing my poetry, because I don't. But I mean, yeah, I'm a poet. It's just professional. I do it so that way I can live.
She's a good poet. I can tell you that.
Yeah, we heard her. We heard her. Yeah.
Thank you.
When you say professional, a lot of people will think you get paid for doing poetry, or when you say professional, like I feel like in our poetic artistic world, that means, do you know a lot about poetry? Do you know how to deliver it beautifully? Do you care about poetry, like professionally? Like that's
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's the second one, then yes, definitely professional poet right over here. I'm listen. I'm not in the business of denying myself, you know, the truths. You know, like if I'm good at something, then yeah, I will more than readily acknowledge it because I've spent way too much of my life not doing so. And that's a crime against humanity, gosh darn it. So, yeah, I'm a professional poet.
This live stream has given more to Katie than I thought it was.
Happens. Yeah.
Many a times we have to actually gather some money. Money is like this key factor. And another thing is that we're like 16 and 17, and here it's a huge constraint on us because they don't really value our opinions. We have to like fight a whole lot, and we're like we're scrutinized by them. Kids or something.
We call these clubs. You know, we have these clubs nearby, so we just call them and we say, okay, so we want to conduct these workshops, and they ask, okay, what is it about? So we explain them, and they like it. But then they ask, okay, then they meet us and they go like, okay, wait, your kids.
Ah.
Yeah, your kids. You can't do it. I go like, how does that make sense? You like our stuff. That's what matters. But no, your kids. You can't do it.
So what do they say right after that? What happens right after they say your kids, or they find out that you're kids? What happens next?
They hear us talk. They hear our poetry, and they go like, okay, right, we can't do that. They can. Okay, so whatever. You know, that.
Wow.
You know, the fact that we can do it and they can't, maybe that shuts them up a bit.
That does help. That really does help. Like you guys all heard that the #1 fear in the world is public speaking, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can do it, they can't. So I have stage fear. So then I lose myself in the talk and then I forget about it. You put us on a stage in front of thousands of people. First 2 minutes we'll be like, okay,
we're frozen, and we're
that's too many people. But then once we get into it, we go like, we don't care. You bring in another 1,000, it's gonna be, all the more fun.
Oh, that's wonderful. All right. You know what? Have you guys heard of Kickstarter.com?
No.
I feel like
we want to know about people. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we definitely, I feel like we all, like, this is kind of what you guys meant to do, right? Pangaea Poetry, like, you want to collaborate and make sure people are supported and all that stuff, right? Best way we can?
Yeah.
Makes sense. So, yeah, I remember Kickstarter.com. I did that with the band that I was in, and we raised, like, oh, my God, we raised, like, over $20,000 to make an album, to get studio time, all these kind of things, right? And so it's really easy when you put your mind into it, and really, it's such a professional format too. Like you can put any kind of goal you want to reach. You could put your video up that you already have made, and kind of use that to get people like understanding what you want to accomplish. And then you ask for funds to be donated, like from $1 to $100 to $200, all that stuff. And I've seen so many weird projects get funded. I've seen beautiful, mind-blowing projects get funded. And you only get like a month or a certain amount of time to do it, so it makes you work that much harder. It makes you want to like branch out even harder and harder, more and more. And there's also some other websites where if you don't raise the money you set out for, you can still
like
keep.
Indiegogo, like Pangaea Poetry did.
Go. Chime in. Do you want to please explain more? Because I've never used Indiegogo before. How does that work?
Indiegogo is basically the same as Kickstarter, except you get to keep the money that is donated to you. Yeah, that's basically the only difference. Yeah, it's still perk based and everything. So, and with Kickstarter and Indiegogo, the idea is that you end up, the contributors give money, but you give them a perk in exchange. So, like, for the Pangaea Poetry Indiegogo last year, for I think it was $15, we would give you a digital certificate saying, "Hey, thanks for donating," sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really simple thing, but like, they get something in exchange for donating to your cause, and
that wasn't the coolest perk. You know what the coolest perk was? The coolest perk was that for $25, you got a sober thank you letter from Katie, and for $30, you got a drunken thank you letter from me.
What?
We got a lot of 30s.
Yeah.
You don't have to do those same kind of perks, please. No,
Yeah, yeah. You don't need to do
No, you
that.
definitely
You don't
don't.
need to go for that drastic, because I feel like you guys are growing really, really quickly anyway. So I don't think you need to resort to such drastic measures.
But you know what? Some good perk ideas would be like personalized poems. I would make a personalized poem, maybe like a good amount. You can make CDs. You could actually make like really simple digital stuff of your own poems and put them onto a CD, maybe. You could. What else was there? You could also maybe, if you want to like invest a little bit of money into it, you can also make like gift certificates for like good stores around there that people like, or something like that. Something simple. You could even contact businesses to give you things, to like maybe sponsor you and like give you free items to donate. So all of that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. Plenty more ideas. We have too many ideas. Off the top of the head. You know, top of the floor.
You should also start a blog or something. Do you have a blog? Yeah.
Okay. I already subscribed to you guys on YouTube. Is it on there?
Yeah, our videos are there of the slams and then my poetry observed, 2 of them. Yeah, we're there on YouTube. It's me, Archars.
Okay, you blog, Sean?
I'm starting to, but I have a little bit started.
Because you have all these amazing ideas, I think you should just compile them and put it out there so that it's good for people like us.
Yeah.
I will do that. I would totally do that. And I would put it up. I put my website here also to keep in contact with you guys. All my social media stuff is on the website. You saw it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll definitely be keeping in touch again with all of you. You guys are all my favorite Facebook friends right now.
Aww. Thanks.
Are you friends on Facebook?
Yeah. Wait, you on Facebook?
I'm on Facebook, yeah. We are
Awesome.
we're on Facebook.
The world is on Facebook.
Yeah.
Come on.
You guys are awesome. Yeah. I feel like we did a lot today. I feel like we accomplished things. That was awesome.
Yeah. Man.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? What's up? Anything else?
Yeah. Go, Carl.
Oh, what? What am I doing?
Do you have any more, like, questions? Yeah.
Oh God, are we still on that? I just completely like lost track of the world once Sean started talking, and I was just like, I want to see how far this is gonna go. That was fucking wonderful to see. I didn't. Well,
you guys give me so much credit. I love it. I will take all of this. Thank you. I'll tell you guys about
the LA vibe.
Go ahead. Wow.
Alright.
I know what you mean, Carl. Oh. And yeah, you know what? You guys, if you guys ever come to LA, I definitely will treat you good. We got plenty of open mics for you to share your poetry at. So many good, so many good things are happening over here. Seriously, poetry,
Yeah. LA is definitely one of the bigger American hubs of spoken word these days. Yeah. I feel like, the only city that would like be able to say that, oh yeah, we can compete with that, is probably New York City in my experience.
Yes. We wouldn't want to compete. No competition. I think actually, I feel like they were the first.
Collaboration, not competition.
Yeah. Because they were the ones that really made spoken word flourish like big time in the U.S. again. I feel like they really did a lot of good hard work at the New Rican Poets Cafe. You guys heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
So amazing. Like my first time I went years ago, I was blown away by like the heart, just the raw heart that they have there. So amazing. Yeah, I'm glad we all know these things. We all study the poetry world.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. So if you guys, you guys are gonna come to India or something, at least for the national, you guys come here and then don't forget to visit Hyderabad. And come here also.
Yeah.
Nizam. Anyone heard of Nizam?
No.
Anybody heard of Nizam? Nizam. They were like the king. Yeah, he was like the richest guy. He used a whole big, ostrich-sized diamond as a paperweight. Never heard of him? He was pretty eccentric. He had 81 sisters, 100 illegitimate sons. No, I mean, come on. He's like one of the guys.
I love the fury and the passion you have about this.
Look him up. He's from our place.
Yeah. Can you spell it? Can you spell the name on it?
I've lost my capacity to feel anything like that.
Carl!
You're completely broken me. I wasn't ready for this kind of surge of enthusiasm and energy when I'm this sleep deprived. It's done something really strange to my heart. It's not meant to work like this, guy.
Sorry, I'm sorry to hear about that.
I'll send you the link.
Yes, cool.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me tell you guys about the project that I've started recently. It's kind of like I'm still working on the name for it, but it's basically a manifest inner and outer peace poetry project, right? Where I've noticed that one of the biggest things that like a lot of people have trouble with in their life is just seeing themselves succeed, or seeing themselves have the life that they want, or seeing themselves live with a certain passion and zest for life. And kind of like a gymnast, where like before a gymnast does a routine, they can imagine everything they're about to do, and they just need to see it in their mind, and they're like, okay, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do it, okay, and they go and do it, right? So for me, the idea was to write these kind of self-affirmational poems that will actually guide yourself into the person you want to be, into the goals you want to accomplish, into everything that you think you can't do or you wouldn't do. Like, these are the kind of things that this kind of poem that would actually be kind of like your personal theme song of the poem, And I've kind of like tailored it into a way where you could write 5 things you really love about life, 5 things you love about yourself, 5 things, all this stuff that kind of gets your mind turning into the place where, all right, I know how to speak about this in a positive, affirmational kind of way. So and that's kind of like one of the projects I'm going to do, and then kind of compile everyone in the world that uploads it to YouTube, and make like a web series, right? A web series of positive, self-affirmational poems that are going to be amazing to watch. And I get really excited about how fun it's going to be, And if it goes big, if it goes viral on YouTube or whatever, I want all the funds to go to like amazing organizations like Doctors Without Borders, the UN Women Department, that I know and I've met before that are doing amazing things on this planet, So that's kind of like the goal, mission, like lifelong project that I want to do throughout my whole lifetime, to kind of just compile all these positive self-affirmation.
There's someone I need to introduce you to. So here in Birmingham, I mentor a bunch of young entrepreneurial type people, and there's a wonderful young lady called Jordan Cameron, who is kind of she's doing this project around self-love, and she's kind of compiling a kind of handbook to kind of use as like an artist stimulus to generate that kind of stuff. Not specifically writing, but it's things like go out and take yourself for a meal at a restaurant on your own, and then write about what you feel. Buy yourself flowers, and then so it's mixing the yeah, it's doing tangible task-based stuff alongside the writing. And again, she's very interested in that online space. And it sounds like you'd be a really good fit. It sounds like you'd come up with some amazing stuff together. So I might have to try and introduce you.
Please, please. That sounds beautiful. Yeah, just the name Jordan Cameron. Amazing thing.
You're like this, you know, this beacon of positivity or something, and like this cool philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love your hair. And I love your hair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My hair says thank you.
Oh my
I'm
God.
a girl, apparently. My hair is a feminine force. Thank you so much. Oh, my feminine side too, by the way. So yeah, I think you guys noticed that. Yeah. No, but no. This is, I mean, I could talk all day about poetry, you guys, and how much I just believe in it to heal the world and really help us again reflect in a way that's so much more enjoyable than like a therapy session. You know what I mean? Not to diss therapy. Therapy is doing amazing things, of course. But yeah, like I really believe in it, and you guys make me even more of a believer in it. Like seeing everything that you guys are doing, everything that you're sharing, and yeah, Carl. When I first even got onto this site, you had me at that poem about using silence as a weapon, you know, and it made so much more sense to me how much our voices really matter, you know, how much poetry just helps you find your voice. Like I love it. I love how that even tied in. You guys are amazing. Oh.
Thank you very much. I need to warn everyone, we're probably about to be joined by the next guy whose slot it is. So this is a guy called Mason, and he is organizing, check it out, he's crowdfunding as well. So he's creating an app called Slam Find, and it's kind of a poetry mapping calendar app, and he's just got off the plane. He's going to be here in like a minute. So that's going to be fun and enjoyable. Normally people leave, but you guys just aren't.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
You trying to tell me something, Carl? Like, what do you mean?
I can't ask you to leave, Sean. You're too positive, and you're keeping my energy levels much higher than they would be without you here. So you're just beneficial.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm happy to hear it. Oh.
Guys, we gotta go.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. You guys are amazing.
Wait. And we do poetry for a cause. Yeah, that was
poetry for a cause. So you know, we'll try and collaborate, or you know, online or something. Facebook, everybody.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Facebook.
Bye.
Facebook.
Work it out. See you guys.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Amazing. Keep being amazing.
Be amazing. Bye.
Man, that's so awesome.
Oh, good Lord, Sean. Why weren't you here when we were energetic as well? We're in our we're in our 17 of this live stream now.
We're living in an entire different time zone, so I wish. Yeah. Like literally.
Man. Like we're
exactly. What city? You said Birmingham?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's from Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham, UK, rather than Alabama.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm just from suburbia in Michigan. But yeah, I want to relocate to Selma really bad. Ooh.
Wow. You sound so excited about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, suburbia, Michigan. That was too funny. Oh, no, and that's awesome about the poem you shared earlier too, by the way. The Selma piece. Like I saw the movie Selma like recently. Oh, and I did a lot of healing, studying my like African American lit class and like back in college, and I did a lot of I let a lot of the bitterness go, like so much.
Yeah.
So it opened up some new things hearing that piece and Arch's piece earlier, but yeah, kind of like just we're still trying to awaken people of the illusion of race as a separation. You know, it's the biggest illusion ever right now. But no, go ahead. Oh, what's up? Yeah. Welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Oh, hey, did we get Mason? Hello.
Yeah. Hello, Pangaea Poetry and others.
You have lost all of your hair since the video.
This is true, man. This is true. I went. I've gone aerodynamic in the past week.
Is this in preparation for all the flights? Did they give you cheaper tickets the more aerodynamic you are?
I wish.
That would be wonderful.
But hello.
We've only got 20 minutes to churn through this. So, Mason, do you want to jump straight in? Tell me what SlamFind 2.0 is.
I can. All right. So, SlamFind 2.0 is going to be the app. It's the app that I'm working on for performance poetry. And so it's a directory of all of the poetry slams and poetry-friendly open mics in North America. And then it's also a directory of individual poets from around the world. All right, so you'll be able to find the name, the date, the time, the place, and get driving directions to any venue in the U.S. and Canada. And then like there'll be a sidebar that's just an infinitely long list of however many poets like I guess register, and then they'll have pictures and links to like sample videos. So basically, like you'll be able to go on there. So you could randomly go to an open mic wherever and be like, oh man, I want to find more of this, and then get the app and you can have all the places and all the people right there. It's basically the gist.
Nice. That's solid and something that I definitely need in my life. Yes.
Word. So where are you folks at? I'm in Queens, New York right now.
New York in the building, son. New York.
This is short. We just found him.
From LA, all my family's from New York, though. From Queens, from Jamaica, Queens specifically. Some people are in Astoria, Woodhaven. Yeah, man.
Yeah. I'm in Astoria, actually.
What?
Man.
I'm in Michigan over here. Katie from Michigan, Birmingham, London.
Yeah, I'm Birmingham, UK. Nice to meet you.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, do you want to talk about kind of where the idea for SlamFind came from?
All right. So, basically, the idea. I had the idea for a few years before I started actually trying to create it, just off of some day-to-day frustration of like, man, I wish I knew where stuff was at, and then you go to Google it, and then it tells you, oh, there's an open mic every Friday night, but that website is like 3 years old, and now that open mic isn't there anymore. And so I just was like, this needs to be an app, not a website, because since, looking ahead, like that's how the direction that everything is going in. And then I was like I think every momentous story starts. So I broke up with this girl, right? And and basically just like, instead of sitting around moping, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do something with all of this angst that's going to come in the next few months. And yeah, got on the app train. And actually, it was like, I was down to my last like $63, and I spent 50 of it on the app book. And was like, all right, we gotta make this happen. Yeah, that was like a couple years ago, and so yeah, it's actually starting to happen now. So kind of cool.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why'd you downplay that? Kind of cool? It's kind of cool. That's phenomenally, amazingly cool. Like, I just had to say that.
Well, thank you. But yeah, so that's where the idea and kind of the execution of it came from. And then yeah, I guess the main thing has been just meeting like-minded people and not being a jerk. And if you just do that enough, then you'll just accumulate some dope people around you, and they give help. Hello,
Chris is here early. Hello, Chris.
Sorry, we're budgeting early. My apologies.
Don't worry. We're currently talking with Mason. You're welcome to stay if you would like to hear about Mason's project. Mason is organizing an amazing poetry app called Slam Find, which is going to hopefully enable everybody to know about every poetry event in North America. This is Chris. Chris organizes the Writers' Center in Singapore and does a bunch of really, really cool stuff. And here's the slot after you.
Aha, cool, man.
Very nice to meet you. Where are you at?
I'm in Queens, New York.
Oh, wonderful. I tell you what, I think you'll be on the stream, so I think I'll go over there to the stream, and because we've still got to sort out a couple of things here. So I'll watch you on the stream while we're, so we don't interrupt.
Okay.
Okay? No.
Okay.
And actually, so with UK in mind, that's the next like area that we want to include on Slam Find. So I have a couple of I was talking to someone who does Banks at the Gun, and then some other so someone from there moved to New York about a year ago, and they just started up a NYC version of Banks at the Gun, and I went to that last month. It's like
Banks at the Gun is a really great night.
Yeah.
We built a mapping thing for today, and it's already broken. And the guy who built it with us is currently unavailable. But yeah, we can look at doing some of that stuff, and I think we're just we're gonna have more of a conversation afterwards. I think because I think we're just gonna like share whatever data from that with you guys probably, so we can give you a bit of a head start in terms of mapping some of the UK events and some of the other events.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
No, that'd be great.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to ask about it. It's a good thing. Make the good thing happen. There you go. Where can people find out more about Slam Find?
Well, there's a nice like promo video that you referred to where I am fully haired and bearded. So like that video pretty much has like the rundown, and it has like little video clips of the actual app in action. But it should be available for download within. I mean, I know the National Poetry Slam in the U.S. is in August, and so it's definitely going to be up by then. So mid to late July, hopefully, will be in effect.
Android, Apples?
Both. Apple, Android, not Windows Phone or BlackBerry at first, but hopefully someday.
No, that's more than enough.
We'll be able to cover those 10 people who have those other platforms.
Well, now it's 9 because I just had a Windows phone and I just got it replaced with an Android. Best decision I ever made in my life.
Down to 9. That's cool, man. Yeah.
Sean is currently looking up the app and finds it awesome.
Oh man, wait till like the version that's out now. It works and it's like utilitarian kinda. So you know it does what it's supposed to do. But like the next one is the one I'll be proud to tell my my grandma about.
Awesome. Awesomeness. Look at what? It looks so easy to use. It's so easy to use. Oh! Is this what?
Give me one second, cause this.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Is that what the new app is going to look like? Is this the developer version?
Yes.
And what's one of the main resources you have for finding all these places and venues? Or is it just all, oh my gosh?
User generated, I imagine. Or what are you doing to find them? Well, at first, it was just a lot of like I looked up on the PS Poetry Slam Incorporated website, got all the info from there I could have, and then I mean I've been going to slams and open mics for a few years now, and so met people, and so I just added all the ones that I knew of or could Google or could like click through the link rabbit hole on Facebook and link to another page and to another page. So that got like the first core group. But then on the app, it has like a form where people can submit their venues to be included.
Yeah.
Because there's no way you can find every single one yourself.
Amazing.
But you know, the more it spreads, the more word of mouth. So somebody somewhere else hears about the app, and then they're like, "Oh, this is great. Oh, but they forgot, you know, Tom's open mic over on Bedford Ave," and so then they add it themselves, and so that way it stays current because they're updating it as they go, and you know, it has better reach. Yeah.
Have you figured out? I know a website that does something similar. Again, it's a website, not an app. But they have kind of just found a way to remove events once they stop happening. Have you kind of figured out a way to do that yet? And if not, I can probably get you in touch with them and see how on earth they've done it.
I have not figured that. The new app, you'll be able to submit a one-time event, and then it'll automatically delete after that date passes. But I don't have a way to, you know, if one goes defunct or you know, no longer operational, that it'll automatically know. Yeah. I kind of just like.
I think the way they've done it is they have it set up so that you have to register with an email address, and if after 6 months of a recurring event, it'll send an automatic email, and if you don't reply to it, it'll take it off or something like that. It's something fancy.
Okay. That's kind of
might
cool.
be a workaround for you.
Yeah, what I've been doing so far is just like, I'll spend a week and I'll click on every link that I have.
Oh God.
And then be like, okay, they still look like they're doing stuff. They pass.
You have invested a lot of time into this. Wow. Good for you.
That's true, man. Thank you. Yeah.
Ah, wow. Okay. Oh, well, good job. I think that's about all that's left that I can say with in this space. How was the flight, by the way? You must be exhausted.
Oh, dude, yeah. So in this performance group called Mayhem Poets, and we did a show at a high school in Montana in February, and then the kids there asked if we would come back and speak at their graduation, the like senior class graduation. So that was today. So basically yesterday morning we flew out to Montana, got up this morning, spoke at the graduation, and then immediately left and flew back, and I got home like 45 minutes ago or so. a little tired, but it was a good time. It was the first time I'd ever done anything like that. It was kind of cool.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't know if I can ask you anything more useful than you just getting some sleep, and then you can try and sort out Chris's link problem.
Yeah, I mean, do any of these other small squares in the bottom have questions?
Openmics.org. I just put the website here. It's the best websites I've used. I found an open mic in Canada before. In Canada. And it was really, really awesome. Have you heard of that one?
I have not.
So that one, yeah, and it's openmics, mikes.org. And I'm trying to find this other website that was also awesome. That had a lot of great, like, solid open mics that are still going on. But it sounds like, again, you're having people do the work for you also, so that's been I feel like that's an awesome idea to even give that opportunity to do that.
And actually, what I've found in trying to gather all this information is that the Canadian open mics and slams are so much more organized, and they make themselves easy to find. I will put it that way.
That's nice. Those Canadians, they're so annoying.
Man. Their websites are very kind to navigate.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, no, I'm loving everything you're doing. I'm wishing you all the best, and yeah, I'm definitely add what I know to it. Also, man.
All right, thank you, man. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, that's how it works, you know. Everybody kind of like chipping in what they know, and then that builds the network that like makes it more useful for everybody. Yeah.
You mean like a global community or something? Like that's weird.
mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all my questions. Yeah.
All right, cool, man.
Oh, you know what? Wait, I do have one more.
Yeah.
Like as an artist, how did you first start as an artist?
Okay, so I went to Rutgers University in New Jersey, and when I was there, there was this open mic that was going on the campus, and just started going to that, and it was hosted by these two guys. So I just went as a regular, writing and all that, and then they graduated, and then me and my friend started hosting it, and so then that's another few years, but like kind of more on the all-in mode. Like I really liked the open mic, and it's just really satisfying to be a part of. So I was like, all right, well, if we don't make this thing go, it's gonna die, and I don't want it to die. So we got to do what we got to do. So yeah, just so that's how I got the experience of kind of like building a community and building like a good, healthy venue that people enjoy coming to. Then after the two original guys graduated,
Did you not want to say their names?
Scott and Kyle.
Okay.
Scott
But,
Raven and Kyle Raps. Yeah. So so then they formed this performance group where they would go into it started just like their friend's English class. Their friend was an high school English teacher.
Yeah.
And it was like, yo, my kids would love. He had to teach poetry, but none of the kids were interested. So it's like, yeah, I think they would really like, that thing that we used to do back at Rutgers. And so they went in, it went well, and then they had the idea, like, I bet every English teacher is having this same problem.
Yeah, they are.
What if we could just be that group that goes in and helps English teachers with their poetry section? And so then when I got out of school, I just linked back up with them. And we've been touring as groups called the Mayhem Poets, and we've been doing that since like 2005. Just doing like all age, elementary, middle, high school, college poetry shows. Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. I'm about to like you guys right now.
Right.
Yeah, we got 4 mutual.
Yeah, there's a point. Mayhem Poets.
All right, Native Son. All right, Ellen, maybe Nikki Skies. Wow. All right, small world, man.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it
beautiful.
Can't complain. Trying to.
There is no.
Hopefully, the app will be the big thing, But let's see.
Matter of time, man. That's the first time I ever heard of a poetry app. Like, that's beautiful, man. Seriously.
Yeah. Just try. At least have that in favor, that there's no, Google hasn't stepped into that market yet, or whatever.
They will. Oh, they will.
Google
will control all.
Just build it better, build it first.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just got to get big enough, fast enough where they at least have to consult me.
Just buy it off you. Donate all the funds to all the open mic.
Man.
That is kind of actually. Yeah, just
sell it. When they got big, would you sell it?
Say it again.
Would you actually sell it to someone, to like Google or whatnot, if it got really big and you wanted to do that?
I don't even know, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Something to think about. You see what happened to Facebook with everything with the money changing hands now,
Oh, that's true. That's true. I would. I do like. I mean, I like doing it, and for the past couple of years, I mean, I haven't made any money off of it, but I'm still doing it. So like, I enjoy it. So if they wanted to buy it and then hire me to keep running it, like, okay. But yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah, man.
If ever that day comes, that would be a pleasant dilemma to have. So
Yeah.
I'll deal with that if it happens. Yeah.
All right. All right. Yeah, I'm all emotionally invested in your life now. All right. All right. I feel like, yeah.
I think we're going to have to try and sort out Chris now, because he's waiting patiently, and I know that he's got a lot of technical stuff to try and set up. Thank you very much for coming along, Mason. Slam Find, absolutely wonderful project, and I wish it every success. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing somebody being like, hey, have you seen this cool new app? And I can be like, I know the guy. I know the guy. That's going to be a happy day for me. But yeah, thanks for joining us. Please
And hey,
get some sleep.
thanks for reaching out too, man. Yeah, like this whole Connecting Poets thing. That's exactly what you're trying to do. So yeah, cheers to you all.
Dude, definitely. That's what you're doing. You're not trying to do it, man. You're doing it. Had to let you know.
All right.
All right.
All right,
Sleep well,
folks.
man.
Thank you.
And I should
Cheers.
sign off. Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
Told myself
Quietly.
Hello, Chris. I couldn't quite hear you there. You're a little bit quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
And this is Ariana. She's sitting here.
Hello. Hi.
She's our Singapore Slam.
Hello, Ariana.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi, guys. Thanks for that wonderful. I live in Singapore, although I'm from Toronto. So I'm glad to hear that Canadians are organized. So thank you for that.
We already love you. We already love you, Canadians.
A good serendipity, a flow on from Canada to Singapore.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Your afro, by the way. Haven't seen one of those for a while. That's pretty cool.
They're only getting bigger over here. They're only getting more popular again. They've never left.
It's all coming back. It's all that.
All right.
Yeah, revival, all those revival movies, eh?
Yeah.
What's the last? Inherent Vice. I think that's the latest kind of 60s, 70s thing. Yeah.
We get filmed a little bit later here in the
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Do you want us to stay on this link, or should we go to another one before we invite our people?
No, this is the link. We won't be able to. This is the link that's being live streamed to YouTube. So we won't be able to use another one.
Okay, fine. Let me, while you're talking to
okay?
Ariana, to do some inviting, okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So how are we structuring the thing? What's it going to be like?
Well,
are we doing performances and then a chat? Do you want to do a chat and then performances?
Yeah, we can start with a chat. I'm just trying to think, where do I invite people from this link? Oh, here we are.
Honestly, all you have to do, you know the URL, just give that URL to people in an email, and it's the easiest way to do it. They don't have to be logged into anything, they can just click that link and they come straight in.
Okay, all right. So let me try to do this. That was the one that you've just 12:39, 23 minutes ago linked, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so
Ariana, when did you move to Singapore?
I moved to Singapore in 2009, January 2009, and I was here for 2.5 years. Then I went back home for a year to do college, and then I came back here, and I've been teaching, I guess, since 2012.
Okay. Is it teaching English or writing or poetry or something completely unrelated?
Originally I was teaching, I guess, English and some drama workshops. Yeah. And then I went back home and I became certified, and now I am a drama teacher at the Canadian school here.
Great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Doing good work.
Thank you. Well, thank you. It's fun. It's hot. We're in hot right now, but it's very hot here. I don't mind that because I always get to hear my family complain about the winter, and I kind of just grin and go, I don't have to tolerate that.
Nice.
I love living here, and it's been a nice fit, and there's been a lot of opportunities for spoken word here. That's how I met Chris. I emailed him, and I was like, hi, I'm a poet from Toronto. Is there anything happening? And and that voice, too.
That's a long time ago.
It is a long time ago, yeah. And sure enough, I just, you know, I started to come out to the slams, and started hosting them, and got involved in various sorts here, and it's a very active scene. There's lots. There's a main slam that happens here every month, but there's little ones and open mics popping up all around the city, so it's good.
Yeah. How would you say, so obviously coming from Canada, where the scene presumably still is much bigger than it is in Singapore, like what's that change and shift like? Like what are some of the differences between like a country where it's still fledgling and emerging and a country where it's been established for like a few decades?
Yeah. There were, you know, it was, yes, there's so many things going on back home, and so many, like every night there's like an open mic or there's a this, and yep. And now, I mean, the first thing I noticed though is I did notice how organized At Home was, in the sense of, you know, by 7:45 you need to be lined up in that slam or you're not slamming. Here, poets, they show up at 8 and they're like, all right, we're here, so when do you want me? So there's been an organizational difference, because people are usually panicking that they need to be there on time, and here it's pretty chill. Like people get here and they're like, all right, we're ready. But I think the opportunities here are, they started off, I would say, they weren't as frequent, and now it's become a lot bigger. So every month you can do a couple, maybe 3 or 4 events, versus before when I got here there was maybe 1 event. So it's grown, and largely because of you know, social media and how much access people have to videos and online. And I'm looking at, you know, I'm looking at you, and I looked at I don't remember the other guy's name. I'm like, God, everybody looks familiar. I feel like I've seen everyone in a video. I'm like, you're famous. So it's the scene here. Originally, when I first came here, I did feel like I was missing home, and then, you know, little by little, this became another home for me, and the scene's grown here. So I've been happy.
Yeah, she's a happy person.
I'm a happy person, guys.
Yes.
I'm a little hungry, so if I get a little hangry, I'm warning you now.
Hangry! Another person who uses hangry!
Oh, I have.
You need to talk to my sister, Carl. She uses hangry on the daily.
Say that again, sorry.
I just told Carl that, dude, you just need to talk to my sister. She uses hangry on like the daily.
Oh,
right. Yeah.
You just need to talk more Americans more often, Carl. Maybe a few Canadians too.
I understand.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was an international phenomenon.
It is. Yeah.
Or ailment, as it were. How are we doing, Chris? Are you managing to get the invites out?
I've sent them out. I'm just waiting. I know one is waiting, and I sent text just to let him know the email coming his way. So let's hopefully he will join us at any moment now.
Ah, yes.
And I've sent another one to our other persons. We have a guy called Shivram and a girl called Stephanie, who you know.
Yes, we do.
I'm actually talking to her right now, so
you are?
I'll send an email to her right now, right?
Yeah, actually I didn't. I sent Stephanie Chan. Yeah, that's who I sent the email to. And she goes by Stephanie Dogfoot in the spam scene. And I often forget what her real name is. So do just ask her to check her email right now.
Yep.
Click.
Stephanie's used to Google Hangout Editor by now. It's where we have all our meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. haven't connected ourselves on it. We're looking up yet, but hopefully she will come online, and Shivram also come online as well. I prepared this little video, by the way, which kind of gives us a link to the first. We have two sort of generations of poetry slam in Singapore. Now just let me if I can find where did I put that link. Gone away. Gone. Where's it gone? Yeah, here we go. I did upload it to YouTube, but it didn't go to the right site. So I'm going to paste it into the chat if I can. Just a minute, and you might want to play this. It's a song that I wrote years ago when we first started the Singapore Poetry Slam. It's called the Singapore Slam Song. What's going on here? Something's jammed up. Okay, here we go. See if this works.
Oh,
Stephanie's
there. There's a link.
Hey.
Oh, like Stephanie.
Hey.
Stephanie.
Hi.
Okay, that's good. And we're just looking for Shivra. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Give them a message just now.
Got the message? Oh, good. Yeah, we were trying to negotiate smooth entry, but it's a little bumpy. But anyway, we've got you here. Still waiting for Shivram.
Okay.
Yeah.
While we're all setting this up, I'm like, how do they get to space? We can barely, we're all, wow, we've got people who actually leave the planet. And we're like, wait a second, I'm just going to send this link, hang tight. That is all. That is all.
Technology is a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's
It is.
also the devil sometimes, but it happens.
Technology is a fickle mistress. Very fickle mistress.
Accurate. Accurate.
It'll abandon you when you need it most.
No, you say that about technology. Technology's always there for us. Don't worry.
She hasn't hurt you yet, Sean, but she will. You might be the favorite now.
No, you speak lies. You speak lies.
Oh man.
Hey, Shivram.
Oh, hello everybody. Happy times, happy times.
All right, yeah, so whenever y'all are ready, I can just play the video and do the thing.
All right, let me introduce it just quickly. We started Poetry Slam here in 2003 on my birthday, believe it or not. And it was my birthday last Thursday at the Slam, which Ariana hosts these days. I'm in semi-retirement. In fact, I was doing various studies in Australia, and so when I went away, they sneaked in and started Poetry Slam in a different venue, but it went really well, and it's great. She's done a tremendous job with all the new people like Stephanie and Shivram, who've all risen from the shards of the first Poetry Slam Phoenix that used to happen at the first club, a very famous club in Singapore, which is still famous and big, called Zouk. And since then, it's now happening in a very cool place called Blue Jazz. Anyway, I thought it would be fun just to play this bit of an old flashback song that I wrote, the Singapore Slam song, but I've updated it with various new images of the recent Slam. So if you'd like to play that, Katie. See what happens.
Right, all right, all right.
Is it?
It tends to be better if everybody kind of mutes themselves while we're playing videos as well, if that's okay.
Here we go.
Well, maybe
hero William Shakespeare still unheard. In a past life you swallowed a singing bird. You've been squawking since you were 16, but you still haven't cracked the music video scene. So why don't you sign up for the slam and serve some metaphysical bread and jam, some gangster rap or something cool and serene, and share your bond like the blood of the lamb. At the Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam. Well, maybe you've discovered the Star Trek scene, or you just want to travel on where you've been. Or maybe you found the burning hands of love, or that hidden door through the sky above. So why not come and sign up for the slam with your superhero bombs, pow, kabam! Let's have fun, let's rant, let's be absurd. In the spotlight of the spoken word, it's poetry and it's dance. It's leaping off the bar, still taking a chance. It's comedy, it's theater, and it's mime. It's music spinning us out of, spinning us out of, spinning us out of time. After Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam. The Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam. At the Poetry Slam Cabaret. Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam, Singapore Slam.
Well, that was wonderful. That was my theme song yesterday.
It was delightful. I would now like to sign up for your slam, please.
Yes. All right, take me off the presentation mode, please, Kyle.
So we're all visible and audible.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was we used to play this in the very early days. Sounds like ancient history now. A lot's happened, and the scene has grown, tremendously. I think we average between 80 and 100 people now at the Slam on a regular basis here in Singapore, and there's a wealth of people now trying to. We have a sign-up system on Facebook, and it's usually signed up well in advance. So it was different from the early days when we had to really encourage Singaporeans to get up and kind of spill their whatever, and we only had a kind of a small pool to draw on in those days, so we had to reinvent the Slam every month with a new theme and kind of to make sure that at least the material was different, if not the faces were the faces, you know what I'm saying. So the Slam also moved into schools, into education in a big way. There are a couple of short clips of Slam national finals at the secondary level, and we have an under-21 Slam in Singapore as well. So these are things that I'm very happy to say that lots of talented new people are now regularly participating in. Perhaps we should hear from a couple of you guys, do something live or something, perhaps. Maybe Stephanie or Shivram or Ariana.
Folks, go ahead. Take it amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
What would you like us to talk about?
What? Sorry?
Yeah, we can talk. If you'd like, maybe I think we should warm it up with a poem. Maybe Stephanie, you could do a poem for us if you've got one up and ready to go.
There are those eyebrows.
Those eyebrows have risen.
All right. Okay. So I shall start, everyone. This one I wrote quite a few years back, actually, but I think people will like it. Performed it in many different places. And it's for my former best friend. It's kind of about growing up in Singapore. It's called Satellites. Can you all hear me? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. In this city, the skies never lie. That twinkling you see up there, it's all just satellites. Yeah, we've known this since we were about 7. First taught that wishing stars only existed in movies, reserved for the pretty blonde kids with talking puppies who lived in white picket fence houses, generally located in the palm of Walt Disney. when they taught us instead to wish upon satellites. And maybe that's how you ended up in that job you never thought existed. But how could any child have wished for a title that complicated, one which includes the words audit and assistant? The city skies get lower as we grow taller, it draws us closer together, because I think there's a formula. I think it starts when you're 12, when your mum shows you a pack of contraceptive pills, saying, don't ever let me see these in my house. At 16, you realize that what she really meant was that when you lose your virginity at your boyfriend's that first time, remember to tell her you're staying at mine. I think it started when we started to understand that we take two pairs of hands to protect us from when the satellite started to rain down hard upon us. And then we are scurrying through the rubble, pretending we can't be found, getting lost in the halos of midnight street lamps, getting action on school stairwells, but only ever feeling like sinners when we came home late for our family dinners. Because in this city, the skies never lie. You just practice selective truth-telling. Because your grandmother has a heart condition, so when she offers to set you up with a pastor's son, it's best not to mention your college reputation or the thing with that guy who got you into autoerotic asphyxiation. Because the city wants us acting our age now, getting careers and fiancés, so I escaped some other city, somewhere out of sight, to find out what all those things you read in the books we hid under our beds really look like, leaving you to find distraction on fire escapes in your lunch breaks as some songwriter kid you no longer kiss. Well, you've learned to be realistic now, learned to barter to get to what you want, trading touch for meaning, trading meaning for sex, trading sex with some sort of pirated high definition of love, without all the risk of your heart getting mauled. Because the good sex can lead you to believe anything, but the best sex always helps you forget everything. Except for that time when they taught us that there were no stars left, told us keep your heads down, put your faith in satellites instead. See, they warned us about the drug takers, the failures, the smokers, the miniskirt wearers, class skippers, school dropouters, the ones who got pregnant, but failed to mention the myth makers, risk takers, mid-morning tokers, mid-climax hair pullers, or the poetry of post-coital tobacco smoke against clear night skies on the rooftops of shopping centers. But in the morning, you shall remember that the only love you will ever require will be found in yourself and in our voices trading stories on the phone later. Because in every city, the skies never lie. Back here in Singapore, the traffic fumes will erase the stars again tonight. So let's wish upon one more satellite, the one bringing my words to your ear over 3 oceans, 2 continents, and just one tiny skip over a tiny sliver of the Milky Way. Because we are every city, tripping through love hotels and fire escape stairwells and awkward gay bars. And we will still have these streets tonight. I think if you just tilt them right, there's still a bit of adventure left. Because I still know you and we're still not rich or married yet. And I think this means that we're not too old to start dreaming yet. Right, that was it.
Yay. Cool.
That's the round I was focused on winning.
I think you've been between Singapore and London quite a lot, haven't you, Stephanie?
Yeah, been back in Singapore for about a year and a half now. I was in London for about 4 years before that. And so that's kind of also how I know Carl.
Ah, that's
yeah.
Because you are linked to this whole...
Formed in Birmingham twice, I think.
Although I don't know if I ever met you in Birmingham. I think I met you in Cheltenham and London.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
I saw you once in Birmingham.
You saw me once with Kate Walton, I think.
Yes, that was it. And Ben Norris, I remember. It makes sense. Good.
Did you have any burning questions, Carl or Katie, about Singapore? You know, how we, special way that we write poetry here, you know, mixing in various special spices and whatnot.
Think some spice we speak.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess one of my questions is, and I guess, yeah. So how tightly knit is the Singapore slam community? Because I know that there are a lot of slam communities, and I'm just speaking from my experience in the United States, but there are a lot of slam communities, and some are, you know, kind of, you know, more along the lines of, you know, the what Ariana was describing earlier, like you have to be here at this time or you're not going to slam, or they're like totally all-inclusive, wonderful, like, hey, we're a happy little family who also do slam poetry and it's wonderful. So on the scale from, you know, you don't slam to happy family, would you say the Singapore community falls on?
I guess everyone has I mean, Steph and Shivram, who they compete, I mean, a couple of times throughout the year. You guys can speak from that perspective, and I would say it's constantly evolving. You know, we get quite a few new people who slam, and it's been consistent. There's been consistently people coming out, and there is a community here, but it's constantly changing. You know, people that performed last year, maybe we might have 3, 4, maybe 3 to 5 people, those same people, who will perform again, and then we get a whole bunch of new people. But I'm gonna basically sound like a proud mom. I mean, Steph and Shivram are fantastic poets, and I would consider them staples within the community. Without a beat, every time they get on stage, I mean, I'm off to the side, and I always like to look at the audience, how they respond to poets on stage, and they're the reason why we continue to have people come out, feel challenged, write new things. I'm just, again, every time these guys come out, it's like they have a little following, too. Shivram has now that comes out and watches them. So I feel like
when since he released his Tamil movie star poem.
Oh yes.
You know, he said,
I have seen that poem. I have seen that poem.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
What do you think, Shivram?
I first started slamming maybe when it was just starting out, when we started stuff up, Chris. And I remember then there were often more poets than people would come to watch them. Not that much of a crowd at all. It was very, very sort of anemically indie sort of scene. But it's grown so much now, and I think like Ariana was saying that the community is always evolving. There's new people. I think the last 10 slams at least, there's been a new face every single time. So I'd say the community is sort of evolving, and if you had on your scale of 10 being you do not slam if you come late, and 1 being rainbows and butterflies, I would say it's sort of hovering at like a 6. Or between 4 and 6, depending on you know the new people that turn up. But I would say it's pretty friendly. It's not sort of kill or be killed sort of competitive scene. I think people are quietly competitive, but they're nice enough to be friendly. I think it's sort of
yeah, inwardly ready to maim and to do, you know, terrible things, but of course, being polite Singaporeans, that doesn't happen in public. It actually doesn't happen at all. But no, it's a pretty friendly scene. But I can't speak very with authority because I've been away for 4 years. So, you know, you guys like Stephanie and Ariana will have to talk about this part of it.
Steph, what do you think?
About the slam scene? I think it's. Well, I went to the first slam in 2010. And that was like the national slam, and it was tiny, and I think it had maybe less than half the number of people that come to the average slam, like this year. And yeah, it's always packed, and it's always new people. I'm not sure where they come from, but it is definitely very friendly and not that competitive yet.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that was, when we first started the slam, we had a huge rush of interest. So we had bumper audiences, about 150 people, filling, you know, the venue at Zouk, and we did that quite a number of times over the first 5 years. But things went through their own changes, and the difficulty was always getting people to commit to the performance. And I think that's been the challenge. I think that's always the challenge of slam. You have to have also a certain kind of quantum number that's going to, before it really starts to blossom. I think that's now happening.
Mm-hmm. And I know this is a children's show, but comparing it, there aren't as many romantic relationships happening amongst poets, at least out loud. At home, it's like, oh, those two lovebirds hooked up at the slam. So slam also brings love amongst poets. And I'm hoping if we could just bond a little bit closer, guys, a little bit closer, where we love each other, but we're not in love yet, but we're working on it.
Maybe Shivram, do you have anything relevant? Or maybe you've got the poem. You got the poem to go with that? The love poem to go with that?
A love poem.
You raised this subject.
Oh, well, I was going to do another poem, but I do have a poem about love or something of the sort.
Anyway, I don't want to enforce the love story on you.
No. I love these. Of course, I've got everything prepared, just right over here. One moment, caller. I was going to do something else. It's not a love poem. I was going to share something else. Unless, Shiv, do you have something?
Yeah, maybe you've got something, or an anti-love poem. That's also.
I have a love poem. I'm putting a love poem into my search bar. I think I do, I suppose.
You did that love train poem the other day at the slam. That was quite fun.
Yeah. Though I suppose that some of the references may be lost if you're not from Singapore.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We've been hearing poetry in other languages, so references are fine.
Cool. Oh, I do. I mean, I could do I could have another love poem, which.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. Sorry, this is a bit surreal. This is the first time I've been asked to perform a love poem when hungover. First, give me a second. Okay. On a quiet, starless night, under the harsh glare of 7-Eleven lights, I allowed myself a few minutes of mush. When I walked out with my potato chips, I realized that love was like potato chips. You know it's no good for you, but you don't stop craving it. You struggle to open up a bag, much like a person. Sometimes you have to use your teeth. And much like love, you're almost always disappointed by how little chips there are in that great big bag. And other hands try to get some, and you can't stop them. Potato chips are for sharing, says the label on the front. But hey, there are plenty of potato chips in the supermarket. Healthy but bland, hoity-toity oven-baked, hand-cut gourmet, easy but expensive ways, the kind which no one can get just one of, the occasional hot and spicy. Love can make you do stupid things, like bust out an unnecessary rhyme. You can be my chips. I can be your salsa. Don't forget the whipped cream. You can double dip me. Love can give you the runs. Love too has a best before date. Artificial coloring, flavor enhancers, and has no chance of retaining freshness without preservatives. Till you are sad when it's over, and only its delicious memory lingers on your fingers. Perhaps why I find myself pouring my heart in a cool, dry place away from someone. Thank you.
Yeah. I love that.
That's delicious.
Cool.
That explains a lot. I really love potato chips. Quite a lot. Thanks.
I do like potato chips.
I didn't know if that was a love poem or a trip poem. I was kind of like, I don't know.
Aren't they both the same? Beautiful, beautiful. Man.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, love it.
Awesome. Sorry,
All right.
I sort of gotten late, so I don't know where you guys are sat. Are you guys at London?
We're everywhere.
You're everywhere. Okay.
I'm Birmingham, UK.
Okay.
And I'm Michigan.
Sean is Los Angeles.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
Los Angeles,
Yeah.
California. Yeah.
We're spread out all over the place. Sean, I think Sean has just become an honorary member of the Pangaea team. I feel like this has happened completely unintentionally. But like he's been here for like the last 3 shows.
I should have left like an hour and a half ago. Honestly, I should have left. But this is so engaging, and I'm really appreciating this conversation globally with you guys. I really am loving it. Yeah.
All right. I've got a couple of questions. I'm going to actually do some of my job and ask questions and pretend to be still awake. I think I'll do the question for Steph and Shivram first. So what's kind of the artist development wise? What's it like being with the Writer Centre Singapore? So how have they kind of helped to support your growth as artists? I'll be interested to hear from Stephanie as well, coming from like the Roundhouse, where obviously there is around that. Like, have you still been able to develop yourself in Writer Centre Singapore? I'm assuming you have, but I'm just kind of interested to hear about what that journey has looked like.
I should just say, Stephanie starts, that we have 3 different entities. We have Word Forward, which kind of, I guess it's associated with Poetry Slam, and we use it in education. And then we have the Writer Centre Singapore, which is the venue where we are broadcasting from at the moment, and then Red Wheelbarrow Books, which is publishing entity. But yeah, go ahead, Stephanie.
I guess, so when I came back, I was invited to join this spoken word collective called the Scallywags. The one thing that I guess the Writer Centre is quite good for, is quite good with, is that they have set up 2 spoken word collectives, and mine is called the Scallywag, which is all-female collective, which did the first show in 2013, and has been doing shows ever since. And so I was involved in a couple shows last year and 1 show this year, and it's been really exciting because I've never really got to collaborate with that many people before. So it's 4 of us now, and you should check us out on Facebook. And it's been, I guess it's really pushed me quite a lot, because I'm learning to like work with other people and like do more challenging things. And Shivram's in a different spoken word collective.
I think Word Forward, they host all the slams, which by itself is an incredible thing. And there's so many new faces coming out with the slam. It's also an amazing place for format. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the Aliwal Arts Center, where the Writer Center is also an amazing space to rehearse, to perform at, to put up events at. And it's sort of, the good thing is a lot of people come together because of the Writer Center, even though they might not actively do poetry or as often, but a lot of meets, I think, happen because of the hub that the Writer Center is. That's incredible for that. And yeah, I'm part of this spoken word collective called the PAP, which is the Party Action People, which is sort of a parody of the ruling government here, which is the People's Action Party. There's also a little bit of a surprise. We haven't been contacted by the authorities yet with our seditious name. But we do, and then sort of Writer Center played a big part, because sort of a rolling crew, the Party Action People, and it got its start with a different set of people from the slam scene, which I think Word Forward has started up. So I would say a lot of stuff that's happening now is so you can draw a direct line back to the start of the slam scene in Singapore. So I think it just set up an amazing base, and people are doing different things from out of that. But I think it was important to set up for this.
Just to come on the tail end of that one, I think that the way that the collectives have emerged, if I'm not wrong, is through one of our programs, our annual festival called Lit Up Singapore, which does take place, or has been traditionally happening in the last few years here at the Aliwal Centre. And I think that's where a lot of the collectives first met up. And then I think we've now sort of become fairly independent, which is a good thing. But yeah, I think it was through those festivals and getting some platform during that time that I think people start cooking for you guys independently of the Poetry Slam. So, but correct me if I'm wrong. I may be wrong on that one. But that was what I've understood when I've come back to all the different festivals from Australia during holiday periods. But we're here and we're open for to support groups and help nurture this burgeoning scene. Yeah, that's one of the roles that we perform. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Administrative.
I feel like I should be stroking my beard. I'm feeling, Steph, I don't know how you feel, but with these guys with their beards, I'm feeling a little left out. So don't mind me.
I'm sorry to say I have a beard as well, even though you can't see it.
Beards are good.
Okay.
Moustaches are good too.
It's not quite as magnificent, but never mind.
Would you like to do Ari?
Oh, I can, unless Carl, you had another question to ask. Or...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Question time.
I did. I'm looking for. So the question was kind of around. So the growth that you've experienced over the past 4 years. How much of that do you feel was like due to like generally like people becoming more interested in poetry, and how much was to do with like specific things that you did right? Do you think there was anything that that really helped to galvanize that? I'm thinking particularly about younger organizations who are trying to develop that kind of season, that hunger for it right now, and how you go about kind of assisting that growth.
Anybody want to? I'll have to pick in time, but you guys, Ram and Stephanie, have thoughts on that?
I couldn't read. You were breaking up a little bit. Could you just, sorry to ask you to repeat your question.
That's okay. I was asking if there was anything during the past 4 years that you think the Writer Center did that helped to galvanize the kind of people's hunger for spoken word. Was there anything you did that you'd give as advice to other, young scenes trying to build an audience and trying to build up interest in spoken word?
I wouldn't say single-handedly. It's been Facebook as a sort of place to pull in people. I think it's for better or worse, it's become the sort of default place to advertise your events and pull in people. And I think it's more than a coincidence that once we started using Facebook as a sort of platform to advertise, it's just become so much easier for people to share the events, to join in, etc. So I think at sort of a practical level, Facebook has been incredible in pulling in people, especially in a country like Singapore where everybody's got a smartphone, and it's just so easy to get to those guys with Facebook. So my sort of uninteresting, but I think sort of logical answer would be it's been Facebook events. It's got crowds in. Apart from the incredible quality of poetry that goes on in these slams. And the level's risen, but I think Facebook by itself is pulling in the crowd, doing a great job. What do you think, Steph?
I'm thinking, yeah, the internet is definitely really important, like YouTube especially as well. Getting to see poets on videos, like, no matter where they are, because not everyone knows what a poetry slam is or can get down to it, but everyone can kind of like watch a poem on the internet, even if they're not entirely sure what it means or what they're doing. I think also, as Chris mentioned, the Lit Up Festival has been really important, I think, in bringing people together, and I think giving poets something to work to, like a big project to work towards as well, and yeah, and like exposing more people to spoken word, also been a huge thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's important. It's a synergy between being able to get to the people through the online media, and then having events that that somehow also give that burning desire for people in the audience to actually say, well, I'd like to be able to get up there one day and do that. And so I suppose an entry point would probably be the slam. A lot of new people come along, and I've always seen the slam as a kind of creche, to be very frank. It sounds a little bit patronizing. I don't mean it that way. I consider it also, for me, myself, as a place to learn, as a place to burn up. If you go down, badly one slam, or don't advance to the third rounds. But if you persist with it, you've got a regular monthly place to actually practice your new work at, and your new delivery of that work at. And there's two things that have to work for anything that's performative, and it has to be good work written and good work performed. So slam at least is an entry point for a lot of new people, I think. You've seen a lot of people come and go from the slam, Ariana.
Yeah, and it's it is online. It is, even when we get visiting artists that come through, I have never seen a lineup that long for poetry. When Sarah came to Home Club, which was another venue that was hosting some poetry events, and it was, everybody was in that line. There were students, there were teachers, there were adults, there were mums and daughters, and when international artists are able to come through, it's great exposure, but it's also, it fuels people a little bit to say, hey, listen, here's an example of someone who does this for a living, who takes their art form to the next level, who takes it somewhere where I'm sure that a lot of poets wish they could take it, to other countries and into various places. But when I first came here, all I had was YouTube. All I had were TED Talk videos, and that is just now, it's like every week. And button poetry, NPS. You go on any website and you look up names, and there's a catalog now, and people on people's feeds, like so much of what's being shared. It's it's great, and it's so easy. A poet from back home, Sabrina Benaim, I don't know if I'm saying her name right. Just like that, she had 3 million hits with her poem, and it's a fantastic poem. But it's much easier now because of online access and all of these platforms that are available.
There's also a hidden reason. I think that Poetry Slam is being driven inwardly in Singapore, and maybe our present adult slammers are not even fully aware of that. And that's that we've, for the last more than a decade, since we began this in 2003, the next year we started doing this in schools. And we have a national youth poetry slam league at a lower secondary level. Because of problems of difference in the curriculum, we don't get them all the way until they come back to JC or junior college level. some years later, often. And then also Savinda, who is sitting off camera at the moment. In fact, we're going to turn her on camera in the distance over here. She has been the stalwart, the slam stalwart, doing everything really behind the scenes and running all of the educational stuff, including starting the under-21 slam. And I think the under-21 slam has actually been feeding your slam, or the slam now at Blue Jazz. A lot of those younger people who started, when they were at university, junior college and university, have actually been now graduating to the grown-up slam, or the Little Slam at Blue Jazz. So in our youth slam, for example, we have annually up to 80 to 100 teams competing, at, what was that, Savinda?
4 members each.
Yeah, and we've taught them to, we don't do individual slam at school level. We do ensemble, group slam, team slam, up to 4 members each. So they've actually been learning a lot of these skills, and some of them are now coming back. Strangely enough, just this last month, 2 people came looking for work, because we were able to offer work in the schools teaching poetry, slam, performance poetry modalities. And 2 of the people that turned up this month were people who were my old students from Sec 1 and Sec 2, way out in the what we call the heartlands, which are the sort of outer neighborhood suburbs of Singapore. That's schools that are based out there. It was very heartening to me to find that these people have now gone, studied drama, performance, and we're suddenly teaching poetry slam with us, and we'll do some more, as they go along. They're going to be formal teachers. So something somehow has been percolating at a grassroots youth level, and I think that our growth in Singapore has been burgeoning suddenly in the last few years because of all the good reasons, like Facebook, having an annual festival, having some facilities. It's also there's a push from underneath. There's a culture that's developed because of young people starting this at an early age and finding that poetry is fun and it's not a dirty word. So there we are. Long story, short answer, long story. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Definitely.
Let's have
we're almost up with our time, so let's have some poetry.
All right, Ariana, it's your turn. Take it away.
Well, let's see. Now I'm going to bring up a topic that I know everyone has been thinking about today. Let's talk about socks. Yes. This poem is called Life According to Socks.
You want to flash where it comes from?
Oh yes, this shameless plug. I released a poetry book last year called Something for Everyone. I feel like I now need to say, buy 1 copy and you get this with it. But no, you'll get a thumbs up and a smile, so there you go. All right, here we go. Once upon my feet, there lived 5 pairs of socks. And they taught me a thing or two about relationships in which I would like to share. The first was a black pair. Together for 4 years, they told me stories about what it was like to be in an arranged marriage right from birth. It doesn't work for everyone, but we're lucky, they said. They have walked me everywhere, to school, to work, into crowds. They have paced with me up and down aisles, waiting on the phone. Never judged me when I wore my pants too high or let them drag in slush, sleet, rain, or snow. When I climbed the steps to my first temple, they told me I was climbing way too fast. They said relationships never last when we don't take the time to respect the views of our significant others. My white pair reminded me of Bonnie and Clyde. They said, our lives are constantly on the run. For a pair of ankle socks, I could barely keep up. They met in my final year of high school, became high school sweethearts while I was diving for a volleyball. My ankles kissed, they instantly clicked. They said the keys to a successful relationship is always having somewhere to go. Whether it's down the street or uphill, we'd rather be moving than go slow. And before I could fit another word in, they told me they had some finish line to catch. The next pair used to keep me up on Saturday nights until 3 or 4 a.m. All they wanted to do was dance. My mismatched socks told me we'd rather be mismatched than to live our lives inside of a pair of sandals. Just because I'm orange and my partner's body is green doesn't mean we can't be happy. Others look at us every single day like we're doing something wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Where in our packaging, our washing instructions, does it say that all socks must keep to their original pair? Absolutely nowhere. We have grown not to care because at night we glow in the dark and go to bed thankful that we don't have to go to bed with a pair of cold feet. My single sock, I have to be quiet with this one, my single sock hates being called single. It prefers to be called independent. It told me it was its choice to leave its partner after 11 months. In the beginning, night after night, you spoon each other, you roll together in a ball. Life ain't so bad after all. Then, as time goes by, you just want to change. I just wish I could do things on my own, it said. Imagine living your entire existence like a set of twins at the circus, your identity rolled into one. I used to get so frustrated and fling myself onto lampshades and across the bedroom floor. Sometimes you just want to be free and lose yourself under a bed or inside a child's drawer and taste the feeling of a fresh grass stain. Finally, my holy socks were calm, cool, collected, got mistaken for neglected. People think because of the holes in their skin, they're living in the street. They are wrong. They are the most loved of all my pairs. Introduced me to puppets, dress up, and sliding on living room floors, and it was a day of despair when I had to throw them out. I felt like I was bulldozing the first street I ever lived on. When I asked them about relationships, they revealed to me that they're the best of friends, and that's all they could ever be. Between them both, there are too many holes, too many gaps to fill. It would never work out. So a long time ago, they decided to keep each other close and commit themselves to a lifelong friendship. Once upon my feet, there lived 5 pairs of socks. Every now and then, I keep my sock drawer open, waiting for the next lesson on relationships to unfold. Thank you.
Yes. That part about the holy socks, I think I'm gonna need to, like, you know, come back to the live stream video that's gonna be posted, and I need to edit that part out and show it to my mother because she doesn't understand. She doesn't, but you
I
do.
know.
I think you have a version on YouTube.
Yeah, there is a version on YouTube, but it's a bit far away.
Oh, mismatched socks. Mm. Mm.
All right. Is there anything we want to ask or cover? Is there anything you want to ask, Chris? Just based on some of the organisations who we've been speaking to over the last 24 hours. A lot of young organisations, some more established organisations. Is there anything you're kind of curious to hear about?
Their secrets. But I guess that you'll be talking more about that at the end of the day. I think that all organisations, I was interested to see if anybody doesn't struggle with, kind of doing their events, running their organisations. They do it with love and passion, and I'm sure that's been the message I'm hearing from people, unless I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Like, it's a lot of biggest problems coming through generally financial or occasionally it's to do with retention and building communities if it's in a particularly difficult area. Nobody has it all figured out, unfortunately. We're kind of hoping we'll just find a little utopia where they're like, oh yeah, we had all of the problems and we fixed them all. Do you want the solutions? Here. But no, that didn't happen. No, yeah, it's been an interesting mix, just from different people. But yeah.
One of the things I observed when I first went to the States, just to tail off, and start a new thing, a new hour. When I first went to the States in 2003 and did some research, and I stayed with Mark Smith, the founder of Poetry Slam in Chicago, and I met then also all of the Slam hosts. They used that misogynist term, Slam Master, back in the earlier days. I hope that's gone down well. It could be Slam host is good enough.
There are women who are Slam masters as well.
Are they?
Yep.
Okay. But anyway. But anyway, it's when I checked, what I noticed when I travel around the country, and I'm not saying in England, but the American poetry slam scene started, I think, the idea of community in a very unique way, because it's a big country and there are lots of places where you could travel to your next town or city to perform in a slam. A circuit developed that people were able to travel and actually earn a living from small-scale performances. But that was only possible because organisers and other people close in the slam family opened their homes to billet people, let them stay, teach them. And we have a different sort of, I think, cultural thing in Singapore. Space is a lot more premium, so don't have that same attitude. Oh yeah, come over and stay with us. When people are visiting from overseas, we do, in our own home, we've done that continuously for years and years. Visiting, paying back old things of being a traveller and a sleeper, surf coucher. But I think that personal bonding that happens when people share at community sense, sharing their homes, is really one of the biggest drivers of things like the Poetry Slam scene, which has brought about all kinds of performance poetry spin-offs. The other thing for Singapore is that we are a country, and we have to go to another country really to slam. We started something in Malaysia, and we wanted to do something more in the Southeast Asian area, but we are talking about having to move and fly to different countries, so it's a little bit more cost heavy to start those sorts of things here. But we are thinking about it, and we haven't certainly given up the idea. Hopefully, we'll be able to cross national borders, even come to Britain and the United States in the future too. But I think community for organisations, if they get friendly on a personal level, and that will build internally kind of relationships that help build an organisation too.
I'm in agreement. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. If there's nothing else pressing, we've managed to run over time, which is absolutely fine. We've got a bunch of pre-recorded content coming next, so we aren't holding anybody up. Okay. Is there anything burning anybody would like to say about spoken word in Singapore?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I was going to ask about the solution part of hosting the events and whatnot. It's not even. I would say it's more like almost like you're trying to find more ways to love the event that you're doing, right? Kind of like it's like yeah. I was kind of unsure what you meant by solutions to that.
That was to me.
Yeah.
Solutions. Yeah. I guess we want to see poetry spread, like a virus everywhere, and I guess a place like Asia, Southeast Asia, is different from, where there are lots of dense population centers in different countries, but we are looking at countries that often are speaking different languages, and there's distance involved. So when I talk about the need for solutions, it's those practical problems of actually taking, say, Singapore poetry performance and performers, giving them a chance to perform on other stages around the region and then in the world as well. Because we do feel a little, sometimes we are a little bubble, that we started something that sort of is like a mirror image of perhaps things that are happening elsewhere with our own flavour. But we would like to be able to, I suppose, share that in a wider way and see our slam stars, kind of get out into the world more.
We're still mixing over here.
So we're still mixing
flavor, spices.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it sounds really delicious what you guys have cooked up so far. And
I think
I would say
good
oh,
concept, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I was thinking of the main things that have helped out a couple of the open mics I've seen that have lasted for up to like 9 years now, right? This one spot I know. Themes, like a lot of themes that can be played into your hosting of the night. Themes on love or what's community and things like that. That also you could sprinkle games in there, like improv games that I've noticed are universal. That whatever place you're visiting or whatever country you're going to, people understand how to do an improv game. And little things like that kind of connect poetry, connect self-expression, that connect fun and life. And I feel like, those are kind of the things that I even can feel like you guys are already gravitating towards, yeah?
Well, we're lucky to have this fantastic, comedian who gets up at the slam every month and does a great shtick. She's really cool. And Shivram, you've got a big act to follow this coming month. You're going to be the slam host, eh?
Oh yeah.
Any drama games?
I don't know how
straight into the burden.
Throw out. I always buy chocolate beforehand, and that usually wakes people up. So just throw out the candy. Like kids, adults are like, how can I get the candy? So it's just a little something I cook up here, but just to have and as well. Both have hosted and have done a wonderful job. Both very funny, and just good personalities on stage. So there is, yes. I'm on school holidays, so I have to. I'm going back home to visit the fam, and then I'll be back.
Well done.
Any of you
Thanks,
guys?
Thanks.
Yeah. Pleasure.
Go ahead, Shivram.
I was just going to ask if any of you guys were thinking of hopping over to Singapore at some point.
We've got to hop over to everywhere on this list.
Yeah, we've got a very long list of places to go. But yeah, Singapore's definitely on there as soon as I get the money.
It's on the more expensive end of the list is the problem.
Damn
money.
You're into the list.
Hey, we aren't going to have a slam next year. It's going to be all about, we're renaming it to the Get KDG Over to Birmingham, England Fund. Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Kenny G.
I like that. I like
No?
Yeah.
I was with it.
Like
I was with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but you guys have all definitely inspired me to work even harder on this college tour that I want to like set up and do. I was going to do California first, and then like an international college tour of my poetry, and you guys definitely made me just want to travel over there and just hop on over there, like you said, even though it's nowhere near a hop, is it? It's more like a hop is a plane, a boat, a plane, right?
It's one big happen.
You can Singapore. You can Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. That's really only a bus ride away, and you can also go down to Australia. So there's there are more reasons to come down to this part of the world than just Singapore.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. All right, we'll do. I'm gonna get the passport renewed again.
Mm-hmm.
On that.
Yeah.
There's no problem with passports in Singapore. You can walk in straight away.
I looked up Zook and I looked up the home club places and all that stuff, so I'm definitely gonna keep in touch with you guys.
Yeah, home is no longer. What's the new venue?
Called Canvas. Canvas.
Canvas. That's it.
Yeah. So it's a new place. I run a poetry night there as well.
Awesome. All right.
At the new place. Yeah.
It's on 20 Upper Circular Road.
Yes, that's where it is.
That's awesome. I feel like I just went to Singapore.
Yeah, yeah. And there's the nearest 11 and perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Much love, you guys. Much love. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think we've probably spent about an hour and more. Thank you very much for the invitation, Carl and Katie.
You're very welcome. An absolute pleasure having you guys, as always. The stuff you're doing is really, really incredible, and I'm looking forward to the many conversations that will follow this.
So we'll talk about that later in the day, perhaps.
Not today. Not physically.
Well,
today.
no, not today.
Yeah.
I will be busy being a pool of my own fatigue. At some point, it becomes palpable.
Yeah.
Isa thinks for you. Mixing for you. Here we are.
Sorry?
They're mixing for us.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hot spices to keep you awake. You know.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you very much for your time and your patience and your work and your ideas and your enthusiasm. It is what we live for.
Indeed. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I guess we'll sign off and we'll catch up with you in the year, wherever it is.
Nice to meet everybody. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Yeah. See y'all later.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Aww. Oh, you guys. Yeah, I'll get going too, actually, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Is there any more going on? Wait, how much more do you guys have left? You said there's recorded stuff, pre-recorded, and then what's after that?
We're going until 1 p.m., which is another 5 hours away.
Oh, yeah. That's my mom, by the way. That's my mom right there. Yeah. I'm not on camera right now.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Carl and Katie, Mom. This is Carl and Katie. They're amazing. They love poetry like me. Yeah,
oh God.
And get that sleep, Carl. Get that sleep. It loves you. All right.
Oh God. All right.
Hey. Wow.
Hello to the two of us. That was wonderful. That was ecstatic fun. I got hit by a tidal wave of fatigue halfway through the Singapore stuff, and I'm barely standing. I need to go and walk around, I suspect. It's Poetry Circle Nowhere's set now. There should be an interview which is first in the playlist. If it's not, just play that one first and then play the playlist. But yeah, Poetry Circle Nowhere, I'll just explain briefly. Phenomenal organization based in the Netherlands. These guys started out in a poetry warehouse just doing workshops, but then they kind of scaled, and they are now in, I believe it's 5 cities in the Netherlands, and they just have a really interesting model for how they set up their regional based stuff. So any resource that they spend in those cities is kind of as a temporary investment on the assumption that that space will be able to develop their own kind of organizations and infrastructure while they're there. So it means that they can, it's a really useful model for achieving scale while still keeping a very lean business model and low costs and all the rest of it. So I think it's a really interesting example for organizations that are trying to increase scale in that way. And they also just make bloody good art as well around all that. Really good a lot of the scene in the Netherlands is based around festivals, or at least that's where they operate. So they produce a lot of more installation style stuff, which again is very different to slam scenes, very different to open mic and theatre and stuff. It's very, very moving around, and it's very different and very unique. Okay, let's go ahead and try and play that interview.
All right. Let's see what happens. All right. So, what exactly is the interview titled?
I have no idea.
Because I just went through all of the
Yeah, no, it's a playlist on the YouTube channel.
Oh. Well then, hand it on over.
Yeah. I'll find it. I'm singing to keep myself away. It's one of those days. Pretty please be there. Converse Converge Part 2 had 66 views. Converse Converge Part 1 had 191 views. Oh, we're also meant to be changing over. That's something we need to be doing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, then we can just hop on over.
You know, it doesn't matter. Sorry?
What were you going to say? What I was going to say was irrelevant.
Do you want to play the interview? I'll walk around for 20 minutes and then we'll do the hop.
Okay.
Is that fair? Is that fine? Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Jorien Vanders. There's that. Okay, cool.
Cool. All right. Well, put me on presentation mode first. Presentation mode? Oh, well. All right. I know a way. PG knows what she's doing. Okay. So, now you get all exclusive access to moi because I'm the only one making sounds. Woo! All right. So, alrighty. Enjoy this.
Important to bring the spoken word scene up to a higher level, and I definitely feel that we're going to go there. Yeah.
Perhaps from the beginning. Yes. Yes. Excellent. All right. Enjoy, everyone.
Okay, I'm here doing an interview with Jorien Vanders from Poetry Circle Nowhere. For the sake of those people listening who don't know who you are, could you just introduce yourself and your role within Poetry Circle Nowhere?
Yes, I can. Hi, everybody. I'm Jorien, and I'm the program manager for the Poetry Circle Nowhere. Yeah, so I actually just take the lead in the collective.
Okay, cool. And do you just want to talk briefly about what Poetry Circle Nowhere is and what you guys do?
Yes, well, it started out, the Poetry Circle Nowhere, around 2008, initiated by Bob Schons and Lies Ares. And it started as just a series of workshops in a production house in Amsterdam, or a youth art house, you could say, called Nowhere. And just after 8 workshops, the teachers and the participants just thought, why should we stop? Can we not just continue with doing this? And so they did, and so they grew out to be the Poetry Circle Nowhere, which was a collective of about 8 young writing performers making performances and plays for theaters, for festivals, for all different spots. And so this is about, 7 years ago, and it evolved quite a bit. Right now we are a countrywide platform, so we started new poetry circles, and we are in 5 different cities, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Tilburg, Eindhoven, and Groningen. And in all those cities we have collectives of young writing performers between 18 and 25 years old who come together weekly to develop their skills of writing and performing. And they actually follow quite an intensive project. It runs roughly between October and June, when they come together every week to get workshops from a coach and also from a lot of guest teachers, writers, poets, rappers, musicians, dancers, and so it's quite an intensive project that they follow. And right now we have about 60 participants in all those cities. And besides coming together weekly, we also still make a lot of performances for different venues and festivals. And besides those talent groups in the cities, we still have the Poetry Circle Nowhere, which is the top group of artists. And they come together just really to rehearse for a specific festival or for a specific performance, and they are just a little more experienced and in that way. So altogether, we have about 70 performances a year that we do all through the country, and that ranges from literature festivals to performances in tree houses at theater festivals.
Wow.
And I think that's one of the unique things we do with the Poetry Circle Nowhere, is that we really experiment with the boundaries of spoken words. Yeah, I think
sounds great.
That's the main thing in short.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, thank you. That was.
Yeah.
That was a really good image of just kind of the scale and the range of activities that you guys are doing on kind of a nationwide but also local level. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the journey that your organization went through to get from that very grassroots workshop thing. But first, I think I'm just going to ask, have you got a favorite project that you do? What's the favorite thing about Poetry Circle Nowhere for you?
Well, I think that there's like I said, there's a unique thing that we really experiment with the boundaries, and there's a project right now. It's called Van het kastje naar de muur. How do I translate that? It's a Dutch saying, from the closet to the wall.
Wow. Okay.
It's an interactive installation on wheels with drawers and cupboards where you can find words in every way on paper, but also you can hear them via headphone or watch small videos, and so in every format. And with that installation, we're going to travel around the festivals in the summer of the Netherlands. So we're going to travel through the whole of the country. And all of our 60 writing performers and from the different cities, their words and their stories are incorporated in this interactive installation. So that feels like everything all the stories that have been written the past months are in different ways going to be in this interactive installation. So we're going to travel the country with the stories. And I'm very looking forward to that. So right now, every weekend, there's a place in Amsterdam where we are working at. So they are, how do you say it? Painting and working on it to, a very beautiful wagon or something like that. Yeah. And so participants from the festivals, they can walk in and look in the drawers and open cupboards and just find stories. And there is a big wall at the end of it where the visitors of the festivals can leave their own stories. And we have poets with us who can then incorporate the stories of the visitors of the festivals into a live performance. Yeah, so that's one of my favorite projects that's coming up right now. And
that sounds amazing.
Yeah. It sounds maybe a bit complicated, but it's it's gonna be
nothing wrong with complicated projects.
Exactly, yeah, and it's just something different, I think, than what has ever happened with spoken word before in the Netherlands. Yeah, so in elsewhere at the beginning of July, we have our poetry circle manifestation, which is one day in a year when we bring all the poetry circles of all the different cities together. And this year that's going to happen in Groningen, the north of Holland. And together the whole day to share inspiration and to perform for each other, for public. And that's also always one of the highlights of the year. Yeah. And this year,
sounds incredible.
Yeah, this year we're going to release our book.
Ooh, a book?
Yes, with every participant, so it's about 50 to 60 poems in that book from all the participants. That's going to be, I'm very excited.
It's going to be a really special thing, just bringing together so many diverse voices from around the country. Yeah, I really look forward to seeing that. It sounds like it's going to be a really important piece of work.
Definitely.
Okay, so I'm going to ask.
Sorry, the thing that I really, really love about the Poetry Circle is that in some natural way, the people who are involved are very diverse. And the stories that they bring into the performances are very diverse. They have different backgrounds, or they come from the music side or more from the literature. And for some of them, it's just really that they need to release their story, and others are really, they know that they want to become an artist and earn their money by living as an artist. And there's a diversity of people that makes the Poetry Circle now so rich.
Yeah, sounds like a really worthwhile organization. I'm going to ask now about that journey from just doing small series of workshops to this much bigger, broader thing. What did that journey look like? Was there ever, what were kind of the tipping points? And is there anything you'd say, like anecdotally or as a form of advice for, other smaller grassroots organizations who, are maybe in the process of setting up, that might be in their first couple of years, who are kind of wondering about how they can reach more people, how they can bring spoken word to more people in their countries, especially those places where it hasn't really been done before? What do you think people can learn from the journey of Poetry Circle Nowhere? That's a big question.
We grew quite organically, I have to say. At the start in 2008, we didn't have this plan in mind, that we're going to be here where we are right now in 2015. It just grew quite organically, because the main reason that we started expanding is because there were so many festivals and so many theaters that asked us to perform that we just needed more poets. And that was one of the main reasons that we thought we need to make this possible for more people, because we just need more talent. And there's no organizations like us in the Netherlands that makes it very important as well. You can learn dance at the university, or even, yeah, you can, for music, you go to the conservatorium or something like that. But there's no place where you can, yeah, that's really aiming at spoken words. So that was, yeah. So just really to listen to what is needed is has been very important for us. And also we had just concrete organizations that asked us, please, can you have a poetry circle in our city as well? And that's also just a second point, that we are in 5 different cities, but I am located in Amsterdam, which is like the headquarters. And I don't really know the scene in Tilburg, or now I kind of do, but I didn't know it. So when we started out in those different cities, I thought we need to have a partner organization that has foot on the ground, that has like its roots in the cultural infrastructure in those cities. So we are working together in every city with an organization. And that organization knows all about what's happening in that city. So the very important for us is that we don't want to do it alone. We work together, we collaborate, and the partner is very important. Also, right now we are starting, or we are making our first steps to start in Utrecht and Leeuwarden, in 2 different cities. So then the main first thing for me to do is to find that organization where we can set a goal with together, that we can really work together towards having a poetry circle there. Yeah.
Great. Sounds like a really inspiring story and some really practical and tangible advice for people. Just, even if and in our vision, because I would love the poetry circle nowhere. I just think that every city in the Netherlands deserves a poetry circle, and just deserves to have a program for young writing performers to share their stories and to get better at that, and to experiment with the boundaries of words. And I think every city should have that. I don't want to grow out to be a big institution. That's not what I would like to be. But I really believe in organizations who work on a grassroots level, actually, in the cities. So that's why we spoke with our partners, and we have the vision now that we really collaborate in the cities with a partner organization for a couple of years. And after that, we kind of let them do it locally, or how can you say? We just start a fire, and we make sure that there's the capacity in the cities so that they can run their own poetry circle. And in that way, we don't, even though we grow out to be in more different cities, as an organization, we don't grow to be a big institution. We just stay small and do big things. And that's my vision. That's a good mantra. That's a good mantra. I might get that on a t-shirt or a coffee mug or something.
Stay small.
No. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to ask you now a little bit more just about spoken word in the Netherlands in general, rather than Poetry Circle Nowhere. I think from what you were just saying, it's spoken word and kind of its environment. Obviously, it varies from a city to city level. But how would you generally describe what spoken word looks like in the Netherlands? Is there, where does it happen? What does it feel like and look like?
It's really coming up in the Netherlands. I noticed that there are a lot of grassroots organizations coming up with organizing their own spoken word events in many cities in the Netherlands. So it's really a thing that's going to be coming up right now, and I'm very, very happy to see that, because we used to be one of the only organizations working on spoken word in the Netherlands, and so I'm happy that new initiatives really come up, even though it's not like it wasn't here in the Netherlands. It has always been here. mainly in Amsterdam. And now I see that also in Rotterdam, in Utrecht, and Eindhoven, and Groningen, and Nijmegen, and Deventer, grassroots things come up. And I think that is very, very important. The spoken word scene in Holland really thrives by just the young, passionate writing performers who organize their own events. And they create possibilities also for our participants to have a stage where they can experiment and where they can perform and share their stories. So you have in the Netherlands, you have woorden worden zinnen, sprakeloos, pagina groot, spraakwater, vers in Utrecht. All those really, well, sometimes they might seem quite small initiatives, but they're really important to bring the spoken word scene up to a higher level. And I definitely feel that we're, going to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. It's a similar story here in the UK. There's just been kind of, a recent surge, particularly in, as you said, like, those grassroots organizations being led by young people. Those young people who maybe, they were on YouTube and they discovered spoken word, when they were a little bit younger, and now that they, recent graduates or still in university, they're setting up those open mics and those regular events in different cities, and it's just, it's gone to a whole nother level of growth. So in terms of, so that's kind of where it is now. Have you got any idea kind of where it's going? Is there any kind of new angle that you see spoken word heading towards? Have you got any idea where all of this energy might be going?
Well, I really hope that those grassroots organizations, because I know that they are led by young people who put all their pocket money or their spare time with a lot of love into that. And just the danger of grassroots initiatives is that they just happen, that they are there just for a moment and then leave again. But I really, really hope that a couple of these grassroots initiatives that are happening right now will stay there and will grow to be a little bit more professional and also collaborate more. Last weekend there were a couple of initiatives in Rotterdam, and they had the festivals all in the same weekend, which made it hard for them to attract or to promote each other's events. And so I hope that there will be more collaboration also between different cities. Because I think Rotterdam right now has most of the young initiatives, and spoken word is really thriving in Rotterdam. And I hope that they can also share their experiences and their passion with other cities in the Netherlands. Because that's one of the things, and I really hope. Last week we had Andrea Gibson from the US coming to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And this was actually one of the first. This was actually maybe the first time that I saw a performance of one person a whole evening long, and that people paid a ticket to watch and see you perform. And I think that would be beautiful if it goes in that direction, that actually just one performer can fill up a space and can attract people to their performances. And I'm really happy that Andrea Gibson was here in that way, not to perform at a festival or at an event, but to really have her own show. And we saw in Amsterdam that it actually worked, that the church was filled. So that's good to see. And the other thing is that I think festivals are more and more interested in spoken word. Like if you are at a festival right now, a hip and happening festival, you have to incorporate spoken words. That's the thing that I see. So we get more and more questions from festivals to perform, and that I think is really good to see. Yeah.
Great. It really sounds like festivals is one of the big things for spoken word in the Netherlands, rather than slam or rather than like theatre shows starting to be a little bit here in the UK. So I think that's an interesting difference to think about.
And it might also be because the poetry circle is experimenting with the boundaries. So we sometimes get crazy questions from festivals, like, hey, we have tree houses, can you do something in them? Or, hey, we would love to have the street filled with 15 young poets 10 days long. We never have to say no, or we're always really excited about a challenging performance or just some crazy question. So it might just also be that we are experimenting with the boundaries that we fit so well to the festival circle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's an interesting distinction. So in terms of, again, like the way it's growing and where it's heading, what do you think some of the biggest barriers to that growth are? What are the challenges that spoken word is facing in the Netherlands?
Well, there's one challenge for the whole art scene in the Netherlands. It's the cultural, the budget cuts in the cultural scene, or the subsidies that are being cut, and just a different winds blowing, or a different, how do you say this? A different policy of how we should support the art and culture scene in the Netherlands. And so that's always, especially now, that's one of the risks. But nevertheless, even though that would happen, I definitely think that the grassroots organizations who are not affected, or who don't even have income from subsidies, they will still be happening. Yeah, so that's great. And yeah, I think it would be great if we, all those organizations that are coming up, if we find a way to collaborate and to strengthen each other. That is the next thing to do in the Netherlands.
Okay. Sounds interesting in terms of, I'm just trying to just think about it and imagine it in the kind of the way that, yeah, just kind of what the steps are to building it up towards the point where, as you said, like with Andrea Gibson, you can have those solo shows going on, and how we can build infrastructure to support these grassroots organizations and all the rest of it.
Yeah, because
I think budget cuts definitely,
yeah, if more shows like that happen, and you have like a certain crowd who comes to all these events, that you can slowly make bigger and bigger of a crowd who is interested in spoken word. I think that is important. Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing that
just two final. Sorry, go on.
We're very locally minded right now, and actually I'm very, very happy to be in contact with you. And last December, for the first time, I traveled to the UK, to London, to meet up with a lot of similar organizations like Mouthy Poets, Apples and Snakes, and it just really felt so great to see, like, hey, there are actually other organizations in the world who do kind of the things as we do, and who have the same challenges. So I think it would be great if we have more collaborations outside of the borders to discuss with organizations what can we do to bring a spoken word to the next level, or what are the challenges you are facing, what can we learn from each other. And yeah, so I'm very happy that you invited me to do this interview and to be part of this, because it would be great if we can have more collaborations outside of the Netherlands.
Very happy to be talking to you about it. It's really great to have you guys involved. I've just got two closing questions, pretty much. So for someone like me who is not obviously connected in the Netherlands, if I find myself in the middle of Amsterdam and I'm like, I have no idea where any spoken word is happening, where can people look if they want to find out about spoken word in the Netherlands?
Well, I actually get this question quite often via Facebook or via email from people outside of the country. And there's that might also just be something that should be picked up. There's not one website or something like that, or one place where you can see what's happening in the whole of the Netherlands. It's kind of you need to be in it to know it, because there is quite a lot happening, but it's not somewhere publicated, all of it. So there's actually not really one place that you can go to see what's happening. But you can always look at our website to see what we are doing or connect to us, because I mostly have an idea of what's going on in the city. So check our website and
don't say too much, because my next question is, where can people find out more about Poetry Circle Nowhere?
Yeah. Well, but I hope that in the future there will be one website that I can say, check there, and you know what's going on in the Netherlands on spoken word, but not yet. We're not there yet. But for now, it's at the website of Poetry Circle Nowhere is www.poetrycircle.nl. And also on Facebook, of course. If you look for Poetry Circle Nowhere, you will get to our page.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you guys involved. I hope you found it enjoyable. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you so much for the invite, and good luck. And I'm really, really looking forward to hear everything else that will be going on at the weekend.
Thanks very much, Dream.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, there is the interview there. Yeah, so, okay. Here's the thing. Carl is not yet back. So, we are going to try yes. We're going to start going through the playlist, and yeah, enjoy.
Ik, zonsondergang, jij, zonsondergang, wij, zonsondergangen. Ik weekend, jij weekend, wij weekenden. Ik moet niet, jij moet niet, wij ontmoeten. Ik witte roos, jij witte roos. Ik zal, jij zult, wij zullen. Ik jubel, jij jubelt. Ik vraag niet, jij vraagt niet. Ik dwaas, jij raast. En wij. Ik tik, jij tikt, wij tikken. De tijd, wij herinneren. Ik vertrek, jij vertrekt, ik betaal. Ik meisje, jij meisje en wij alle mannen. Ik smelt, jij smelt, wij smelten. Ik uit en jij op handen, wij spiegelbeelden. Ik vlinder, jij vlindert, wij vlinderen. Ik jip, jij jannet, wij jip en janneke. Ik tatoeëer, jij tatoeëert, wij tatoeëren. De nacht omarmen, hand op hart. Ik boezem, wij verwonderen. Ik endorfine, jij endorfint, wij endorfinen. Ik zonsopkomst, jij zonsopkomst, wij zonsopkomen. Ik fiets en jij zit achterop.
A strange situation we found ourselves in, with no explanation. Our lives begin with strange sensation. I feel within, controlling the chaos. I start to sing. So we find somewhere to meet. First we look both ways, then we cross the street. We can't control the traffic, the way we move. First we find the rhythm, and let's see the groove. Rustig in
Een stukje goed.
Mensen zeggen
chasing girl is moved by the tree of love. Stealing room, darling. Drinks never solve anything, but they soothe the pain. Everything is sweet in the beginning, even sour souls drip honey. Always patching up. When will your well just run dry? Find my soulmate from. Help!
In het grauwe weer leeft een volk van beeldschone vrouwen. Hun gezichtjes zijn als lichtjes in donkere nacht. Hun stemmen zijn helder als water. Wanneer de avond valt in de bergen van altijd, sluipen de vrouwen naar buiten. Gekleed in sluiers van het zwarte kant, staan zij de blote voeten dicht bij de rand, hun armen wijd.
Zij die met mij onder maanlicht lopen, met ogen open, want wij zien in het donker. Wij zijn ter wereld gebracht in het obscure. Omgeven door zwart trekken wij door de poriën van totale absorptie van lumen, in kostumen van geest.
Zie je dat zij know is real? That what she wants is not what she needs. Is that what she wants is not for us to be.
Ik heb net Jurgen gezien, Jurgen, die ging voordragen en zingen. Het was heel leuk eigenlijk. Ik wist niet wat er ging gebeuren, maar ik kwam aanlopen en opeens vroeg hij de aandacht. En ja, het was echt prachtig. Gewoon, ja, ik kan het niet echt goed onder woorden brengen, maar het was gewoon, ik en volgens mij de mensen om me heen ook waren gewoon even weg en helemaal in in het verhaal, in het moment. En, ja, ik ben heel blij dat ik dat mee.
And to have a clear view of what's actually going on behind the scenes of what Adolf Hitler and George Bush termed a new world order.
When I raise my trigger finger.
It makes perfect sense to me what I'm seeing in society today. And the truth that set me free from the absolute mind control that I experienced can also set you free from any kind of fear that you're experiencing through what is happening in our society and in our world today. It can also free you from any kind of trauma that you've experienced in the past. It can also free you from information control that has left you wondering what in the world is going on today.
When I raise my trigger finger.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not.
Because it was well known that any child that was so abused to be used in child
Do I hear Carl? I'm here.
Oh, come on. You do pick your bloody moments. Hello? Oh, okay. Good. That was briefly terrifying. My microphone stopped working. Yeah, so we're going to hand over to part 4 of the live stream now, where we're going to be pretty much immediately hosting the Airplane Poetry Movement. Fantastic pair of people who we've been in touch with for quite a while, doing really amazing work, mainly in the colleges and the educational institutions over in India. You're going to be able to find the link in the description of this video. We're going to be going to bit.ly/Converse Converge IV. It's also in the Facebook page, and you can probably just type it in yourself. I'll see you guys over there, hopefully, in a matter of minutes.